This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. On with the show, Jordan.
On with our 101st episode.
Jordan, I'm just saying that might be the cleanest intro I've ever done. That it was entirely understandable. It was clear. I didn't fuck it up. Where'd the timer go?
Okay. I don't know, but Justin, okay. 3-1-4, 3-1-4, 3-1-4, 3-1-4.
We're off to a good start this week. Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast. I am your host, as always. I am he, I am thee, I am we, I am them, I am they, I am not they, I am also we. I'm Justin Spurr. And as always, I am joined by my co-host, who is time immemorial.
I am here. He who remains.
He is he who remains, but was also always here the whole time. Except for that brief time we recast him and he didn't know about it.
Wait, what? You recast me? When did this happen?
What? That never happened.
We're gonna have to. My lawyers are gonna have to contact you after this.
What are we even talking about?
I have an ironclad contract, Justin.
It's the incomparable Jordan. Everybody, he's also here. He's always here.
He's doing the he's doing the Queen's wave.
If you can't see him, he's doing the Queen wave. I'm just kind of stalling in the moment because I'm just seeing.
I thought you said you were ready, Justin. God, gee.
I'm just perusing to see if there's any good comments recently, and there are not.
Part of your world, Broadway, POYBWW Haley, says the more you do the intro, the cleaner it'll get. Lol. On the other hand, I still struggle with doing my intro.
It's like anything, you know. How'd you get to Carnegie Hall, Jordan?
Bribing people.
I was gonna say knife point, but practice also practice.
All three of those things are true.
Entirely possible. There was a really funny note. I will say there was a really funny comment. We'll do one comment.
Sorry, it's weird because normally when she comments, it shows up as part of your Broadway world, but it's not currently, and it threw me off.
That is weird. And on our short about how Zack Snyder, much like Norman Osborn, is out.
You're out.
Someone commented, he's not out. He's fucking Zack Snyder. You guys are bugging, and apparently you haven't heard the news. The news being, and this wasn't news. This was a rumor, which is why we don't deal in rumors on this show. But there was a rumor that him, some billionaire, and the Saudi Arabia got people from Saudi Arabia, the Saudis, want to buy Warner Brothers, and that would be bad. It's not been confirmed as true, but there's just a number of reasons. Ironically, the last of which being Zack Snyder having creative control, that would be bad.
Yeah, I mean, he already ruined one cinematic universe. Do we really need him to ruin another one?
I mean, but putting the quality of his work aside, I don't like the idea of the Saudi Arabian government, known for their war crimes and atrocities. I don't like them being in charge of an American media company.
Yeah, as an aside, in regards to that, it's kind of been irritating me how much lately I've seen so many different celebrities and like governments and stuff like endorsing them when they have like, aren't they? Maybe I'm the ignorant one, but like,
that is possible.
Don't they do like war crimes and shit over there?
I'm pretty sure they're known for doing war crimes over there
and slavery and stuff.
Yeah. You could come at me like that's racist, Justin, and you're wrong. Lay me some facts in the comments in that case.
Yeah, tell me that I'm wrong, but that's my
everything I know about the Prince of Saudi Arabia is that he's a murderer. He murdered people.
Ooh. But like maybe
he's an alleged murder. He's a legend. Allegedly.
Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm blanketing all of like the various nations over there under one blanket.
It's not the people I have an issue with over there. It's never the people. It's their government. I've heard horrid things about their government.
Which I mean, to be fair, that's how I feel about most countries. Like, I don't have an issue with, for an example, to use one that's more closer to home. I don't have a problem with the American people. I have a problem with their government.
Yeah, I don't dislike
Um,
Americans. Quite a number of them
or
are my
even
friends.
even at home in Canada, I generally speaking don't have any problems with my neighbors, but my government is irritating.
The occasional one I dress up in my Star Trek jammies and I talk about Star Trek. That's a joke for Jake. And then the other occasion one, I'll talk about a silly witch on a broomstick. Haley, if you're watching, I'm sorry. We're gonna say some. So we're gonna say slightly less nice things about. You know what?
About your
We'll do that first. We'll do that first.
about your favorite movie.
I was gonna jump into the news. I forgot. Let's see. We'll talk about Wicked. I've kind of come to realize talking about the movie at the beginning of the show is always wise. So we'll start the show with a big old review of Wicked. Wicked Part 2. It's more wicked. Boy, howdy, is it more wicked. No, okay.
Wicked
We'll do the. We'll do the.
Wicked Wicked Part 2. Where did the hours go?
Where did the hours
And
trickle
not in
by?
a good way.
And not in a good way. No, look, man. I will say, number one, before we jump into Wicked for Good, cue the trailer. Before we jump into that, there's two things we have to make clear up front. Number one, we are not the audience for this.
Oh
So
no, hell
like,
no.
this is not for us. This is for the little girl who was sitting seats down from me, who was
And
weeping,
their
and
mom.
their moms and all the people who applauded at the end of the movie and had a great time. Like, this is for our friend Haley, who wept at the end of this. Like, this is for
Or the
her.
or the people who are just generally a fan of Wicked.
Yeah,
And I
I
so
don't.
for me going into these, I didn't watch Wicked. I'm watching it purely as a movie, and purely as a movie, it doesn't do it for me.
And that's all to having been
That's
said
my
that.
that's my spoiler-free
Um,
nice
you
version
guys,
of
it's
this.
gonna go up eventually, but the review I did with Haley and Jake over on her podcast, I appreciated that.
She says, I am gonna leave maybe then. JK.
Um, here's what I will say. I respected that Haley and Jake were way more critical than I was expecting, and I respected that. I fully expected to be the one to come in and be like when I was sitting there
To be
watching
the
it.
odd one out.
Yeah. I was sitting there as I'm sitting there watching it. I'm going, oh no, how am I gonna sand down some of the rough edges on what I have to say?
Some of my
Yeah,
criticisms.
the number one thing, most importantly, is it's too long. It's the same problem. A lot of my
Yeah,
issues with this are the same as the first one, and it all stems from the fact with, and I've seen this criticism float around a lot, so I don't feel guilty saying it. It should have been one movie. Just
yeah.
should have been one movie.
The
Just
the
flat
biggest issue
out.
for me in terms of movie making process is, yeah, you can tell that this is a real Hobbit situation
Yes, you can tell it's
where
a
you can
little
tell that this was
material.
one story that was smaller, which was
Mhm.
bloated out so it could be sold for more money.
It's not even that it was one story; it was half a story. And it's stretched out just in its cinematography. There's so many agonizingly long scenes that should have been cut 2 to 3 minutes sooner.
Yeah.
There's so many. Like, when I say I could
And
easily
I mean,
and
to be
heartlessly cut
fair, the
out.
first part did that too.
Oh, the first part was just as bad, but this was worse because there was more scenes of like talk singing to stretch out a song to make it last longer. There's so many shots of characters just walking around empty rooms. Like, there's at least 3 scenes where Glinda just walks around empty rooms. It's so slow. It's painfully slow at times. And it's like, yeah, if you like I could just, without even thinking about it, cut 15 to 20 minutes off of this movie just by cutting off fat. There's just so much fat that could
Oh,
be
I
trimmed off, and
mean,
this could be a nice lean. Even if you want it to be 2 movies, it could be a nice lean hour 45. Easy,
so
easy.
Haley says, I'll admit I loved it. That being said, there were some issues, minor issues, but issues nonetheless. Um,
Yeah. It depends on if you consider it too. If you're a fan, you're gonna be like, no more Wicked, right? You're gonna be like, more Wicked, more Wicked. So you're not gonna have an issue with the fact that it's too long. But just like as a person who watches a lot of movies, it's like, yeah, this could
uh,
be.
she says, no, that is how the play goes, though. They're longer songs.
Yeah, but the play is still only again the play is 2 hours 40. This because I will give 3 hours. If you shave this down to an hour and then you have the first part be 2.5 hours, 2 hours,
Yeah, so
perfect
what I
length
would
of
add
perfect length for
what
this.
what I would add on to that is I understand what Haley's saying is that the songs are longer songs, which is fine because in the original play, the surrounding meat isn't bloated.
Yeah,
It is like reasonable muscle mass,
yeah, pretty
basically,
much.
right? Whereas like this has the longer songs, which is added onto a 400-pound man, like in that kind of equivalent, where
It's
it's
one
like
of those
it's
things where
too
like
much.
there's just too many scenes of characters again, and I could tell I just based on what I know about musical theater that wouldn't be this slow on stage of characters just
No, it's very much
silently
deliberately
and
stretched so that it
yeah
could make a second movie.
silently walking through a room. Um,
Like there's definitely scenes that you can tell that don't need to be there. And
just
and if they weren't there, it would be one movie,
okay.
which is the length of whatever the play was.
Right, yeah. If it, I mean, if you want to make it longer, you make it a 3 hour movie because the original plays like 2 hours and 40 minutes. You extend it by 20 minutes. You flesh out some stuff that doesn't get to be fleshed out. If, this would be much better. Again, even if you want to make it two movies, still, this would be much better if you slimmed it down to an hour 45. Like
Now,
two,
now that maybe we could talk about what's actually in the movie now.
um, oh my goodness. Okay.
Because I have some things that drive me crazy. I hate how Glinda just says made up words.
Yeah, apparently that's
Um,
not as obnoxious in the play. I asked Jacob and Harry
okay,
about that.
okay. Because it drives me fucking
It,
crazy.
it gets old in the I get it in the first part when she's like a teenager and they're in high school and she's like a mean girl. I get it there. In like in your adult life, it's like yeah no man, pick up
Uh,
the thesaurus. Come on.
Haley says, and also I wanted to add and justify myself from last night. The fluff you talked about is to add more context that the play lacks, which I argue that it doesn't need.
The, uh, like yeah,
Having not seen the original
it's one of
play,
those things where
I can't really comment on
this is
that.
me
But
being the cold person who's like I have no loyalty to any of this, so I'm like this is what makes this functional as a movie, and as a movie it's just too long. That's the but
I mean,
um
there's for me, there's also just there's a lot of character decisions that I would change. I am of the opinion, and maybe this is a controversial opinion, but I am of the opinion that Glinda, is a villain. Just from beginning to end, she is a
I
villain.
mean, it certainly reads that way. I said it read that way. It reads that way in the theater when she puts on her crown at the end, like she's Darth Vader.
Like she
It's meant
starts
to be
off
it's meant to be whimsical, but it is oddly sinister.
she starts off as like kind of a vain, selfish high school girl who is the center of attention, has always been given her way and gets everything her wants. And this is the story of how she slowly manipulates her way to the top and becomes the ruler of the land where everyone worships her and treats her like she always wanted to be treated.
I mean, she certainly deposes the in power person and supplants him as the person in charge of Oz.
Yeah, I
From
just
her perspective, all of her political enemies and romantic rivals are dead.
I also, and I don't know if this is a spoiler or not, but I also just don't love. I I think she's a bad person for going along with the wizard.
Yeah,
I just do.
that comes down to a deeper philosophical question that we don't have time for. Of is participating in a system that is oppressive when you don't have it when it's your only form of survival. Is it,
Haley says John M. Chu wanted to give the characters more context and wanted it more fleshed out, which my response to that would be it's a fine line between more fleshed out and bloated.
and just too much. Yeah, too much. Again, it would this would be much better if it would. And I don't feel bad saying it because it's a common criticism across the board. Is there's nothing really in this second like this could be one movie very easily.
Yeah.
Every criticism I've seen is a direct result of it getting the Harry Potter treatment and being split into two movies when it should have been one.
Like
Um,
everything that happens in this movie feels like it's a bloated version of what would in any other movie be like you like the last hour of the movie.
Yeah, pretty
basically.
much. Yeah,
It feels like a bloated version
there's
of
also
that.
just the fact that the plot of the 1940s Wizard of Oz movie has to happen in the background, so the characters have to disappear and leave the plot to be part of the plot of that movie. So just randomly out of nowhere, Elphaba in the third act has to act like Margaret Hamilton. Like it's really bizarre and it's weird and it recontextualizes Wizard of Oz that makes Dorothy look like she's a psycho. It's super
She
weird.
she says that's why there's that song Girl in the Bubble where she snaps out of it and realizes she's part of a broken system, which yeah, great, but she doesn't like to me she doesn't do enough to prove
She's
that
not
she's not
really
still just
undermining the system enough from within to justify her participation. Jordan's not the first person to make it. Again, we don't have the time to get into a philosophical debate about participation in a broken system. We just don't.
but I really want
No, we don't.
to.
We'll be here all day if we
Jeez.
do. Because there's compelling arguments for both sides, right? She is doing she recognizes she's in a broken system and she doesn't have a choice. She's doing the best with what she has, and ultimately she does make the right decision. I mean,
I think for
to a
me,
degree, I do think that the resolution of propaganda is good if it's our propaganda is weird. That's weird.
I think for me it would work better if, and maybe this is just acting ability, but I think it would work for me better if there just seemed like there was more inner turmoil.
See, but that's the thing is, I see it.
I I
It's
don't see enough of it.
But to be fair, you are blind to subtlety in acting. You're totally face blind to any subtlety in any acting.
Well, that's hurtful.
You just are though. Like there's lots of times where I'm like, no, it's in the subtlety of the performance. Where like there's the girl in the bubble where she breaks down, or when Fiyero leaves her for Alphaba where she's like breaking down, and that's the moment of the system crushing within her. That's meant to be a subtle moment.
Yeah, it's not enough.
That yeah it's not in your face, it's not announcing itself to you, which is
It's not, yeah, it's not enough. It doesn't work for me.
but
It doesn't work for
what
me because she's not a subtle character. She's never been a subtle
but
character
that's
the
what makes
entirety
her
of the
character.
thing.
See, we're getting into a film. No, I don't want it. We don't have time for this, but because I completely disagree. It's very apparent that the character that she's playing in within the confines of that government. I guess I will fold this into a larger point of that shit's way more interesting than the actual movie itself. Like
Yeah.
the inherent political nature of that world is 1,000 times more interesting for me than any of the songs were.
Yeah, and I think
Spent more time talking about the racial
part
undertones
of
than they
part
did
of what
about the
makes it
actual musical part of it.
part of what makes it disappointing for I mean that's because the music I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The music isn't that good.
It just doesn't do anything for me.
It's got a few songs where I was like, "Oh, okay, like this is pretty
Like,
good
okay,
compared
okay,
to the
let's do.
first one," but
I gotta do a nice
none of
thing.
them really stand out for me.
We will say some nice things. I mean, oh, that's not true. For Good, the title song is phenomenal. Like I was getting like, whoo, that was getting me. The chemistry
That's why I
between
said. That's why I said there are a few songs here and there, but not enough of them
yeah,
for
not enough
me.
that worked for me. No, the chemistry between Ariana Grande and Cynthia Riva is phenomenal. I mean, I think I said to you just make out already several times.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
the Tin Man, I said this last night when I talked to Haley, is so
Oh, his
good.
transformation scene when
It
he
is
turns
legit
is
upsetting.
upsetting.
It's too
It is.
long. It's once again too long of a scene that needs to be cut by like 30 seconds to like a minute. But it sags a lot in the middle, but the actual transformation is upsetting. He is an upsetting character. That having been said, once again, the fact that it's hamstringed to the plot of the 1940s Wizard of Oz movie makes it weird that I'm gonna cut her head off with an axe. Um,
Doesn't feel
Tin
like a
Man,
thing that character
he's
would
not gonna
say.
go off and sing "If I Only Had a Heart." Like that's weird. Like the character doesn't jive. Stop trying to convince me that this is the 1945 movie. Stop trying to do that because it makes the rest of the narrative and the characterizations feel clunky, especially since he gets to participate in it. It also makes it weird. We're like, wait, so Fiyero is gonna go off and be the Scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz? That doesn't make it, again, those characterizations don't square, which wouldn't be a problem if the movie didn't constantly try to make you do that because it knows that the Wizard of Oz is an iconic piece of cinema.
Haley says Ethan redeemed himself.
if you don't if you didn't like him in the I liked him in the first part, so I did not see
Which
anything.
one? Which one's Ethan?
Ethan is he becomes the Tin Man.
Oh,
He
okay.
played SpongeBob
Um,
on Broadway.
huh. All right then. Not sure what to do with that information, but okay.
Yeah,
Um,
it's an all
um,
right musical
my
for what
my
it
problem
is.
with my problem with Ethan in this one, um, so, and maybe I'm reading the scene wrong, but so in the first one. There's the scene where they're at the dance, right? And Ariana Grande is there with Hot Boy, and Ariana Grande has convinced Ethan to go with the girl with Elphaba's sister, the girl in the wheelchair. And there's the scene, there's the part where Ethan is about to say to her like he's about to tell the truth and be like, I just came here with you because Ariana Grande asked me to, and I really want to bone her. And I'm creepy and I'm weird and I'm possessive and I can't let go of the
I'm
fact.
kind of an incel.
Yes, that is exactly what he is supposed to be. But there's interesting. Apparently they're going to be putting a pro shot on Paramount Plus soon. Um,
Oh,
um, and no, she will not do that as an episode.
huh.
Uh, but so like he has this moment where he's about to tell the girl in the wheelchair the truth and go off and try and unsuccessfully woo a person who has zero interest in him, and has very much displayed that she has very zero interest in him. But then he does like you know what? No, I'm good moment, and he dances with the girl in the wheelchair. And from my perspective, it looks like he kind of accepts that he's never gonna be with Ariana Grande, and like is okay with that
Well,
and
that's where.
actively chooses to be with the girl in the wheelchair and is
That's
happy with his decision. So then in the second one, when he's now yet again obsessed with Ariana Grande and wants to leave and is like back to being a creepy possessive weirdo that is like I would argue in full blown stalker territory and cannot let go of it, it doesn't jive for me. It doesn't
well,
make sense for
my
me.
my thing is like just I said to you how much time has passed here because the time skip felt weird to me because and to be
Oh,
fair,
it's the
Jake.
SpongeBob. It's the SpongeBob one, which would be the pro shot. Sorry.
I thought you were like they were doing Wicked. Technically, they already had a pro shot on Paramount Plus, and it sucked. Anyway, not the point. Um, um, train of thought.
Ethan. Ethan, possessive weirdo.
That's a weirdo. Yeah. I said that the time skip felt weird and characters changed out of nowhere. Like I remember the sister being nice in the first part, but Jake and Haley insisted that she wasn't. So like, but I'm like, I remember her being like the sweetest, nicest person ever, and
I I remember her being sweet to everyone but Elphaba.
yeah, yeah. Um, and and so her turn to just I'm kind of basically
Well,
Musol
that's how Bach is in the play, is what Haley says.
gotcha. But her turn to just now I'm Mussolini because obviously the wizard is Hitler. I'm now Mussolini. Um, it felt weird to me. It felt like a real
It
hard character turn for me, where it's like she's
it
just all of a sudden awful.
see, well, it doesn't if so it's supposed to be a 5-year time jump.
That's what Haley and Jake said.
Okay, because the movie doesn't tell you that. It's just it's very apparent
No, and
it's very apparent that it's a time jump, but I thought
yeah,
it was like a year,
yeah.
like maybe like 1 year or something. They don't really, unless I missed it and there was some secret text there which says
It's
5 years later,
it's
but
one of those things where because it's Hollywood and characters in Hollywood movies don't age, they don't look any older. Like even in 5 years
yeah.
time, you look older. It's just a thing about none of them look older, so it looks like it's at best been a couple months. But it's like no,
Um,
clearly it's been enough time where she's governor now and she's instituting policy that is oddly fascist.
and so knowing that it's 5 years, yeah, I mean a person changes a lot in 5 years.
I mean,
Um,
sure, but
so
like full
so
bore
so
fascist just feels
well
like a
you have to think about the fact that a number of things. One, her dad died, and as far as she's concerned, her sister abandoned her and did nothing to make
yeah,
didn't come
true.
and grieve, didn't do anything. So her being unpleasant in that regard isn't out of character as far as I'm concerned. Two, the fascist thing. Um, when everyone around it's one of those things where that's not unbelievable. Look at America.
Yeah, I know. I suppose that's true.
Um,
Also,
Not like,
I
when everyone around you is acting a particular way, it takes a strong person to stand up and be the one person who stands against the grain,
um,
which is why Alphaba is how she is.
yeah.
Um,
What
which
more?
is which is what I think makes it frustrating, is what makes the Glinda character frustrating for me.
Um,
Not to go back to that, but and then so I think part of and I'm trying to formulate my words here. Part of what I find disappointing in the second one is I wanted more of the focus to be on the animals who are being subjugated.
Yeah, well,
There's
apparently
not.
that's a to be fair to this movie, apparently that is a bit in the
Oh no,
play.
Haley, I understand why Alphabet didn't go to the funeral. I'm saying the sister is pissed because she didn't.
Yeah, yeah. That's
Yes,
part.
obviously her dad hated her and was awful to her and was terrible to her.
Um,
So, it
the
makes sense.
the animals not really being a thing, that is a holdover from the original play, which apparently that subplot just gets apparently all but completely dropped in the play. Apparently they get more lip service and more service done to them in this movie than they do in the play,
Yeah,
which
I'm saying that's bad.
is like, no, they don't get enough. Yeah, it's well because it gets really hung up on the relationship between Fiero and Elphaba, which I didn't think they had any chemistry
Oh yeah,
whatsoever.
the backhand of this just
It's
becomes
just it's,
PG rated smut.
she's just fawning all over him. It's not remotely interesting or
Yeah,
engaging. Or
that's what I
but
said.
that's where it's like I'm not the target. That's the case if I'm not the target
That
demographic for this. This
that
is
that's
not for me.
yeah, but my issue is that
This is not for me.
but my issue is that the first part is
I mean,
the first part is written more like a Narnia or like a classic
yeah.
Wizard of Oz thing.
She
And then the
does
second
get, in my opinion,
and then the second half just becomes PG smut,
the
where
the
it's all about focusing on the fawny relationship
yeah
between Alphaba and the dude
Alpha Bug gets
who
kind
gets
of
turned into a scarecrow with a fully functioning. I'm sorry, I can't make
um
that joke on YouTube.
yeah, I will say Alpha does kind of get regressed into like a love sick. She like they like she loses all of a lot of her edge that she had and her sass that she had in that first movie.
Yeah, for me,
But
it just feels like it becomes a lot less of like, oh, I have to stand up for the animals and the people that are being subjugated, which is the entire reason why I fought the system and went against the
I'm
grain,
doing this
and
for a boy.
it becomes more like I just I'm she at one point is fully willing to put set her ideals and her ideas of things and go and be with the wizard again so she can be with the guy. That's the
Yeah,
reason she was willing to do that.
pretty much.
Although, and this is my one criticism with how the Alphaba character is written, or at least how she's portrayed in this movie, is in that scene, where like the whole she's making the deal with the wizard scene doesn't for me it doesn't feel like it's because she wants to be with Fiero. It feels like it's because she wants to be with Glinda, and
There's a lot of like them holding each other in this movie where I'm like, they should
it
just do a
feels like they
twist
should
where
be
Glinda
kissing.
and Alphaba get together in the end. Just do
Yes,
it.
that's what it
Just go
feels like
for
it's
it. Just
written
do it.
like.
They're
Like
hanging
that's what
all
it
over each
feels
other in the
like to
promo
me.
anyway.
It feels like that's what they're leading towards.
Um,
Feels like they're leading towards like this whole big like, oh yeah, the entire time she thinks she's in love with
it
the
does feel
dude,
that way, yeah.
and then at the end of it we're gonna find out that her and Glinda end up
Um,
together. That's what it feels like they're building towards.
Michelle Yeoh is awful. Everyone is saying she's awful, and they're right. She's terrible. She's
Who?
not. Michelle
The
Yeoh,
professor?
the Asian professor.
Yeah, the professor. Okay, yeah,
She's terrible. She's bad. She can't sing. She is flat in every
yeah,
single song she sings. She can't.
yeah,
Michelle Yeoh is a phenomenal actor. She is so wrong for this role. Speaking of wrong for this role, hey Jeff Goldblum, he's wrong for this role. I do enjoy him being eccentric, but his song was painful. It was agonizing. It was so bad.
Trying to think who
I'm
I
gonna have
would
the heart
pick
to tell
instead
Haley
of
and
him.
Jake that. They'd be like, dude, no, man, it's so bad. And then they have
So
Ariana
so let's
Grande
say
piped in at the end to sing over top of him, and their harmonies are
so
awful.
so let's say that you could recast. Who would you have?
This is a case of I now I know what virus feels like because I don't know the source material enough to
Well, just the wizard. You know what the wizard from Wizard of Oz
It
is like.
depends because
Who would you pick?
well, no, because it entirely depends on what the intention was in the original for me. Because if he's like meant to be like a young swashbuckling kind of dude, like a not like a James Franco, but like a young handsome guy, then I don't know. I still don't know. Um, but or is it supposed to be like an older guy? Like I don't know which. It
I'd
depends on the intent. I guess because it's
I'd
supposed to be her dad. I guess someone older. So
I'd
maybe
I'd pick Tom Hanks.
he's got to sing.
No, not necessarily.
So you're saying cut out his song?
Just because he sings in this doesn't mean that he has to sing. I would cut out the song.
Cut out the song. I mean, that's fair. That's one of. I would cut out the song where it's Ariana Grande by herself singing. Would cut out that
I would
song.
not have that. Yeah, that character doesn't, to me, like,
He
yeah,
doesn't
that
need to
character
sing.
doesn't feel like he needs to sing. There's
That
enough
song.
singing.
That song. That was a song that yeah.
Or you do talk singing where like Ariana Grande or one of the characters is singing to him and he's talk singing
That's
back.
kind of felt like what they were going for with Jeff Goldblum, and then he started to full bore sing, and I was like, oh my god, this is not good. This is not good.
So yeah, I guess to sum up my final thoughts for, because I feel like this review is going long. To sum up my final thoughts for this movie, it's not for me. I didn't like it, and I probably won't watch it again.
If you're a fan of Wicked, you're gonna have a great time, right? It's just flat out full stop. If you're a fan of this, you're gonna like it. If you're not a
And if
fan
you're
of
not,
this is the analogy I thought of when I was watching this movie. This movie is Harry Potter 5. I'm not gonna sit here and to convince you, having never seen a Harry Potter movie, to watch watch the fifth one. And if you're already gonna watch the fifth Harry Potter movie, you're gonna like it.
there's nothing I can
There's
say that will
nothing I can
change
say
your
that's
mind
going to take
anyway.
away any enjoyment from it.
That's gonna
This is
change your mind.
this is
Yeah.
the same thing. If you've never seen Wicked 1, why would you watch Wicked 2? And if you love Wicked, there's nothing I can say that's going to make you hate it. So, and that's fine. I appreciated that we're all kind of in agreement. It's just not as good as the first one by like kind of a wide margin.
That's what I think
The
personally.
first one's just generally a way better movie. Way better movie. But that's what everyone says about the play. They said the first half is better than the second half. So, but yeah. That's my review of Wicked Part 2 as the cold, heartless bastard who has never seen Wicked.
That's our review as the cold-hearted bastards who have never seen
Yeah,
Wicked.
I would cut again hour 15 off of this, shave it clean off, and then tack it onto the end of the first part. Is what I would do. But like
Yeah,
also a lot of the stuff I would do, is just exercises I would make through the original. Like I would cut out the entire subplot of the plot of the Wizard of Oz having to happen in the background. Completely cut that out. Get rid of that. That doesn't need to happen.
I mean, ultimately, I would just turn it into Narnia.
I
That
mean,
would basically be what it would become.
that'd be kind of fun. It did get a tad Narnia there in the anyway. That is our review of Wicked, second Wicked, for good Wicked. You're really good Wicked.
Wickeder.
Be good Wicked.
It wasn't. It wasn't fairy.
It was all right. It was okay. It was
It,
inoffensive. It was were I
it was
not
really
watching this for
boring.
content, I'd watch it on streaming.
Here's what I'll
I
say.
only watch this for content.
When I go watch a movie in the theater, um, I I I am very respectful about not looking at my phone.
No, I will.
Um,
I have no such qualms.
and no, but I do, and I had to because I needed to know how much longer I was going to be sitting there
I
for.
could tell we were near the. It was funny because when you looked, I knew we were near the end because I was like, oh yeah, we're at the climax of the plot of Wizard of Oz. So there's only like 10 minutes left of that movie, which means there must be like at best 20 minutes left of this, and I was right. Oh, that was the one last bit. One last bit on Wicked Part 2. I did think it was funny, the implication that she's going to go off and have freaky sex with the Scarecrow. It's just the notion that this musical and play are like, no, but actually, okay, but actually, this
It's it
the
it's
Wicked Witch
full it's fully functional.
the Wicked Witch of the West is actually young and hot, actually, and her and the Scarecrow had freaky sex before he became a Scarecrow, and then he magically became a Scarecrow, and they proceeded to have more freaky sex after that. Like I just think I made the joke to Jake that she was Madame Himmler And he said, no, it's more like Madame Goebbels. For
Um,
that's World War II joke. That the context of that is that they did the propaganda for the Nazis.
but before we move on from it, final thoughts, which this is going to be a spoiler. I'm going to talk about the end of it, and how they could make a Wicked 3. So if you want, pause if you don't want to hear it, skip past this, yada yada yada. Anyway, okay. So at the end, Glinda is looking at the book, the evil book of spells, which has done nothing but cause problems this entire movie. And we it cuts back to Elphaba, who like has turned back and is looking, and it's very obvious that, to me, it's very obvious that she is the one who has opened the book, because she is the only person in the movie who has been capable of doing that at this point. And she has brought the spell up for Glinda. And obviously, the spell is going to allow Glinda to have the magic powers that she's always wanted. And I say in the next one, we're gonna cut, and it's gonna be like 10 years, 15 years later. And Elphaba will have to return from her exile in the desert, where she somehow didn't die in the desert. And she'll have to save Oz from Glinda, who even with her good intentions has gone crazy and has become a dictator.
No, there's
Um
no
and
way. There's no way Alphaba's not gonna wind up in Kansas in the next one.
and no, 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 no. She's gonna come back to Oz.
She's gonna wind up in the real
Well, I
world,
mean,
Jordan.
okay, yes,
They're gonna do
yes.
a real
We're
world.
gonna we're gonna start, and she's gonna be in the real world, and then she's gonna have to come back to Oz to
Oh,
save
yeah,
it.
that's fair. That's fair.
And
That's fair.
and they'll call it like Wicked Return to Oz
Return
or
to
something.
Wicked. Return to more
Um,
Wicked. Okay,
and
that's enough of Wicked though.
Elphaba will have to come back and save the day
We have to wrap up on Wicked. We have to move on. Don't we
and
have to talk
and
about
and redeem Glinda.
we have to talk about Jordan.
The 90s. No,
The,
the news. The
the
news first.
news. It's time for a little bit of the
Which I think we already
news.
started.
The news. Jordan, starting off. This was really funny. This I wasn't gonna include this, and then we walked up the escalator at our local movie theater and saw a poster for it, and it made me laugh so hard. And that was David, which is about the musical animated adventure about the biblical adventures of the character David from the Bible, who is
David and the Goliath.
David and the Goliath. The funny thing about the David and Goliath story is when you do the research and you actually learn about the real story, it turned out that Goliath or David was probably more like 5 foot nothing, and the Goliath was probably just like a really tall guy.
Like 7 foot.
No. He got even less tall than that. Probably more like 6 foot.
5.5 feet.
Yeah, no, that like there's actual like I watched the video on it. There's like actual evidence that no, that they were real people. He was a real guy in a real army, but he's probably more like normal person height. Not like in the media, it's often gets inflated to like he's a giant, and it's like no, he's like a regular person.
So the movie looks fun.
The
It
movie
reminds me of Prince of
it
Egypt.
does remind me of Prince of Egypt. Yeah, I'm all like, hey man, sure, why not?
I mean, I don't see any problem with. Okay, I'm sorry for people that actually believe in God. I don't see any problem in taking a fictional story and making it into a fictional movie.
Making
Hollywood does that all the
making
time.
it
I
into a
mean,
fun
what's
animated movie, yeah.
what's the difference between the fictional movie about David and the Goliath and Iron Man? They're both not real.
Some people think that the story of David and no, well, actually, technically speaking, the story of David and Goliath is real. There is archaeological evidence that such a story featuring
Sure,
such
but what
characters in
they're
such a fashion.
but what they're basing this on is the Bible story, Justin, which is not real.
No, again, the Bible story is real. It's based on
No,
actual events. Of people.
that's based on a real event, but the story itself that the Bible's version has is not real.
Oh,
It's
okay,
talking
yeah, okay,
it's
yeah.
talking about a gigantic Goliath of a
That, yeah.
man.
And
So I'm
even
saying,
then, in the Bible itself, no, he's not. I can't remember what the exact measurements are, but they basically work out to being like a 6 foot tall, 6.5 foot tall man, but like not a giant not like a 10 foot tall, 12 foot tall person from like Greek mythology giant is the point.
okay, but you get what I'm saying.
I do, yes, but yeah, no, there's actual that's one of those Bible stories. There's actual evidence to suggest that it did actually happen. But the movie looks
Yeah,
fun.
just not the way that they tell
No,
you.
not the way that we have been led to believe. He's not some massively gigantic, hulking being that he threw a rock into his eye and blinded him. No, that did not happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Exactly. So, the movie looks fun. It looks fine. It's okay.
it's
It's
okay.
good. It's fine. I don't
Next,
care. It's fine.
it's fine. It's fine. It's
It's
fine.
fine.
It's
So
fine.
what's next,
I saw.
Justin?
I saw. I did watch though, and I went. I wonder if I could do a movie, an episode on. I know I've talked about a Jesus episode, but maybe we expand that Jesus episode to include just religious movies generally, because
Sure. Then I could watch Hercules.
okay, if you prefer Judeo-Christian related movies,
Why? Why are you being religiousist?
because that would be the
They're
point.
they're they're
Stories
both
from the
not
Bible would be the point.
they're both not
Um,
real.
Stories from the Bible would be the point. Because I want to watch that movie. There's an animated movie about Jesus that apparently is quite good that I want to watch.
I mean, I say you just do a special where we do gods, and then I can do Egyptian gods, or we could do all the gods.
Uh,
Why are you being so elitist with your gods?
because it would be specifically the it would probably be around Easter. Because I'm teetering on just a straight Jesus episode because I think I can get away with it.
We'll have to discuss this off stream.
Because no, I don't want to. The whole point of it would be to take the religion out of it, and for you to
Oh,
not spend
that's not
for you
possible.
to spend 2 hours, not for you to spend not 2 hours being like God's not real. That would be why.
Again,
Um,
we'll have to talk about this off stream because I don't know if I can commit to that episode.
um, we'll see. Um, I would only do it if there was enough content that I think we could stretch out 18 movies out of it, which I feel like we could.
I don't.
I feel like there's got to be enough Jonah and there's like 2 VeggieTale movies. There's got to be at least we'll see. I'll do my research. Anyway, next trailer.
We'll,
Next.
we'll discuss this later.
Next. Jordan, they put out the trailer. So you asked me about this. We talked about this movie on the show before, and there was the new Hunger Games trailer where you were like, "How are they making more Hunger Games?" We talked about it. It was,
Well, you said that you talked about there was a first one which was based off of, like, they made a new book or something, and I'm just like, I just don't understand. That one was a prequel,
this is also a prequel.
but there's no stakes. Who are
Absolutely
these
none.
people? What's like, I
So
don't
this week again,
I don't get it.
we've talked about this before. It's about Hamish Abernathy. I'm pretty sure I got that name wrong. Who is in the first one? What's his name? Oh my god, I'm totally blanking. It's because I'm on a podcast. He is in Zombieland. Woody Harrelson. It's Woody Harrelson's character from the first movie. Who had the hair. You seen
I
the
think I've only watched the first one like once, so
he's the guy who helps. He's the guy who's basically this movie is about Woody Harrelson's character from the first one and his quarter quell. So yes, you're right. There are no stakes because we know exactly who wins this Hunger Games. It's Hamish. Hamish is invincible because he can't die because he has to go and live to be in the first Hunger Games. It also has the guy who is in charge of the Resistance in the later Hunger Games movies. He's in it as well, played by a different actor. It does that thing where it's like grown adults change into other grown adults when they get older. It does that irritating thing.
yeah, it just really feels like a real Fantastic Beasts and
Yes, yeah,
where we
it
find them
but
situation.
also allegedly I like that. To be fair, this is sort of, I don't know if it is technically a sequel, but it is kind of sort of a pseudo sequel to there was another one that was a prequel where it was the President Snow. So that character is back in this. So it is kind of a sequel to
Okay.
that. But like
Okay.
that
I don't get it.
the one
But
the one
okay.
that was about him, at least like you could have stakes because it was about, well, which characters who you don't see later get to live or die, because these characters could go on to be like minor characters in a way that you never see them. So whether or not they live or die is still up for grabs, so there's at least stakes. But like in this one, we know exactly how he wins. He says it in a movie. He says how he wins so there's no question of how he wins. There's no question about whether he wins. So in the trailer, when you see all the different players in the Hunger Games, you're like, well, that guy's gonna die, that guy's gonna die, that guy's gonna die, because they all have to, because this is prior to the moment in the Hunger Games where they realized that the Hunger Games were bad actually, and people stopped winning them. So all these characters are gonna die. So where's the emotional resonance with this? Where it's like, it's everything I can't stand about prequels.
Yeah, I don't get it.
But also, asterisks to that, it's apparently quite a good book. Apparently, it's like the most violent Hunger Games book. Apparently, it's like
Oh, I mean, here's
upsettingly
what I'll say.
violent.
I'm sure it is, and like the thing is that now you almost can't read the Hunger Games in release order because you got to go read the prequels first because they have all the stuff that
Nah,
tells you stuff in the first one.
I'm a purist when it comes to stuff like that. I'm always like, nah, release order every single time. Jordan, do you have anything further to say about that?
I really could care less. I didn't really, I never got into the Hunger
No,
Games.
neither did I. I've tried to multiple times. Tried to really get into the movies. The books never. To be fair, maybe if I listen to the books on audio tape,
Maybe,
maybe
maybe I'll
that.
have to do that.
Jordan, more trailers. Mickey versus Winnie teaser trailer crossover horror movie.
Boo!
But my thing is, none of the characters look like the characters
They
they're
don't look
supposed
like
to.
anything. They're
They don't look
bad. It
like
looks
anything.
bad.
They look
Stop it.
like I say what you will about that the Screamboat Willie one. The one where it was David. At least he kind of looks like Steamboat Willie. Like, say what you will about the Winnie the Pooh one. At least he kind of looks like Winnie the Pooh. This, he's a human face. What is this? Like, they're like it's Mickey versus Winnie. So I thought it was gonna be the Winnie the Pooh from Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. So I was like, okay, yeah, that's a fun connection. Like, that's kind of fun. It feels like these are leading somewhere. That's kind of neat. And then yeah, in the trailer, I don't even know how to describe what they look like.
Nothing. They look like nothing. They just look like horrifying abominations that look nothing like the characters that they're supposed to look
Like
like.
I thought maybe it was supposed to. I think the implication is supposed to be, why am I talking about the story of this? But I think the implication.
The one that had the red that was all red, like red blood going down on his shirt. That was definitely supposed to be Winnie the Pooh.
Okay, I couldn't discern which one was supposed to be which. The trailer went by so
That one
fast.
was definitely supposed to be Winnie the Pooh because the blood, like the red bloody shirt, only went down to like his lower, where
Okay,
his lower half would be.
it looked like the idea was supposed to be like that these are like not Winnie the Pooh and Mickey, but that they have taken the form of Winnie the Pooh and Mickey to look like them, to be
I,
scary as something that you love, I think is the idea.
okay, I don't care. I'm gonna be honest. I don't care what the story reasons is. It looks awful. It looks bad. Stop ruining childhood things that I love.
Yeah, yeah. For me now, I'm at the point where I'm like, I need to be discerning. Like, if I'm gonna watch one of these, it's gotta look at least plausibly. Like I can handle bad but funny. Like, I can handle
Yeah, I
that.
mean the one
This
that I
doesn't look
watched
like
with
that.
the Steamboat Willie, it was like he was just wearing a Mickey mask and he was being haunted and it was stupid. It was dumb. It
Yeah,
made no sense.
none of these have been good. Oh, that's not true. I quite like the. I'm gonna have to find a way to get you to watch the Grinch one this year, because the Grinch one is actually kind of good. But it's only good because it has David Howard Thornton in it, and he's good in everything.
Ooh,
Okay.
bold words.
I mean, thus far in the things he has been in, he has been good in all of them, which is like three things. So like, 6, 7. Am I right? 6, 7.
No? The fuck does that even mean? What the fuck are
Exactly.
you talking about?
Exactly. You know what I'm laying down.
What the fuck? Do you think you're some sort of fucking like
Six,
Gen Zer?
6, 7. Am I right?
What the fuck are you?
Am I right?
You're genuinely starting to make me upset.
Am
We need
I
to move
am
on.
I right, fellow children? 6, 7. Am I right? Am I right? He knows I'm right. Moving right along, Jordan. Um,
You're lucky I don't get off this bed, walk out there, and beat you.
would you do it in 67 seconds? That's
Shut the
it.
shut the fuck up.
um,
Oof.
um,
Don't test me, boy.
don't test me. Don't test me, boy. Jordan. Trailers.
Threats of physical violence are tight.
Tight. Jordan. 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 Jordan.
I am he.
He is he who is Jordan. Jordan. The trailer for Hoppers looks fun. It's
Yeah, those don't
Avatar,
look like
but it's
fun.
beavers,
Oh,
Jordan.
it's even more Avatar, but it's beavers than I thought it was.
It's
That's what
Avatar,
this
but it's
it
what
really
part about?
is.
Well, I don't understand how you couldn't have gotten Avatar but beavers in the first trailer, when she downloaded her consciousness into a beaver.
Well, no, that is why I thought like that is why I said that, and that's why I made that joke. But then the fact that like, oh, the point of it is that they are literally going to be trying to take shit back, just like the blue people did. It is literally
Avatar,
Avatar,
but with
but
beavers.
BBs.
But beavers. It looks funny. And then
Oh, it
it's
looks
all the more
great.
funny about the fact that they acknowledge the fact. Like, normally I hate lamp shading like that, but it's just so funny to say it's Avatar, but with beavers.
It is. It
The one that
is.
made
It
me
is.
laugh was that the voice, one of the voices, which is Peggy Hill.
Was it?
Did you not notice that was just Peggy?
Yeah.
Okay. After we're done this, you have to watch the trailer again, because I googled it and everything. It is just Peggy Hill. It's the voice of Peggy Hill, and it's really 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 funny. It
Interesting.
was funny to find out what pond rules were. That was
Pond
funny.
rules.
It's pond rules. It's pond rules.
If you gotta eat, you eat.
You eat. You gotta be friendly to everybody.
Sometimes you gotta squash some bugs.
I guess it's funny because I saw some people say, "Oh, it's really juvenile for Pixar," and I'm like, I don't think. I think to me, it's real millennial humor for me. Like, it's very millennial humor.
I don't think it's any more juvenile than anything else they've
I
done. I mean,
don't.
it's certainly
I don't
no
think
more
so either.
juvenile than Forky from Toy Story 4,
Oh, okay. You know what? We are gonna do this, because did we end up talking about the Toy Story
right?
5 trailer last week?
Right?
Yes, you're right. But did we end up talking? We didn't, did we?
I think we did
Very briefly.
briefly. There wasn't much to talk about. I think
Uh,
I mentioned how it bothered. Maybe we didn't. It bothers me that Woody's there.
so okay. Well, I guess we'll redo it in the event that because I have a story that they revealed the plot of Toy Story
Oh, I
5.
mean, I read that basically, Jesse, that the director or whatever, Jesse, reached out to Woody because she didn't know how to handle the whole
Oh, so it's
the
exactly what I said it
AI
was.
thing or something. Yeah, basically, and Woody is still Woody, so of course he would like his response is Woody is still Woody, so he would of course answer the call. Which, yeah, I mean that's the most
That's
logical answer.
that's honestly
I still hate it.
no. I don't agree that that's the most logical answer, in the sense that, like, they could have been even lazier than that, and they could have just been like, "Nah, he's back," and not given it any paid it any lip service. So
Oh, I mean
I
they might.
respect the fact that they did. I
I
find it
mean
funny that it's exactly what I said
they
it would be.
they might not actually say that in the movie. I'm just saying that's what the director's response is of to
Gotcha.
why you would do it. But
I did
I
appreciate,
don't
though, that when the trailer dropped,
I
I
don't
think
like
I
it.
seem to recall saying this, but I'm gonna say it again. That when the trailer dropped, the fact that every person was like, "What the fuck? Why is?" But it also showed that nobody watched the end of Toy Story 4, because they all went, "Why is Woody back?" And then in the next breath they went, "And who's this character with Forky randomly?" Clearly, you guys didn't pay attention to the end of Toy Story
Yeah,
4.
when she made the new
When she
the other one.
I thought that was funny that that character was back. I thought that was clever.
Um
So my thing just says, they say it's about, no, he's playing with toys anymore. It's about technology, and I'm like, it's not really true.
I mean, it is, but it's
It's
not. They do
not.
play with
They still
toys,
play with toys.
but they also do exist in a world where there's the iPad and the video games.
Yeah, I mean, I
So,
still think the fact that the iPad's the bad guy is funny. Like, I do think that's funny.
um I personally think that uh and they'll never do it, but it being a world where video games are a thing is a great way to have cameos from other things that like,
That is
other
true.
stuff.
Uh,
Um but no, one thing that people have pointed out, and this is how you know that the Woody in the trailer is is the same Woody, or is like it's a continuation of the last one, is he's not wearing the
I
badge.
saw that. Yeah.
He gave the badge to her at the end of the last movie, and she's still wearing the badge, and he
Yeah.
doesn't have the badge.
Yeah.
So you know that he is in fact
Because
this.
I saw a fun theory that, what if he's not the original Buzz, or what if he's not the original Woody? What if he's a new Woody that the mom replaced him with, because she panicked and saw, because she saw that Woody was missing? It's like, hey, that's kind of a fun theory.
But also one other thing that I think it was the director, that he apparently has said in response to people being like Toy Story 3 was the perfect ending, and this one
He
doesn't
said the
need
same
to
thing you did. He's
exist.
like, it's a new trilogy, bitch.
Yeah, that's basically
And
what
I
he
was like,
said,
that's what
where it's
Jordan
like
said.
Toy Story 3 was the end of Woody's saga, of Woody and this is now the new saga,
Yeah,
and
we're in
I'm
the new
like,
saga,
that's how I have to look at it, or it drives me crazy.
right? Speaking of
I still hate
being,
it. Like I still hate it, and I hate the fact that they're bringing Woody back. To me, if to me, three was the end, four was the epilogue, and five is where you finally step away and you allow the other
you
characters to
love
become their
Jesse to
own
be the main
characters.
character now. Jesse's the main character now. Jordan, speaking of being right, I'm predicting it or having this idea all the way back in the first one and feeling clever and validated. Um, Once again, we don't talk about set photos or set videos because I only like talking about actual trailers. But they revealed images for Jumanji 3 All the Way the Manjis. Um, and it's them in a city. They're big time in a city now, Jordan. They're all standing in a city. And
Jumanji 3 and the Power of 3
and the Power 3 Manjis. Um, and it's them, yeah. So it's a cast photo of the four main people: Jack Black, The Rock, Karen
being
Gillan.
in a
They're in
city.
a city now, and I saw a set photo or set video that I almost sent you because it was a cooler. Hey, somebody better pick up that phone because I fucking called it moment where you see. And it's a scene being shot. I thought maybe initially it was like a behind the scenes thing, but no, it's very much a scene. You can kind of make up the dialogue of the kid talking to the Rock.
Ah,
So you see the kid talking to him, and the Rock is looking around like he's got something, and it's a very much a fish out of water moment of like he doesn't know where he is kind of thing. So yeah,
interesting.
they're very much they're doing the characters are themselves this time, and I
Interesting.
am so fucking stoked for that.
I'm pretty stoked. I like those
I've
movies.
wanted that since the first one. I came out on the first one, and I was like the most logical thing for the next one is that the characters now the Rock is Dr. Shelley. You get to find out what Dr. Shelley Oberon is like. Like I think that will be especially the Jack Black character because the Jack Black character is usually a woman. So now I want to see Dr. Shelley Oberon and the girl have to like learn about each other. Like I want to see the characters. Like, I want to almost see like a Barbie thing where like yeah, The Rock as the Dr. Bravestone achieves self actualization. Like I think that would be fun. That would be a fun set to the backdrop of you know Jumanji shit happening. It will be interesting to see if they carry forward that we've talked about it before, but the bad guy in the second one they reveal that he's a player character at the end of that movie.
Now see, I do want what you've described, but I also kind of want a thing where it's like, and I don't know how to word this, where the video game characters can't exist in our world and they have to be absorbed into the people. So now you have the kid is acting as Dr. Bravestone is in the kid,
That'd be kind of fun too.
and it's him acting as Dr.
That also be
Bravestone as the kid.
that would also be
That
kind of
would be
fun.
fun for me
That
too.
now the kid has to act like The Rock. I mean, certainly, and
Yeah.
not even if you do that, like there's a temporary thing where yeah, the kid like they do a body swap, and yeah, Doctor Bravestone even for a little bit, and then the Rock still gets to act like the kid because you're right, it does seem a tad shame to not have the Rock be able to act like the kid for a third time. So
Yeah.
a moment where they get to swap that would be kind of fun. That there would be kind of, or like they get pulled out of the Jumanji world and they get split in half. They get chucked in
Yeah,
half.
or
That
something like that. And then like maybe for the first little bit, the when they get split, maybe for the first little bit before it all gets resolved or whatever, you have the Rock is in the kid and the kid is in the Rock, and then they eventually have to switch back or something like that.
that would be fun.
That would be cool too.
That would be very cool. Next, Jordan the
Either way, I'm
Simpsons.
pretty stoked for
I'm
that.
honestly pretty stoked for that. Jordan the Simpsons. The Simpsons. They're on a real killing spree, Jordan. They be killing off characters left, right, center, for some reason.
Maybe they should just kill the
And
show.
Jordan, they've now officially confirmed that well, I don't know. We'll guess, Jordan. Which longtime running Simpsons character do you think they killed off?
Well, they killed off the one bar dude. I think did they kill off comic book guy? Am I wrong about that?
No. He's married now. No, that no.
Uh, uh
I won't unless
okay,
one.
okay. Oh, hold on.
I'll give you one more. I'll give you one more shot.
I'm gonna take one shot
One opportunity.
uh to get one opportunity to give you everything you ever wanted. Um and I'm gonna go with a big swing here. A poo.
No, but that'd be solid. They I would totally not be okay with it, but like that'd be a character that's well known enough that it would be an
It
impact,
would mean it would mean
and
something.
then the people would stop asking, are you gonna do anything again with that character? But no, you were never gonna guess it. They killed off Alice Glick, the first Church of Springfield's organist and a recurring character since 1991.
Oh,
So she's
okay.
she's the old lady who in the episode where they play in the
No,
garden.
yeah, I get you, but who cares?
In la gara la vida,
That's not
baby.
a character that's not worth talking about.
And apparently it happens in the opening
I mean, like
scene.
that's no like Reverend Lovejoy.
Apparently it happens in the opening scene of the newest episode when Reverend Lovejoy's sermon suddenly gets interrupted by a large blast from the pipe organ. And Moses raised his staff unto the sky, and the Lord sent forth a mighty tempest that thundered like, he begins, only to stop as the organ roars mid-sentence. Oh, come on now, Alice, that's a bit much, he said. Without realizing something is wrong, she slumped over on the organ keys, dead.
Okay. I mean, they should just kill the show.
Dead.
Kill
Jordan,
the show.
I've now realized I have one more trailer, Jordan, but it's not really a trailer because who cares? Speaking of who cares, Jordan, the trailer for Moana dropped, and my God, does it look like like moving images set to music? It looks like a
I don't.
movie. It sure looks like
Yeah,
the original movie.
sure. Yeah. I mean, you know, I think I'll skip. I think much like I did with Lilo and Stitch, I think I'll skip that one, not give it any of my money, not even watch it on Disney Plus, and go and watch the original.
I will likely watch it on Disney Plus, but for content. I will watch it for
I
content.
maybe one day I'll watch it for
Unless I
content.
unless a second trailer comes out and it doesn't just to be fair to this
No, I do not
um
like to support the live action remakes.
to be fair to this this is just one trailer. Maybe this another trailer will look better. This looks it's not
Oh
even
no,
that it
for
looks
me,
bad. It
for
just
me,
looks like the original.
for me, it has at this point. I've become old and cynical. It has very little to do with whether or not it looks good. The How to Train Your Dragon one looked fine. I hate it on principle.
I
I hate it
mean,
on principle.
I will never hate anything on principle. I refuse to do that.
I do.
Um, but no, I mean, I won't lie to you and say okay. The one there's two reasons. Number one, I want to see how bad The Rock looks because you don't get to see him in this trailer, and number
You see him a
two,
little bit.
yeah, but not. Like, there's no way You're Welcome is not somehow worse in this version, and
I mean, it's all going to be worse
I
in this
need to
version.
no because they'll just look exactly the same.
Live
Um,
action remakes always make it worse.
and I want to see what Tamatoa looks like. He's the only character who I have the remotest bit of interest. I want to see the horrifying abomination that is live action Tamatoa because I am so fast. Unless
I
they
mean,
just
it,
straight up,
it
there's no way they don't straight up cut out that song. I
I
will.
mean, no, it will just look like what it does in the movie, Justin. Just like the coconut guys that you see in that trailer do.
Yeah,
They
but those
just
are
look
at
like
least.
they just it will just look like what it does in the movie. It's not going to look any different.
I don't know. I'm curious about that. I'm curious enough to watch it on. George, say it with me now. Streaming like God intended. Lucky face.
No, I can't even commit to that. I can't. I won't. Yeah, the age of the live action remake needs to die.
I
Now,
mean,
a live action reimagining, like a different take on the story, that's a different thing.
yeah.
But I do not. I'm tired of just seeing the same movie that I've already watched, but now it's worse.
Well, but the thing is, this isn't even that because no, again, nothing is inherently bad by its own existence. So,
You're wrong.
but I'm not wrong.
You are.
Nothing is. There's no such thing as inherent badness. But anyway,
Yes, there is.
no, there isn't. Anyway, not the
Yes,
point.
there is.
There's no such thing as inherent badness. So this will never be bad because it can only ever be as good as the original, and the original is fine. Like if you don't like,
That's not true. It is a pale imitation of the original.
not in this case.
It can never be as good as the original because it's not the original. All it is trying to encapsulate what made the original look good and be
But
good
that's
and
just
have
it. But
fun.
that's just it. It's
It is
not.
a ghost. It is a ghost of itself
That's
at
my point.
best.
That's my point. Is because it's just doing the original thing exactly the same way. It's not
But
even.
it's not. It's doing the original, but not as good.
But that's the thing is
It being live action
but
instantly makes it not as good because live action can't do things that 3D can do.
that's my
3D
point.
can do impossible things that live action
Again,
can't.
unless the second trailer comes out and it's doing something different, this is just put into a computer to make it look like the cartoon, and that's what it is. It looks like the cartoon, so like it will
Yeah,
be,
but not as good.
but no, that's just it. It being live action does not make it any better or less worse inherently.
That's where
It's what
we're
it
gonna have
does.
to agree to disagree.
That's where it depends on what you use with. So yes, if it's doing exactly the same thing, then no, it's not gonna be worse than the original Moana because
You're wrong.
right down to the fact that it's got the same actor, so it's just gonna be the same. Like it's not
You're wrong.
like that, and that is worse than being bad. At least like
You're wrong.
At least like no, because it, like to compare it to contemporarily, like to its contemporary, which is like the Beauty and the Beast. The Beauty and the Beast one is bad, but it's bad because it's trying to do something different. This will just be the same, and that's worse. Like
No,
it's,
if you're gonna compare it to its equivalent, you have to compare it to How to Train Your Dragon, which is literally just the same thing but live
that's
action.
not. But that's
And
not.
yes, it
But
is.
it's not because there's
It
scenes.
is. It's
There are
literally
scenes,
got scene for scene remakes.
But no, but there are scenes in that. Look, the range by which it is the same is measurable. But no, there are at least scenes in that remake where, and again, I got timeout stop because we're doing this off of one trailer, which is literally just the trailer for the original teaser trailer for Moana, the original animated movie. It's the same trailer. Like I've seen shot by shot comparisons. It's the same trailer, shot for shot, beat for beat, moment for moment. It's the same thing. Whereas the How to Train Your Dragon, like, yeah, it's again measurable in degrees, but that at least has moments where like, okay, yeah, it is trying to do something different, but it's so overpowered by it. This isn't that. This is worse than that because the directors have literally said we're not doing like Haley compared it to the Lilo and Stitch, and I'm like, I don't like the Lilo and Stitch, but the Lilo and Stitch at least creatively try to like be like, okay, let's maybe take our own take at this. The directors have said we just did the original animated movie. So to me, what you're saying suggests it's worse than what you're saying. Is my case. Is the live action remakes are not in and of themselves problematic because there are some ones that are okay. And they're okay. They are. Yes, they are. There's plenty of ones we have given positive reviews. You're being disingenuous.
No, I'm saying that they are in all of those reviews. I have said these shouldn't exist at all.
But that's such an irrelevant thing to say. They do
It's not.
exist.
It's not.
Like they're never not going to exist. So saying they shouldn't exist is an irrelevant
Right,
criticism.
but you're saying that I'm being disingenuous or that I'm not. No, I've stayed true to my guns for every single one of these and said that they shouldn't exist. They shouldn't. Full stop.
But there's plenty
I think they
whether
are
or not they should exist is
I think they are
irrelevant.
creatively bankrupt.
That doesn't
And I think
matter.
that they are killing Disney.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because
does matter.
They do exist. They do exist. Whether or not they should or they shouldn't is an irrelevant point because they do exist.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not an irrelevant point.
It is an irrelevant point. Because
It's not an irrelevant
exist and
point.
they're going to exist.
Yes, and they shouldn't.
So your first criticism being like this doesn't exist is not a criticism because you're criticizing.
It is a criticism. It is a criticism.
It isn't a criticism.
It is.
You're not criticizing
It
the
is a
thing for
criticism.
what it is. Like
Very much a criticism.
But it's not. You're not criticizing the thing for what it is. You're criticizing the thing for what you want it to be, which is not existing, which you can't do. It does exist.
I'm criticizing it for existing. I'm criticizing it for being a live action version of a thing that already exists.
Going to exist.
Yes, and it shouldn't.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. That's my point.
It's not irrelevant.
It is irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
It's irrelevant to the.
No,
the
it's
point.
not.
It is.
No, it's not.
It's completely irrelevant.
No, it's not.
Because you could at least
the point is that it shouldn't exist.
No,
That's
but,
the point.
But it does exist. So
Yes,
you
but
have to
it shouldn't.
criticize. Yes, but you have to criticize the thing as it is, not for what
I
you want
am,
it to be. But
and
you're
I'm saying
not.
that it shouldn't exist.
Like you can if it has to exist, which it does.
But it doesn't
But
have
it
to
does have
exist.
to exist
But it
because
doesn't
it
have
does
to
exist.
exist.
That's my point.
Yes,
So,
they're making it,
but
but it doesn't
hold
have to
on, hold on.
exist.
Let me finish. But it does exist. That's the point. So what I'm saying is if
Yes,
this
but it
must
doesn't
hold
have
on,
to.
let me finish, please. If it must exist,
But
then
it doesn't have
let
to.
me finish, please. If it must exist, then it can be a good one, and it can at least take creative chances. My point is yes, the How to Train Your Dragon one is also bad, but it's degrees. This is worse than that one. Okay, time out. Once again, we're talking about a single teaser trailer. Perhaps another trailer. I'm going off the teaser trailer and the director's word that they're not changing a thing, not a thing. Like when. But the problem is that Lilo and Stitch comes out and they do something different, and then everyone bitches and says it's too different. So then they're like, okay, well then the people want it to be exactly the same, and then they make it exactly the same, right? And then
That's
everyone
why.
complains.
That's why I say these things shouldn't
No,
exist.
that's so not true. A live action version of a thing
No, no, no,
absolutely
no, no,
can
no, no, no,
exist.
no, 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 no.
That's what I'm
You're not
saying.
understanding. You're not. No, you're not understanding me. I'm not saying a live action version of the thing shouldn't exist. I'm saying the live action remake
But
shouldn't
you're but
exist.
you're you're
Well,
conf-
I said flat out at the beginning that a reimagining of it.
but you're
So, like for example,
conflating.
no, I'm not.
You
So,
are.
for example, the books they have the twist, and I've said this before. They have the twisted tale version of the books, which are the versions
But
of the story but with a twist, right? Now, if they took those and they made those the live
sure,
action
that's an
then I would be
adaptation
much
of.
less upset. Let me finish. Let me finish. Then I would be much less upset and much less like these shouldn't exist.
No, but
But the
there's.
fact that the fact that they are in this case specifically just taking the original and making it in live action makes it a ghost of the original, which is
Yes,
not as
but
good.
this is not a remake.
It should not
This
exist.
is a recreation of.
No, it's a
No,
remake.
it's a
They're
recreation.
remaking the
No, but
original,
they're
but in live
recreating it. They're
action. They're
recreating it
not
in like they
recreating it.
are.
Recreating it would be what they did with Lilo and Stitch, where they
But
added in new elements and do
that's
things
an
differently.
adaptation. That's an adaptation.
No,
You're getting confused on
that's a
you're
recreation.
splitting hairs on the terminology. When what they're doing with Moana is they want to one to one take it. It's like creating something a genetic thing where you recreated it with different genetics. They've recreated it and reconstituted it, but it's still the same thing. It's they've
No, it's
recreated it.
not. It's far more akin to they've taken the bloated corpse of it and they've re-put lightning into it, and it's now a zombie of its former self. That's what they've done.
Right, but the Lilo and Stitch one is not that. The Lilo and Stitch one isn't like. There's nothing wrong with taking the Disney version of Lilo and Stitch is the easiest one. There's nothing wrong with taking the Lilo, no, because that's not an adaptation in and of itself. Uh, Snow White. We'll do Snow White. There's nothing inherently wrong with taking the Disney version of Snow White, putting it into live action, and reinterpreting the material. But
Oh,
it's
you're
but it's an
absolutely right.
but that's what I'm saying. That's not what this
The
Moana
thing is
movie
that you're
is.
right. The thing is that you're right, and
There's
I
nothing
can
wrong
prove.
with.
I can let me finish. I can prove that you're right, because I've watched Once Upon a Time, and I love that show. And that show is taking the animated versions of those characters
Love parts
and
of that
bringing it
show.
in, and bringing it into
But
live action. So
that's my
yes,
point.
it absolutely can work. But what I'm saying is, what they're doing on screen is not that.
No, what they're doing on screen is
They're not the
that's
same
not
thing.
that's a recreation.
What they're doing on screen is trying to literally take a shot for shot thing and put it on screen in
Yes.
live action.
Try to
And that
recreate it in
doesn't
live
work.
action. That's what they're
It
trying to do.
doesn't work.
It's
That needs to
never
stop.
it's never and they're populating it with CGI 3D CGI versions of the characters that they've put into a live action. Because to be fair to this
That
movie,
needs to stop.
to be fair to this movie, it is shot on location. So it is in real life. These are real actors. They're real people. It's not like you compared it to the Lion King. It's not like the Lion King. This
I
is
didn't
like
compare it to the
you
Lion
did.
King. You
You s-
compared it. You
no, you
compared it to the
compared it.
Lion
You absolutely.
King.
You said this is.
You compared it to
You
the
said
Lion King.
no when you first watched it. You said this is entirely into CGI and it's just like the Lion King. I said no, 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 no. It is
I said all
absolutely
the characters in it are CGI,
is
which is because they are.
it
You have
is
the coconut characters, which are CGI. You have the
yes,
chicken
but they were
character, which is
always
CGI. I guarantee you the crab is going to be
well,
CGI.
yes,
Yes.
this because they're not real. I mean, the chicken, yeah, you probably could have used a real chicken, but they're not real. Obviously, they were going to CGI. That's a weird thing to be critical of. They were always going to be CGI. Would you expect they find real coconut people?
No, I'm saying I don't think it should exist at
Well,
all.
no. In that instance, no. I mean, if you're gonna do a live action
I
adaptation
certainly don't think you
of
should do a
Moana,
live
yeah,
action
you should use the coconut
adaptation
people.
of a movie which came out less than 10 years
I
ago.
mean that is also. But what I'm saying is, there's nothing wrong with the inherent existence of
Like,
making
why can't we get,
a
before you do fucking Moana after it's just come out, why don't you do fucking, like, Treasure Planet would be a great live action one.
remake the Black Cauldron. Let's do the Black
Or
Cauldron.
that.
No,
Or Hunchback of Notre Dame.
they're trying to. They've been trying to crack that
Like,
for
there's
years.
any number of
But
ones that you could do that didn't just come out.
yeah, Moana is the thing about this conversation is Moana is just such a special case. It's not fair to this because everything I'm saying is with an asterisk of like, but this movie came out 10 years ago. Who cares? Go watch the original. Why would I watch? Why would I watch an hour and a half of the same movie but with real people? Why would I watch that? There's no
The
point.
same movie, but not as
But
good.
there's no point. Well, no. Again, there's nothing to say that it won't be
These
as
live
good.
action movies, Justin, every single one of them, none of them have been better than the original.
No.
I don't feel bad saying that statement.
But
None of them.
I never said they would be better.
None
I
of them
said,
have been even as good as the original.
well, no, but to be fair, the reason
So why would you do it?
Because-
Why would you go waste your time watching a piece of garbage when you can
Because-
go and watch the original piece of art?
Because-
That's
Oh,
like
I don't
being
call it art,
I'm being
but-
generous. I'm being generous with that statement. But that's like being like, oh, I could go and look at the Mona Lisa, or I could go watch this guy's version of the Mona Lisa that he's repainted and done a paint by numbers version
well,
of it.
there's a number of things. Number one, I believe this is being made by the same people who made the original. Number two, which is the same thing with How to Train Your Dragon, which is why you had so many scenes in that were just exactly the same.
The statement stands.
The thing about this one is
That almost makes it worse because then that's the same artist doing a paint by number version of their own already
well, yeah.
superior
There's
portrait.
nothing to in this case, like in a lot of those cases, it's because they're trying to do something different. This
No,
is
and a lot
just
of
gonna
of
be the
times
same.
It's because they want money. That's
Well, I
all. That's the
mean,
only reason these things exist. Is so that they can
Artistically, it's
keep.
because they want it to be.
There's
Because
no artistic-
there is
No.
like
No.
Haley is proof that there's people out there who want this, and I won't discredit that. I can't pretend.
I will.
I can't pretend that there are people out there who don't want a thing that look like the thing they recognize.
I will.
That's
Because then they could just go watch the original.
yeah, but sometimes they want again they want what the people want out of these remakes, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and I don't
why-
agree with.
Who,
I don't.
Who are you to deny something from a person who wants it, right? I'm one guy just because I think it's creatively bankrupt doesn't mean
Oh, I'm not. That's why I say I won't watch it.
no.
They can keep making.
I will watch.
They,
no.
they can keep making these. I'm not going to go pay to watch it in theater for sure.
God.
And I didn't watch Lilo and Stitch for the same reason. I cannot. For me, it's an integrity thing.
I don't
I
see.
can't-
I don't
can't-
like that. I don't like that characterization because there's nothing inherently wrong
I
with
can't
interpreting
support
art,
these.
with reinterpreting art. There's
But they're
nothing-
not.
But they
But they're
are.
not.
They are
But they're not.
reinterpreting it.
They're not, especially with this one
one
where
is
they're
particularly
literal,
bad.
with their
But in other
literal,
ones, that's why they're
or
in-
like fucking How to Train Your Dragon,
There's
where
nothing
it's literally just
wrong-
shot for shot scenes.
There's nothing wrong with their inherent existence. I will say that to my dying
I-
day.
I don't agree.
Because then by that point you're saying, okay, no, we can't make a live action version of any cartoon ever.
I didn't say that.
You are saying
If you're taking a story and you're doing something different with it, so like there are certain ones that I didn't mind because that's what they did.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
but
saying.
no,
You're making my
when
point.
you're just
That's
when
what
you're
I'm
just
saying.
doing
I'm saying-
when you're just doing the fucking same thing over again. That's
what
why I
I'm
hate How to
saying,
Train Your
though.
Dragon. That's why I hate the Lilo and
That's what I'm
Stitch.
saying,
That's
though.
why I hate all of
You're
these.
making my point. I said there's nothing wrong with
No,
their
I
inherent
said from the
existence.
beginning, if they're doing a retelling of the story,
Yeah, that's what
then I said that. I said that right at
Yes,
the
but
beginning.
what
Go
I'm-
back and watch this.
what I'm
and
what
I
I'm-
said
what I'm
that.
saying though is
But that's not what Disney
No.
has been doing.
no, what Disney is doing is not remaking them. They are remaking them. and they're not remaking them enough. These live action movies are at their worst when they're recreations, not remakes. When they're remakes, when they're remaking the idea or adapting the
I
idea
think you're
into
getting hung up
something.
on the word.
No, because the word matters. There's a big difference between
No, it
recreate.
doesn't.
Hold on, let me finish. There's a big difference between There's a big difference between recreating a thing moment for moment, beat for beat, shot for shot, minute to minute, and reinterpreting the material. Those are two entirely different concepts and idea when it comes to art and when it comes to writing, when it comes to filmmaking. Doing something that is reinterpreting the material in a new way, in a new fashion, is not, and it just happens to be in live action, which is another form of art as a medium, is not the same thing as doing the bit where Maui jumps off of the cliff and it looks exactly the same. That's a recreation. That's not a remake. They're not remaking it. They've recreated it in live action.
I don't care. I don't care what you call it. It's garbage.
But no, but what I'm saying is the existence.
We can
the
agree,
existence,
right?
I mean, it depends on the one. None of them are.
No, it doesn't.
Like, it depends on the
It
one.
doesn't.
Depends
It doesn't
on,
matter what
they're
the
not
one.
inherently garbage. If they're doing something
You're wrong.
that's interesting or worth, I'm not wrong. If they're
You
doing
are
something
wrong.
that's interesting or worthwhile, that has something to say, that has a creative
Which
interpretation
none of
of the
these do.
material. But that's because they're not remakes. They're recreations at their
Okay,
worst.
then we can agree
Or when
that they're garbage.
When they're at their best, when they're at their most interesting, they are not recreating. But that's my point. This is not a remake. This is not a remake. That's my point in this. This is a new subgenre of the remake, the recreation. And to me, you're right. The only thing comparable to this is
How to Train Your Dragon.
How to Train Your Dragon, because that is also not a remake. That is a recreation. But that, and again, to be fair, to go back to the top of this before I move on, the main point is that this is the first trailer. Maybe there'll be a brand new subplot involving characters that provide some sort of depth to, like, there's a backstory for Tamatoa. I'm going off of what the director says, which is say there isn't. There's nothing new about it. But this to me is, my point is, this is 1,000 times more egregious than those, because this is worse. This is worse because you're right. It's not like, because, like, yeah, the earlier ones, like the Cinderella and those guys, when they're like the Disney cartoon, but in live action, there's a whimsy to that, right? There is a whimsy to looking like a thing you recognize. There is a whimsy to that. It's just you don't do that.
All I know is that it feels like all that Disney has been putting out lately is things like this, which are creatively bankrupt and soulless.
This is frustrating because they got
and garbage
dog piled on for Lilo and Stitch getting, but people go watch them. That's the problem. Is people
yeah,
go watch
people
this
people are the
spend
worst.
money on it, and tell Disney that this is what they want.
Yeah, because people are the worst.
Instead of listening to guys like us who are like, dude, at least do something different.
I maintain if Disney wants to do live versions of these characters to keep them in their
But I don't want that.
under their
rights.
that.
You keep saying that. I don't want that.
I don't want what they're doing.
I have no issue with a slightly similar retelling of a story I've seen before.
Fuck that.
I have no issue with that.
Fuck that.
I have no issue with that. If the performance, it doesn't have to all be story. Your performance and your characters can be different. Your characterization can be different. There are other much more subtle ways. Yeah, but we discussed this at top. Subtlety means nothing to you.
Yeah, fuck that.
So I'm all for a slightly differing version of a story that we haven't heard in a while.
I'm not.
That's the difference, though. I don't want Moana. Like, you're right. I want Treasure Planet, where it's a little different but the same. I want Atlantis, where it's a little different but the same. See, that's where we differ. Is if they're doing I want it to be really different. I don't want it to be slightly the same, because then at that point I can just go watch the original, the better version. But I want to, like, this is where we differ. I like reinterpretation of material. Like, everybody does.
I do too. But if you're gonna reinterpret it, then reinterpret it.
If you're
if you're gonna remake something, don't make it like and it was originally like the color blue. Don't make it turquoise. Make it red. Like, make it different. Don't bother.
What if I want to see it navy blue? Sometimes I want to see it, because to me, if you push it beyond recognizable, it has to look a little like the Disney cartoon. Otherwise, what's the point? right? Otherwise,
Yeah, I
wind
agree.
up.
I agree. There's no point to these.
But
I don't want
otherwise,
them.
you wind up because the best example of hey, let's make it look nothing like the Disney thing is there's a live action Jungle Book movie that's awful in the '90s that doesn't look like anything and has no identity. Like, yeah, you want it if it's Disney
No,
doing it.
I think the best version of that personally, I think the best version of the live action remake, whatever you want to call it, is the Cinderella one. That's the
Yeah, but
one where
that looks like the thing it's based
yes,
on.
yes, but it's not. It's also not a shot for shot
But it
remake.
is.
It's not.
But there's shot for shot. There's moments that look. Yeah, yes, you're right. It's not shot for. Okay, no, that one isn't shot for shot. But the basic beats are identical. It's the same movie.
Sure. And that's where I'm
There's no
saying
major change. But that's what I'm saying.
that's where that's where I'm saying it's similar enough, but it's red instead of blue. It's different.
That's
It's
what I'm
not
saying.
it's not identical.
That is an adaptation. That is a remake. That's what I'm saying. This Moana is not. It's not a remake. It's a recreation.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
They've taken Moana and they've put it
the
into
point.
Sora. They put it into Sora AI and said, "Hey, can you imagine Moana as if it were AI live action slop?" That's what it looks like. It looks like AI, just like the How It looks like AI
that's what I
live
said.
action slop. But like
that's what I said.
But
garbage.
there's nothing wrong.
It looks
they
like
don't
garbage.
all look like garbage, and there's
I disagree.
nothing. There's no, but they don't. There's nothing wrong.
I disagree.
Like the Aladdin one looked great. That one looked great. It looked great. It didn't look like AI slop. The what was the other one I liked? Like the Lion King one looked great. It may have been creatively bankrupt.
The Lion King one looked ugly. What are you talking about with their fucking cell shaded realistic garbage, which had no emotions and you couldn't have any
like
fucking
real lions.
Yeah, but it looked like garbage. Justin.
The measure is to look like real lions. It looks good. There was one more that looked good.
No.
I mean, the Cinderella one looks good. Like they all like the most. There's the occasional one that looks bad. Like Dumbo looked bad. Lilo and Stitch looked bad. But like in terms of their looks, no. Again, there's nothing inherently wrong with the inherent existence with these. Like sure. Like it's. But you don't. That's the thing that's frustrating me here. You don't disagree. You're just saying you do to be annoying, but you don't disagree because you have no issue. With
I disagree with what I don't. I've already said I don't have an inherent issue with bringing the medium into live action.
What I'm saying.
They but what they're doing is not the same thing.
No,
it's not acceptable. That's the thing.
No, what they're doing is lazy and
what
awful.
they're doing is not acceptable. Like if you gave me a high budgeted version of Once Upon a Time, that's what I want. That's what I want.
That's also drastically different from that. Like, no, there's nothing. To me, the best case study of what those live action Disney remakes should be is that Cinderella movie. That first Cinderella movie. That's what it should be. Close but different. Have a little bit of a sense of humor about itself.
Or Aladdin. I'll give you.
But
I'll
not
give you
really
Aladdin.
because that's a case of that one's frustrating because the stuff they do from the original is bad. And the new stuff is interesting, but there's not enough of it.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about story. You said visually.
Visually, I mean, yeah, none of them look bad.
I disagree. I think Lion King looks bad.
No, that Lion King doesn't look bad.
I think it loses the soul.
We're getting lost in the weeds of a Disney conversation, in which you're wrong. Anyway,
I'm not
wrong. Jordan.
I am far from the only person who doesn't like those live action.
No,
movies.
I mean I don't like them either. My beef is just there's nothing wrong with their existence. Like there's nothing wrong with anything's inherent existence. It's about what it does with that existence that matters. So the existence of a live action reinterpretation of say the Lilo and Stitch of Moana is not in and of itself wrong or bad. There's nothing wrong with it with a live action reinterpretation. What's wrong with it is that it looks exactly the same. as the original. That's what's wrong with it.
I will amend my statement slightly. The existence of those movies being in live action isn't in and of itself the problem. It's the life that was breathed into them that is the problem.
It's always the execution. It's every single time it's the execution. It's
and
never not the execution.
The execution that Disney has and continues to do is unacceptable.
It's largely not very good. Yes,
unacceptable. And needs to stop.
It's largely not very good, and they're held. The parts of them that are interesting are held by trying to look like the thing it's based on, and just full more being like, hey, let's just go make it look like the thing it's based on is boring and uninteresting.
But
outcome. Anyway, speaking of boring,
but I also will not change my stance of I won't support them. I
no.
won't watch
Well,
them.
it's just not worth my money. It's not worth my
No,
money.
I mean on streaming either. I won't watch
Oh, I
them
mean, no. That's such a disingenuous thing to say, though, because
unless it's for this show and you're twisting my arm. I won't.
it's so disingenuous of me to be like, oh, I wouldn't watch it on streaming. No, I wouldn't. But I'm not really all that invested in Moana to begin with. The only reason I'd watch it is for this. Like, that's
I
the only
mean
reason I
any
watch.
I mean any of them.
Generally, unless I hear really good. But I'm the same way with Pixar. It took me forever to watch. I haven't seen Elio, and it took me forever to watch Elemental. So it's just a general thing with Disney where, like, unless I hear really good things, Moana took me 3 years to. Why not Moana? Mulan. It took me 3 years to watch Mulan. So like, nah, man. I'm like, I'll pass. I have better things to do with my time.
I still haven't watched Moana too. Anyway,
No, that's another one. I haven't seen Moana too. I couldn't be bothered. Don't have enough
it just looked
time.
so bad.
It has nothing to do with quality in the
No,
case of Disney.
for me it
I
does.
don't have the time. I don't have the time, and it looked so utterly
Right.
bad.
So that's where my point is. We're getting off on a tangent here, but that's where my point is it does have to do with quality. If it looked like it was phenomenal, you would make the time.
I would be more
If it if
inclined to
it
make the
if
time.
it looked like it was a Toy Story 3 instead of a Moana 2,
Oh, but
you would make the
it's so
time.
unfair because we're not normal people. So like, I have so many other things I need to do in a week. It's just no, yeah. It's being like, oh, it's no Toy Story 3. Yeah, but I was in a different place in my life back then. So like, for me to say, oh, I won't waste my time watching it, it's because I have to fill my time with watching other things. So like, I have so precious little of it that it's like, it feels unfair to be like, it makes me sound elitist to be like, I wouldn't dignify this with my time. I just don't have time to give it. And you're right, it has to look particularly spectacular for me to devote my time to it. And if it comes down to it, it's like, yeah, what am I going to put my time towards? This or Avatar but with beavers? And I'm going to go with Avatar but with beavers.
I mean, that's fair.
Am
So
I,
what's the next news?
Jordan, are you going to go with Avatar but with beavers?
I mean, I want to watch the movie. I don't want to watch it in theaters where there's a bunch of screaming children being irritating,
What if we
distracting
went...
me,
What if,
distracting me from watching the movie.
what if we went at a time where there weren't children?
It doesn't exist. Children are a part of life. You
Maybe
can't escape them.
maybe we'll watch it in VIP. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Anyway, that's one I would like to support financially. So,
I
um,
don't disagree. I just don't like going to the theater when
uh,
it's a kids movie these days.
I might just have to deal with it. Just might have to suck it up. Jordan. Um, they revealed. I don't know if it's like actual official or if it was just in. Oh no, I guess it is official. Huh. Wow, these images are official. The looks of Link and Zelda in the Legend of Zelda movie, and it looks like they're going with Zelda. They're giving her the Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild.
I saw that. I saw
I
that.
fucked
Yeah,
this. I fucked this up when we talked about this earlier. Yeah, Breath of the Wild. Yeah.
Breath of the Wild.
Um.
Um, so I saw those pictures, and there's only so much you can say about pictures, but I didn't like when I heard that it was going to be in live action and seeing these pictures. It's like, yeah, okay, I guess it looks like them. Um,
I like
it looks
hers better
it,
than his.
it looks dull. It looks muted. It doesn't look interesting to me. I don't like that it's in live action.
I mean, look, man. I don't like it either, but I have to stow that and get over it. It's just one of those things where
No, you don't. That's a legitimate complaint.
it is in live action. So it's one of those things where I can't
Sure,
change
but
that.
it's
But
still
so
a
I'm not
legitimate
gonna. I'm
it's
not.
still a legitimate complaint
Uh,
that you can hold against a movie.
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. Not gonna let it affect my.
I will. It knocks it down points in my eyes.
Again, it is what it is. It's about how does this look in live action, and it looks muted and boring. You're not wrong. It does. Hers is less bad because it's blue. His looks bad, flat out, full stop. Now to be fair, he. It was. It's. It number one. These pictures are they've got him against just like a field of green, which I guess is supposed to be like, oh, it's like the fields of Hyrule you're supposed to get. They've made him. They've opted with stoic. I don't know how this is gonna. There's no version. Legend of Zelda just doesn't work on film generally for me. Just generally. It's a real. It looks like cosplay. Hers looks less bad, but it looks like cosplay.
Yeah, for me, it was never going to work in live action.
But
Um,
I need to see it. That's not fair. It could work in live action for me. It just will depend on what it looks like in motion. I feel like I'm going to be the one defending this. But
Probably because for me, it doesn't work in live action.
yes,
There's
but
no, there's no version. No, I'm being 100% honest with you. There's no version of this for me because you're right. It looks like clunky. I've seen people in costumes for
that look
Legend of
better.
Zelda before that look
They just
better,
look
and
better. But like if
it's,
you have one that
it's
looks
still,
good, it's
even
going
the
to look
best ones,
will
even
look
the best
silly.
ones look clunky and silly.
Will look
It's
silly.
just, it's
It's
not a
not a
medium.
costume that works. The only one that I think
No.
could maybe the okay. The problem is you
Which
could
is
theoretically
why they
do his
had
Breath of
to.
the Wild costume, but then you don't get the green tunic. But if you do the green tunic, it looks silly.
Well, and for Zelda, I mean, that's why the costumes looking clunky is very obviously why they've opted to go with her Breath of the Wild look
Yes,
because
absolutely.
it looks the most normal as an actual
Yes, as
outfit
an actual
as
outfit.
opposed to her princess
Completely,
dress.
completely.
Um,
Yeah,
and
her
and
outfit doesn't look bad. His does, and it's
his
because
looks
his is trying
bad.
too hard to look like the car, like the game, and it makes
Yeah,
it look
yeah.
weird. But
And
maybe,
so
and also his hair looks bad. It looks bad. It just doesn't look
I do need to
good.
see it in motion. I need to
I
see an
need
actual
this. I
trailer.
just don't.
But just my first thoughts when I look at the image are just that it just doesn't
It
look good.
really makes me think of that IGN April Fool's joke video. Not in a
Oh,
good
see, no,
way.
yes, kind of, but for me, it also reminds me of the Smosh, the music
I
video.
could also see that as well. That is actually perfectly, yeah. That is also a solid, yeah, solid reference as well. I'm like,
Um,
I don't
and
know.
so it's just, I, especially, so I think part of why it frustrates me in this instance specifically, why it frustrates me so much that they're choosing to do it in live action, which I think is a stupid decision, is because you've already begun the process of setting up your Nintendo Cinematic Universe with Mario, which is in 3D. Why would you do
But
this in live? Why would you do this in live action?
I mean, then you carry over and you have those characters appear in CGI in the eventual Super Smash Brothers movie,
That's
and
stupid. Just do it in CGI.
you have them played by the guys who play them in live action. I truly don't understand. Putting it in live action was a baffling decision. The only thing I could think of is because then you could film it faster and get it out faster. It's the
To me, to me,
only
I'm
reason I
just
could
gonna
think of.
say it.
Or they couldn't
First
find
impressions, first impressions. My opinion of it. It's just it being in live action is a nail in the coffin for me.
it's really generic looking as of right now.
Because like, okay, let's say like, okay, I don't know what this movie's going to be about, but I'm going to assume that they have Ganondorf,
I'm
right?
assuming, yeah.
So he. I mean, have you ever seen someone cosplay Ganondorf with his bright red orange hair and his very dark complexion and his very dark, silly looking
I
outfits,
suspect he's just gonna be a guy.
which will not look good in live
I
action?
suspect they're not gonna do Ganondorf. I think they'll do Ganon. They'll do the pig, but I doubt they'll do Ganondorf. I'd be very surprised if they did Ganondorf. I would be. This is probably gonna be an adaptation of Breath of the Wild. I would just will not
Yeah,
surprise me.
where you won't even get Ganondorf, you'll get Calamity Ganon.
Yeah, you'll get
And
Calamity Ganon.
he'll be a presence that's there the
Or
entire
a big
movie.
CGI monster. One of the two. He'll
No,
probably.
I'm saying you won't see him for most of the movie until like the last part where they go to fight him,
Oh, for sure, and
and
then he'll turn into
he'll be the big pig
he'll
monster,
turn into
smoke monster
the
thing.
big pig monster. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think they might amalgamate, but they're definitely going to do that. He's a big pig monster, Ganon. Like they're just gonna.
Probably
It's
because
just
it's
the
just
way.
he's simpler. You have him in CG. It's
Um.
simpler.
So.
Ironically enough.
Right. Ironically enough. Then you don't have to worry about him being an actual character. Two more stories, Jordan. One. This one. So they announced that they're gonna make a new live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, but it comes with this. This characterizes it, and if you believe TikTok, I saw about 5 different videos about people acting like this was the end of the world and the worst thing ever. And this is
Okay.
apparently
It's a lot of build up.
apparently because of the success of the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, Paramount has decided to axe the Last Ronin adaptation. So they're no longer going to make the R-rated Last Ronin adaptation, and now they're just going to do a full hardcore. It looks like it's a reboot or a relaunch, where it's going to be a live action, a
Okay.
new live action hybrid CGI Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And yeah, it as a result they've canceled the Last Ronin comic. Which now this is now, I'm guessing by your face you don't remember what the Last Ronin is.
I just remember you've told me all the turtles are dead except for one, and I think it's Michelangelo, and he has all their weapons, and
Yeah.
it's gritty.
So this is my hard. This is
I
my
just,
hot
I
take.
don't care enough for it to really
Okay.
matter.
This is my hot take. My hot take. This is good actually because the Last Ronin movie is for like 10 guys. The people need to accept that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is now a franchise for children. It may not have started off as a franchise for children. I don't care how many comics you tell me where Bebop and Rocksteady crushed Donatello's head exists. Okay? It is a property for children. Those movies are for children. And The Last Ronin in particular is such a specific comic book line and comic book storyline that like 10 people know about. Like this would never have appealed to a mainstream audience and would have bombed. Just full stop.
So I'm sorry, I need to unpack it. People don't think that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is for children.
No,
An entire generation of children grew up on Teenage
there
Mutant
is a
Ninja Turtles,
segment of the
had
internet.
had multiple cartoons made for them as children, entire toy lines made for them
Yeah,
as
yeah.
children,
No,
and
there's an entire
people
segment
don't
of
think
the
that
audience who
it's
think
for kids.
that it's well, certainly that it should be for adults because that was its origin point, was a comic book for adults. And there are Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics that are for adults, but in the mainstream zeitgeist, it is a property for children. And so
Yeah,
there's no
like tra
version
like Transformers.
like Transformers, yeah. Like there's no version of it's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but hey, wait, guys, all of the turtles are dead except for one of them, and it's Michelangelo, and he's a hardened badass now, and is no longer the party dude. Like that was, I just don't think that was ever gonna work. It was just never gonna work.
Other than maybe as a straight to DVD one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like a Batman versus like absolutely. I don't know if a live action version of it necessarily, but certainly like a straight to DVD and 2D animated movie that looks sick and is animated beautifully, like a
Yeah,
Batman versus the Teenage Mutant Ninja
Batman versus
Turtles.
Teen. Yeah,
That
yeah,
would
I could see that.
absolutely work. But like as a full bore, it's going to like they were talking like live action CGI hybrid. I'm like
I don't see it.
I, I I don't see it. I just that doesn't interest me. I'm not interested and I've never been into The Last Ronin. The only reason why I accepted it as a video game premise was because then it kind of bypassed the which turtle do you pick conundrum of playing a turtle game. Because you just
Yeah, that's fair.
you play one turtle because that actually does sound like kind of a fun game. It was I believe they're still making it. It's still in development, but it was basically it's going to be made by the same people who made God of War.
Interesting.
So it's like a post-apocalyptic, takes place in like a post-apocalyptic world. You play as spoiler alert, Last Ronin is Michelangelo. You play as Michelangelo, and yeah, you have the option to swap between the weapons. And he's like hardened and badass, and it's really bloody and gory. I would totally play the shit out of that.
Sure, why not?
But like as a mainstream movie, no,
I don't see it.
no, absolutely not. So okay, I this last story, Jordan. I need to ask, Jordan, if you had one shot, one opportunity to shoot Slim Shady in the head while Eminem helped you out, would you take it? Would you
Uh,
seriously take it? It's free.
I mean, yeah, I obviously am going to be Agent 42, and I'm going to take on that assignment.
Mom spaghetti.
But if they don't have a scene where he's like in a trailer eating his mom's spaghetti, and that's one of the ways that you can kill him, I'll be
I
disappointed.
mean, Adam said, yeah, if you can't kill him with mom's spaghetti,
I want to be able to poison the spaghetti that he goes into the fridge
I
and
want to
eats.
poison mom. I do like the concept of it being like, yeah, Slim Shady has become this like insane clone that you have to take out. It's free. It's apparently free. it being
I
free is
mean,
very enticing.
it makes it very enticing and fun, and sure, why not?
I thoroughly enjoy those
Like,
games.
so
That sounds fun.
is it like a full level, or is it
I
like,
think
I
so.
don't,
Yeah,
'cause
pretty
that's
sure.
awesome.
Says, what do we know about Hitman M&M DLC? The next elusive target in Hitman World of Assassination is Slim Shady. The
What's the world
quote,
of assassination?
I'm not sure.
Hold
The
on,
the quote
I'm
unhinged alter ego of the award-winning and influential hip-hop artist Eminem, similar to the recent Bruce Lee mission. Agent 47 will team up with Eminem to take out Slim Shady. The mission will be filled with references to Eminem, including a poison. That's hilarious. Including a poisoned spaghetti sandwich and performance of the song Houdini.
That's funny. So, okay, Hitman World of Assassination
That's
brings
pretty funny.
together the best of Hitman, Hitman 2, and Hitman 3, including, so it looks like it's a package one that you can buy
Oh, neat.
that has 1, 2, and 3 into a single game package.
Neat.
So yeah,
Neat.
has campaign contracts mode, escalations, elusive target arcades, and the new Hitman Freelancer. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Gonna have to look right up into that. All the way. All the way into that. Jordan, that's
So
it.
is that the
That is the
news?
news.
Do 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 do.
Jordan, I'm doing the Bubba. Jordan, I'm doing the Bubba.
He's milking the cows. Yes, the cows.
He's milking
That's
those cows, Jordan.
definitely what he's
He's milking
milking.
the horse, Jordan. He's milking the
He
horse.
he's milking the Clinton. I mean,
Today's episode is, as always, it's once again until they no longer need assistance. It's wild education. Help the animals. Help the little critters get to a new place. Help them fight the government who's trying to shut them down. Help wild education with their Indiegogo campaign. The link to which is in the comments down below. And also, today's episode is also sponsored by the Part of Your Broadway World podcast. I have an episode with them coming up, her and Jake, talking about Wicked. It's coming out probably this week sometime, I assume, that I'm going to put in the description when it goes up online. That's coming out. I had a lot of fun. I made some solid jokes, solid zingers. That is there. Will be there in the description as soon as that goes live. Check them out. That's it. Jordan, we decided that, and by we, I mean me, decided that we would go back to the 90s.
I mean, you didn't decide that.
And then
Jake, and
we go
Haley
back.
decided that last week.
We go back to the 80s. And then I decided it would be fun if I let Haley and Jake decide which one of us did. And so Jake told me to do the 80s.
And I'm returning to the 90s,
Jordan.
the years of which I grew up in.
Jordan did the 90s.
So, I suppose I'll start us off.
That's it. Jordan, you gotta start now. Jordan's gonna start.
With my first rapid fire. So, of course, I did the 90s, so I was gonna have to talk about Titanic, because it's a cultural icon.
It is.
It's I mean, really, the ultimate summation of that movie is Rose is the villain. She's the bad person all along. Yeah, I know she had an unfortunate family life and a terrible fiance, but also she was on a fucking lifeboat and could have escaped, but jumped back onto a sinking ship for some reason. So now Jack has to try and figure out how to help her survive as well as himself.
I'm just saying, he should have just murdered her. I mean, he had like the ultimate alibi. Just shoot her and take the necklace.
I mean, he didn't know that she had the necklace.
The ship is sinking. I know, because he put the jacket in the coat, and he put the coat on her.
He put the fiance put the heart of the ocean in the jacket, and then he put the jacket on the girl, and the girl hoppity away.
He's like, how about the jacket on her? No, I love this movie.
Um,
I
I genuinely
unironically
really
love this
do.
movie. I always joke, to me, it's the perfect movie. It is the perfect movie. It has something for everyone. It has boring, romantic, and kissing for the girls. Uh, it's got action and people dying for the boys. It's got boobs for the boys. Um,
There's
it's
plenty for the boys.
no, I didn't. I didn't end up sending it to you, did I? Shit, I completely forgot. Um, it's funny how you're like, Rose is a bad person. I'm like, I don't know. She doesn't. No, old woman Rose is a bad person. I was like, oh, that Rose.
Yeah,
I forgot about
yeah.
that Rose.
Specifically her, she is the worst. I
There's
mean, good Rose is also questionably flawed, but she at least has like the excuse of like she's like 18 or
yeah,
something, like 19, so
she's got
she's young
hormone
and
brain. She's
she's
not
young
thinking.
and
You know,
she's thinking with
she's young,
with
dumb, and full of cum. She's not really thinking.
um and so like at least you
I
can
love how you
excuse
went to be
that
like,
away.
No,
No, they were in the
no, they do,
vehicle, the
they do.
back seat.
there's no way they,
You
no, there's
think
no.
you think they were carrying
No,
contraceptives back
there's
in
no way
19?
they were carrying contraceptives. There's no way.
There's just no
There's
way.
no. He's poor,
Um,
Jordan. He's poor. You think he was? He wasn't.
I just don't think
What
they
is
really
wrong with me?
existed.
No, they did.
I
No,
mean,
no, they did. They used lambskin back then.
I
I
meant
think.
on the I meant on the ship.
Oh, I mean, perhaps the rich
Do,
people
do you
did.
think do you think they just had piles of those things just sitting around because they were expecting to be boning all the time?
I
I mean,
honestly don't know. I just know that like they are honestly, as a device, older than you expect.
anyways, um,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I believe you. Um, there would have been some variation of it.
Yeah.
Anyways, uh, um, a wild tangent. I will say, uh, a lot of the deaths that you see are they are very chilling,
Yeah. They really
and
are.
upsetting.
They really are.
Uh,
When he hits the blade on the ship, they go whoo, poof, you're like, oh man, that is rough.
yeah, when the guy the one guy is falling from the thing and he hits he hits the blade and then does a on
Ugh.
its way
If you
down.
ever want to see something like truly harrowing and upsetting, it really is. I've never been able to sit through and
Makes
watch
me
a whole
that
thing.
that kill, that death, as terrible as it sounds, makes me laugh every time because
Yeah.
it's
Oh
just
yeah.
like, oh God.
Oh, it's
But no,
brutal.
the one that's really upsetting for me, one of the ones that's really upsetting for me, is when they're down below deck, Jack and Rose, and they see the little kid, and they're trying to rescue the little kid, and then the kid's parent comes and goes running towards the door, which has the water buckling, and the water comes pushing through, and the kid and the dad just get like blown away by the water, and you're like, that kid was like 4.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, unrelated to the movie itself. I went down.
A rabbit hole.
Everyone goes down a Titanic rabbit hole because it is a fascinating story of like incompetence and failure and arrogance and just the idea
Hubris.
of hubris and like what happens to it once it hit the ground. Like why is it in pieces and were there like there were people who were trapped inside and a thing that like my like 8-year old 9-year old brain always went like, oh, this is a cruise ship, like, you know, like a cruise ship you go on with your family, like fun, not really realizing that this is a cruise liner, not a cruise ship. And the cruise ship is like a spiritual successor to that, but this is more akin to like a transcontinental plane. Like it's like a
Yeah.
transit thing. It's not a vacation thing.
Well, again, that's where I say
Unless
I
you're
again
rich.
put the I was gonna say I again put the
But
distinction in if you were in Rose's class,
yeah.
it was
But like
yes,
life is a party for
it
rich
was
people
essentially
generally, so
like a party bus where it's like the bus is taking you to a location, but you're having a party while
well,
you're on it.
to be fair to the Titanic, I think it was one of the more expensive ones.
But
But there were like
if you
more
were
commercial
Jack,
ones that
oh
weren't a big
yeah,
party.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, the ocean liner as a concept is basically more like a plane than it is like a modern day cruise ship.
Yeah.
That kind of blew when I learned that kind of blew my mind. I was like, oh right, because planes didn't always existed and they need to get across the ocean. Yeah, that makes sense. And they don't exist anymore. Ocean liners don't exist anymore. Because obviously
Because
the plane
they're not
yeah,
practical.
the plane made them irrelevant. so they don't exist anymore. Like I think the
I'm
last one was like decommissioned in like I don't want to fuck up the year, but it was like within the last like 40 years. It's relatively
I'm
recently.
I'm just saying, bring them back, make planes less prevalent, plane prices go down, everybody's happy.
Yeah, I mean, it probably would be better for the environment. Just put it out there.
Just saying.
Did you end up watching? I was gonna send it to you and I completely forgot the alternate ending.
No, you did.
Ah, I should have
No,
said.
I
There's an
forgot.
alternate ending to this and it's horrible. I'm gonna probably put it in when this probably becomes a video because it's horrible. It's really genuinely terrible. Basically, it's instead of her just dropping it on her own, she goes to drop it, and all of the characters come out at the same time, and they're all like, "Don't do it! Don't
Yeah,
drop it!"
basically, if you've ever seen, from what you've described anyway, it sounds like if you've ever seen the How It Should Have Ended,
Yeah, but worse,
it sounds like that. Um,
worse, and then she
but
drops
no,
it
yeah,
anyway.
the way that that this ends, that's where I say she's the worst because she knows that this man has spent his like entire life and just a lot of money and time looking for this thing, and that even ignoring that, she's had it for all of these years and could have like she
I'm
didn't
sure.
want it.
I'm sure
She
someone
didn't
smarter
she
than
didn't
me.
she didn't she didn't want it. She could have like sold it and given the money to her granddaughter.
I mean, yeah. I'm sure someone smarter than me will probably tell me why this is wrong. But it just, yeah, I just never got it. Like, what did it have to do with the theme of the movie? Because the movie wasn't about the Heart of the Diamond or obsession. The Heart of the Diamond became kind of a MacGuffin later in the movie. But the movie's not about Jack was never obsessed with it, or like it wasn't
He
about an
wasn't.
obsession with the
She wasn't
diamond.
either.
She
No.
wasn't either. So her dumping it in the thing, it ties nothing into the romance between her and Jack. That item that serves nothing to the plot of that movie,
It
unless it's
just
like some
it,
sort of symbolism that I'm not getting.
it just it well to me, okay, so here's my attempt at trying to make sense of it. It to me it reads like it's called the Heart of the Ocean, right? That's what the
Oh, so
thing is
she's
called.
returning her heart to the ocean.
She's returning her
Oh,
heart
okay.
to the ocean because then shortly after that, the way that it ends is it appears that she dies in her sleep because
Yeah,
like the last scene that we see of the
it's
movie
her going to
is
Titanic
her
heaven.
going to the Titanic heaven with all the people. So it feels like it's supposed to be like she's returning her heart to the ocean and then she dies.
My favorite part of the implication of that bit is how her husband isn't there.
I mean, assuming her husband is alive still.
I mean, she's like 100 years old. I'm pretty sure her husband died. Because she said she got married. It's just her
Yeah.
entire life was defined by one boat trip. I mean, one really, really tragic boat trip, but one boat trip nonetheless.
Oh, I mean, that's not even talking about the fact that, I mean, if I'm going to be really cynical about it, I'm sorry, Rose. You knew Jack for like 3 days at best, like
At
4
best,
days, and you didn't love him. He
right?
was a flight. He was a flight of
You
fancy
had
from your
real hot
trapped
sex in the
life.
back of a car. That was it. Let's not. Let's
That's what
not.
I. That's what I said. A
Yeah,
flight
but
of
I said it
fancy.
far more vulgarly.
Yes, but I said it far more 1912sly
That's fair. That is entirely fair. Jordan, is that it for
or eight.
Titanic?
I
Um,
mean, yeah, it is. It for all the many
I can
things
make fun of it
that
all
I've
day
said
long, but I
about
still
it,
fucking love that
it's
movie.
still a really good, and there's a reason why it's a
Yeah, it's the
classic.
reason why it's one of the best movies of all time. Great way to end the 1990s. Let me tell you.
And it made
Um,
a shit ton of money.
and it made a shit ton. It still makes a shit ton of money. Let's see here. Ah, yes. Oh goodness gracious, Jordan. Okay, this was a hell of a week. Let me tell you. So let's start off this week, Jordan. I went all the way back to the 1980s, and I watched a bunch of movies from the 1980s that I've always wanted to watch, that or rewatch in some instances. Um, and so my first movie was a movie called Weird Science.
Da 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 da.
Jordan, have you heard of Weird Science?
I mean, other than from you when you have mentioned it to me over the course of you watching it, the name sounds familiar. Was that a John Cusack's one?
Not John Cusack, John Hughes.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Then yes, I have because it was mentioned in Ready Player One.
Oh, okay. Fair. Yes, he absolutely would have mentioned it. Ready Player One. Yes, I think he does. Yeah, man. Okay.
Not in like great specific details, but like there's a point where they're on a planet which is a bunch of John Hughes stuff, and it's one of the
Gotcha.
things that they mention.
So the plot of Weird Science is two, and this is important, 15-year-old boys with this is a movie that this was in the 80s when we thought computers could do anything. So they hack into a government computer and
And one of
hook
the
up.
characters is Robert Downey Jr., I believe, right?
Yes, yes. Well, one of the bully characters is Robert Downey Jr. We'll
Yeah.
get there.
See,
Um,
that's why I remember that. It wasn't Ready Player One, it was Ready Player Two.
gotcha. Yeah,
I'll tell you about it later.
It's Tooth Gap Robert Downey Jr. I think I sent a video to you of him. He's got like a massive tooth gap. It barely looks like him. It's super weird. Um, but it's about two guys who are kind of this is the 1980s, so we didn't know, but they're incels basically.
Yeah.
Losers who can't get girls, and they while sad one night hook up a doll to their computer, which they hack into a supercomputer and wear bras on their head while trying to design the perfect woman, and they accidentally create a woman whose name is escaping me. Lisa. I think her name is Lisa. I'm going to call her Lisa. And if I get the name wrong, someone can correct me. Pretty sure it's Lisa. And she is basically a magic genie woman. It's not really made exceptionally clear as to whether she's an adult woman or not. That becomes important later. And she is trying to make these boys feel confident. And she's got magic powers. So she can summon anything and create anything out of nothing. So she can like she at one point like puts them in suits and like creates like a fancy car and takes them out to like a speakeasy bar or whatever, and they hang out with a bunch of black guys and get drunk. And he is 15. It's very important to remember that. And so after the night of drinking, she takes him back and tries to have sex with him, the 15-year-old. And he can't because he passes out. And then the next morning, she tries to have sex with him again. And she says to him, just so you know, this is affecting your sex life. He's 15, Jordan. And then at one point they go to the mall, and she goes up to one of the clerks and says, as a thing of lingerie, bra and panties, and is like, do you think that this would turn on a 15-year-old boy? And the lady,
Justin, all I can say is it was the 80s. It was okay back then.
Jordan, does this movie sound like it's aged badly to you yet?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It sounds like a real big situation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's absolutely a real big situation where it's like, it's the 1980s. Evidently, our idea of consent in the 1980s
Was different.
was different. And there's a point where she kisses him for like a long time. Like a long time. And like, I don't know if the actor was a minor, but the character definitely is. Definitely is a minor. It's very bizarre. And the one thing that I couldn't help but think when I was watching it was, I can't believe we've never remade this. Like whenever I say that, people always assume I mean like into a good movie. I just mean at all. Like, and so when I was reading about it, they did. Because I was like, why did they never try to make this into like like in 2001, the mid 2000s when we used to watch
When they
everything.
did RoboCop.
Or like the A-Team, or like the Wikipedia article I read said that it was going to be made by the people who made 21 Jump Street. And I was like, yes,
That doesn't surprise me.
right, that absolutely tracks. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I could totally make this today, and I could make it less icky. Number one, age him up to, so he's 17. Oh yeah, and the big.
That's still icky.
Well, hold on, because the big plot, the big part of the plot is centered around Lisa wants them to have a party, and they don't want to have a party because they don't want to get in trouble. He doesn't want to have a party because he doesn't want to get in trouble, and so she talks him into having a party, and she goes to meet the parents of the one of the guys, and she is very clearly an adult and he's a teenager, and she's saying really concerning things about how they're gonna drunk and have a bunch of sex, and they're like, yeah, no, and then
Not gonna
not gonna
happen.
happen, and then yeah, in order to give them confidence, because she creates the party, whatever, and they're hanging out in the bathroom because they're so anxious, and she's like, yeah, clearly in retrospect that wasn't a good plan, so she like conjures a bunch of mutants to attack the party so that they can fight back against the mutants and stop them.
This sounds like the funny enough, the way I don't know if it is, but the way you're describing it sounds like I talked about it during the Disney Channel original movie episode, but the one with Kate
Oh,
Segal
smart
where
Earth.
she
Yes, it's sort of, kind of, except for she is a fully independent person. That's the only, and she's not a robot. She I don't know what she is. Nobody doesn't explain exactly what she is. She's like a fairy. She's magic almost, but created with science. It's very weird. Yeah, it's very weird. Accurate name. But no. So the big plot of this is that she wants to have this party. So what I would do is I would make it so same deal. He's 17. She's still trying to go after him, but he keeps saying no on whatever for whatever reason. He keeps saying no, turning her down, and the major climax of this could be the party is his 18th birthday party, because the other part of this is obviously there's a love interest, that a girl he's into that he gets together with at the end, and she leaves. So you can still do that. He's 17, he's turning 18, so it's at the very least a little less icky, a little less weird. Like at least he's like legally an adult. Like it's still weird. It still has that element of being weird, but or a full bore, you just make him
either
18, or you just make him full bore
either
18.
that or in some way you age her down so she's 18 and he's 17 or something, some way
Nah,
like that.
it only really works when because the whole bit is she is almost like a mentor figure to them. So her being an adult is kind of a major component to their relationship, or her being a more experienced person. So like even if you did it where it takes place in college and he's a nerd and he's a socially awkward nerd who hangs out at home every Friday night, it still works. He doesn't need to be 15 is the point
Yeah.
for the humor in this to work. Like you could almost do like I talked about um Jennifer Lawrence and the one where she tries to bang a nerd. But if you do
Oh
something,
yeah,
if you
yeah.
do something kind of like that, where like yeah, he's like a 19-year-old, 20-year-old guy, and yeah, I don't know, you make it so the machine's 25, then it becomes less weird. Then it works. Like this is definitely one of those ones you could make today. Make it a bit more R-rated because it's not. There's no boobs. There's no nudity. There's no sex jokes. It's really it's like there's cursing.
I
It's
mean,
an
there is a sex joke. There's one where she's trying to have sex with a 15-year-old boy and she wants to buy
I should
lingerie.
say there's no overly dirty sex jokes. Like there's no nude sex jokes. I should say.
Okay,
Um,
that's different. That's
yeah.
fair.
There's no sex scenes. I guess is they never actually do end up doing it. But it has aged very badly. It is a very weird movie. That's weird science.
Okay, my next one is called Goodfellas,
Ah,
which I didn't know that it was based on real people.
man, videos are gonna be so hard to choose from this week because you have selected another one of my favorite movies. I love
Uh,
this movie so
and
much.
and it is as old as you. It came out in 1990.
Really, see, for whatever reason, see that makes sense because I thought that movie came out in the '80s. I was surprised to find out it came out in the '90s. Um,
1990 came
everyone's
out
good in that movie. Everyone.
specifically specifically in Venice. It came out September 9th, 1990, and in the United States, it came out in September 18th, 1990.
Nice, nice. Yeah, no, everyone's good in this movie. Robert De Niro's good in this movie. Joe Pesci is good in this movie. Ray Liotta's good in this movie. Every scene where Joe Pesci is a fucking maniac is phenomenal. Like they're
Yeah,
my my
yeah.
my favorite is now that you've seen it. I'm gonna have to send it to you. But it's there's a scene in iCarly that is literally just shot for shot that scene. The one
Yeah,
where
I also think isn't there's the scene where there's a scene at a certain point where
get your shoe
Ray
shine
Liotta
box.
where Ray Liotta is on stand in prison and he's pointing out the different members of the gang or whatever. And then there's the scene in the B movie when Barry Benson is suing the human race or whatever for the honey,
Oh,
and
yes, probably.
you got the Ray Liotta and he's got his Oscar or whatever,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
he's
yeah.
wearing this suit, and I'm like, and now I'm pretty sure that's a
Yeah,
callback to
I'm
Goodfellas,
sure it is. Yeah, like get your shoes out, get your fucking shoebox. Do you
because
think I'm funny? Do I amuse you?
I seem to remember there there's a point in it where like he's like the one of the lawyers or something is like, can you point out such and such person in the court or something like that. So I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a direct
Oh,
reference to
I'm sure
Goodfellas.
it is.
But yeah, no, I this movie was enjoyable, and what's
It's
funny is
so
I'm
good.
gonna say this in the reverse order, but you know what I mean. This movie really reminds me of Wolf of Wall
Oh,
Street,
for sure. Yeah, for
which
sure.
in terms of historical things would actually be Wolf of Wall Street reminds me of this movie, but I
Right,
saw
but you
that
saw that movie
first.
first. Yeah, no, absolutely. Martin Scorsese is an absolute master at taking guys who suck, just like a
Oh,
lot, and
they
making
are
them compelling.
shitty,
They are shitty,
shitty
shitty
people.
guys. And my favorite part of the movie is just the slow descent of like they don't seem shitty initially, and this movie to a degree downplays exactly how shitty they probably were in real life. But like
But you know they were
like you
shitty.
know they were. I mean, there's again, Joe Pesci has all of the best scenes in this movie. I mean, I love when he shoots the guy, and the guy comes back later, and he's all pissed off at him. In the bar, he freaks out. Oh, it's just so good.
Oh, one of my favorite is
Get your fucking shoe shine
when
box. Oh, so
when they're
good.
like, oh, you know, you're gonna take a shit, you're gonna take a shit, and he shoots him, and then Ray Liotta's character is like, he's dead, and they're like, what? He's like, well, what? You told me like I couldn't, you guys were giving me a hard time busting my balls,
Yeah, that's this one.
now
That
you're
that's
gonna
is
get.
so good. That's yeah.
Oh man, so good.
What did you? And that's the moment where you learn, or I mean, the bit where they finally capo Joey, uh, Joe Pesci's character, whose name is escaping me at the moment.
Yeah, I can't remember the name off the top of my
When he
head,
like you think he's about to
but
get made and they capo him, it's so good.
it is a very solid movie, and
It is, and it's pacing. It's just like Wolf of Wall Street. It's like 2.5 hours, but it flies by at a
146
absolute
minutes,
clip.
and it goes by very
Yeah, the
fast.
pacing is phenomenal. It is so good. Such a well paced movie, and that's
Here's
really
what
such
I'll
a shame
I'll
because some
say.
of Smart Scorsese's movies are a drag. But
Here's what I'll say is, yeah, it is one of the longer ones that I watched. I think it topped out at 245 or something like
the
that.
dialogue is
And
phenomenal. So good.
it felt shorter than some of the longer ones that I watched.
Same thing with Titanic too. We didn't talk about it. Titanic's pacing is remarkably good. It does drag a little bit in the middle, but it's remarkably good for a movie of that length. But yeah, just like Wolf of Wall Street, Wolf of Wall Street is like a 3 hour movie that I swear feels like it's 2 hours. Like you're like, I just started this. How am I at the end already? This is one of those. Like I enjoy it every time I watch it. It is so entertaining.
So yeah, that's Goodfellas.
Ah, so good. Iconic piece of cinema right there. Definitely, that was on the top 100 list, and it very much. I think when we did top 100, I did it because I was like, I want to watch Goodfellas. So speaking of weird ass movies, that I really enjoyed, this is The Toxic Avenger, and this is a it's a company you don't recognize, but you know it by concept, and it's a trauma movie. Trauma movies are like B horror and comedy movies that are like really silly and like cheaply made. They're really goofy. That's kind of their bit. And
Okay.
this is exactly what it sounds like. It's about it takes place in Tromaville, and it's about the Tromaville is the worst city in the world. Everyone
Any
in
relation to the new one that came out?
Yes, it is. The new one is a remake of this, made
Okay.
by the same
Okay.
company. Um,
Cool.
but it's different.
Cool.
It's not the same plot. But basically, it takes place in Tromaville, which is the worst place in the world. Everyone in the city is an awful human being. There's a bunch of it's like a 1980s, so there's a bunch of 1980s gym bullies who like to drive around town at night and run over kids' heads with their car.
I mean,
Um,
that doesn't sound like a bully. That sounds like a murderer.
and they like to, there's a janitor character whose name escapes me, who is um, I don't know how to put it nicely, but coded as being special. He's like, oh,
Got it.
I don't want to do it, but it's a
Nope,
particular
I got
kind
it.
of, yeah.
No, yep, I got
Uh,
it.
Doofy from Scary Movie.
Got it.
That kind, yeah. He's like that. And one of the girl and there's a couple of characters that are just driving around town. They've got toxic waste on the back of their truck, and they stop to do a pound of cocaine because it's the 80s,
It's the 80s.
like one does. And while they've got the truck stopped right outside the gym, where this character is the janitor, they trick him um, into thinking that he's gonna hook up with one of the blonde bully characters. She is waiting for him naked, and he goes there, and she turns out the light and dresses him up in a dress, and like everyone in the gym laughs at him, and he runs out and jumps out the window to get away from them, and then he falls into a vat of toxic waste, and the toxic waste makes him grow to like over 7 foot tall and like super
It
muscular.
gives him just a huge slog. So jokes on the blonde girl.
It kind of does imply that a little bit, yeah. And he becomes horribly disfigured, and it makes him like really smart, and like it gives him like a velvety smooth like voice. Like he no longer speaks, he just talks through voiceover, and it's like this velvety smooth sexy voice. And he's otherwise like horrible and disfigured, and he's got super strength and super speed and super powers, and he's now the Toxic Avenger. And he initially he just sort of communicates in grunts and grumbles, and then he starts to talk, and he's all articulate. And for most of the movie you don't really see him, and he starts off with he defends this woman who's about to get her and her guide dog. They kill her guide dog, and they're about to take advantage of her. And he shows up and he saves her, and he kills all of them in like this really bloody gore. Every time he kills people in this movie, it's like in this most bloody gory fashion. And then once they reveal his face, he starts doing one liners, and they're all amazing. Like they're all really good. Like this movie's amazing. I've sort of buried the lead. This movie's really good if you like really corny, violent, over the top, goofy B movies like I do.
So
This movie's so
so
good.
that leads to the question: does it make you want to go watch
Oh
the
yeah, it makes me
new
want to watch.
one?
I added a list of my episode ideas. We're gonna probably do a full bore trauma special. We're gonna watch. I want to watch. I looked at there's enough for 18 in there where we're gonna watch as many of their movies as we can. We're gonna cut out half scenes. It's on my list of episode ideas. Cause yes, I want to watch the rest of these because this was so good. Like
Go
periodically,
on.
periodically it cuts back to this scientist character because he saves a bunch of people, and like every single time he shows up and he saves them, and they're like, oh my god, he saved us, but he like brutally murders the people that he's saving them from. Yeah, he's doing like one liners. So then at one point they reveal there's a bunch of scientists or whatever who are studying him, and they reveal that he has a basically a good and evil monitor. So as he's saving people, he's also taking bloody revenge on the people who
Bullied him.
bullied him and caused him to have his accident. So at one point he like locks the blonde chick who tricked him in like the sauna, and like yeah, every time he kills one of them, he's got a horrid one-liner. Like the guy who he kills the guy who run over kids' heads with his car, and he's like, "Oh, so you like running over kids' heads with your car, do you? How do you like your head being squeezed?" And he pops the guy's head.
Yeah, so
Um,
I have a point of contention there. I'm sorry, but if you got into your car and just started running over kids with their heads with your car, you wouldn't be a bully. You would be a murderer.
I mean,
He's not a that's not a bully behavior. Now, if you were like he ran over their heads with like, or he ran over their hands or something with his
No,
bicycle,
it's really brutal. It's really
then
quite.
then
It's
that's one thing. But no, I'm sorry, he's just a murderer.
well, I
That's
mean,
not a bull. That's not a
he gets
bully.
toxic. He gets toxically avenged. So it's
Okay.
fine. He gets killed brutally by the toxic Avenger, and so then, yeah, we as the audience are told that the oh yeah, and also the
Toxic.
toxic Avenger, and yeah, throughout the movie, he falls in love and meets with a blind girl who he initially like won't like. She's like, "Oh, what, you saved me. I want to see what you look like. Let me touch your face." He's like, "No." And she's like, "Come on, I want to touch your face or whatever." And eventually, she convinces him to let her touch his face, and she's like, "Yeah, I think you look fine or whatever." And so they wind up together, and their relationship's honestly quite good. It's quite cute. And so they tell the audience, like the scientist tells us the audience, that he has this basic radar basically which tells them which people are good and which people are evil. And so
Well,
he
that's
shows up
convenient.
he shows up at this old woman's laundromat and brutally murders her, like brutally kills her. And he's like, "Oh my god, I'm killing innocent old ladies. I've gone completely off the rails. I have to leave town to protect myself from people, or to protect people from me. Like I can't be around people." And so he tries to leave her, and she goes, "No, I'm gonna go with you, whatever." And they leave, and then it cuts to the cops, and they're like, "Oh, I can't believe like the toxic good guy would do this," and he's like, "Wow, I mean, she was just awful. She was like the worst of the worst. She was like a drug and sex trafficker. She was like a horrible person, and she like absolutely deserved this." Yeah, it's genuinely like it's yeah, it's not gonna be for everybody. It's really gory and really brutal and really violent, but this is one of those cases where you, Jordan, would absolutely love this movie. This
Okay.
this is a recommendation just for you, because general audiences, no, but yeah, it definitely made me. I want to watch there's like a bunch of them, and I want to watch them all because this movie was great. That's
So
that.
what you're saying is it's like a RoboCop where it's like it's really violent but like not unpleasantly
That
so.
that honestly is yeah, that is honestly probably a pretty close comparison, but like the difference being is this. I don't. It's one of those like it's hard to tell. I don't think this is a good movie. I think RoboCop is a good movie that has something to say,
Okay, okay. Would you
but
prefer if I said RoboCop 3
in
or
terms of its
2?
over the top violence, it's a fair comparison, and they're both decidedly 1980s in their tone and aesthetic. But
Hmm.
the RoboCop's probably a better movie. That's probably an unfair comparison to RoboCop, but it's a comparison I would make. That is the Toxic Avenger. Very.
Okay.
Oh, also, I actually no. Sorry, just real quick on the Toxic Avenger. It is
Talks?
also
Say
toxic,
talks.
toxic
There we go.
Avenger.
Toxic Avenger.
It is comparable to RoboCop in the sense that I believe they also tried to market him towards children. I think he had a toy line, and I'm reasonably sure there was a cartoon.
Interesting.
So in
Very
that regard, he's
interesting.
also comparable. That's it. That's the Toxic Avenger.
Okay. So, Justin, have you ever heard of a movie called Practical Magic?
The name sounds familiar, but no, I don't think so. Wait, the name sounds familiar. I cannot ascertain as to why, but the name definitely sounds familiar.
Sandra Bullock, Nicole Kidman, Diane
Diane
Weist,
Weiss! Jordan!
Stalker.
It's like a yeast infection! Like yeast infection!
Oh, oh, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm
I
not.
don't even know. I don't even know if that's how that name is pronounced. It's
It is.
Wiest.
In Brooklyn Nine-Nine, you know how Charles is obsessed with Diane Weiss? That's the Diane Weiss he's obsessed
Oh,
with.
Stockard Channing and Aidan Quinn. And so basically this movie, uh, Sandra Bullock and okay, so I have a problem with this movie, which I will get to, but the first thing that I have to say is, Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman are sisters in this movie,
Okay.
and
Do you not buy that?
no, I don't. Look up the poster for Practical Magic, and look at what they look like in the movie, and you'll see why I don't think they do. But they to me they don't look or act really like sisters at all. And in fact, it took me until like halfway through the movie to realize
I
that they were supposed to be sisters.
mean, it's a little strange that one of them's a redhead, but I mean, genetic redheadness is past. Doesn't. Sometimes you have a brunette sister and a redhead
Yeah,
sister.
the way that they portray it in the movie though is it really feels like Nicole Kidman was supposed to be like the best friend character, not the sister character. It doesn't match with what they
Fair
play.
enough.
But so they're both from a family of witches who are cursed. So anytime basically they love a man, um, the man dies.
Uh, okay.
And so Sandra, they like actively avoid the magic in their family and stuff like that. And uh, Sandra
Keep
Bullock ends up falling in love with a man,
keep talking.
and then
I'm gonna get some water. I'm listening.
having a daughter. And then you find out later in the movie that the only reason why Sandra Bullock's character fell in love and why the man was interested with her was because her aunties cast a spell, which made him be interested and stuff.
Ew.
Um, and then but she genuinely did love him, but then he dies, and then Nicole Kidman's character has like left town, and she ends up getting in with this like bad gangster type dude who her and Sandra Bullock's character ends up accidentally killing,
Oh
not
no.
accidentally, kind of accidentally. And then they use magic to try to bring him back so that she won't go to jail and lose her daughter. But the spell goes awry, and then he's like a ghost who's haunting them.
This movie sounds like a lot.
It's a lot, and it's not very good.
There's a lot
And
of
then
layers to this. They're sisters, and then they do a spell, and then he's dead. Now he's a ghost. Wait, what?
and 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 you remember how earlier we talked about pacing?
Yeah.
Oh, also there's a detective or a sheriff or whatever who shows up asking questions, and then you find out that like the Sandra Bullock's character had like this idea of like the perfect man that she wanted when she was a kid, and then there's supposed to be like this thing where like she summoned him with her magic from when she was a kid or something. It's really confusing. Um, but do you remember how we talked about pacing and how Goodfellas, even though it was a 2 hour and 45 minute, felt very short and was really good pacing? This movie is an 104 minutes, but it felt longer than
It's
Goodfellas.
it's really funny because it's like, when you don't watch a movie like every single day, like we do, you really don't notice. Like, you don't notice good pacing when you watch the occasional movie, but yeah, when you watch a lot of movies all at once, you really do notice a badly paced movie. It's a thing that you just can't help yourself to
Yeah,
notice.
and
You're
this
like,
is
oh my
this
god,
one,
this
in
feels like it's
my
1,000 years
opinion,
long.
felt long, felt boring, and it just really didn't do it for
The
me.
characters were not compelling
I
enough to.
I can't really recommend this one. But it came out in 1998.
There
And
it
that's
is.
all I have to say about that one.
That's all I have to say about that. All right.
Practical magic. Also, if I had a quarter for every time I watched a movie that had something to do with witches and spellcraft this week, I'd have 2 quarters, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Um,
Oh, magic witches from the 90s.
that makes sense.
I'd have two
That
quarters.
makes sense. So it's funny. Yeah, we talked. So I had to, since we're doing the 1980s. We talked about this. I don't know if we talked about it last week or the week before. I think the week before. And how we weren't sure if I'd seen this movie or not. This is Harry and the Hendersons.
Oh yeah.
And I have to confirm. I before this week I had never seen this movie in my life. Um,
Or at least you don't remember it.
I remember the ending. I definitely remember the ending, but the rest of it, no, it became very apparent. I've never seen this. Um, it's one of those like one of those movies where I would know if I had, because I love this movie. This movie's phenomenal. Not phenomenal,
I,
but
I remember
this
I remember
this
liking
movie
it.
is 1980s family friendly affair slop. It's what I call your weird friend comes to dinner style of 1980s movie, where there's a thing that people aren't supposed to find out about, and the family's got to keep a secret from the thing, and then they all bond over the course of the movie, and they fall in love with the thing. It's
Yeah, there's so many
E.T.
variations of it, from
There's
E.T. to that Disney one where it's about the mummy,
yeah.
to this one. There's so many
There's
variations of
so
this
many
one.
different variations of it. It's all the same movie. This one's got John Lithgow in it, which completely surprised me. Um, the makeup and the costume on Harry is great. It's honestly the best part of this movie. He's so articulate. Like the scale of him is done really really well. Um, he's a little confusing. It's never really quite clear as to like exactly how smart he is and what he understands. Like by the end of it, he can speak English, but that not very well. Um, his relationship to John Lithgow, John Lithgow just decides he he goes to shoot him, and they like make eye contact, and then just from that moment on, John Lithgow is just in love with him, and like he's like he's has this like deep connection that the movie doesn't really explore all that much. For how intense it is, but there's a really fun moment at the end. I love how like it gets to the end, and they've bamboozled the hunter, because there's an evil hunter, because it's that kind of movie. They've bamboozled the evil hunter, and but the movie's like, well, he's never gonna stop looking for him, and Harry's never gonna be saved, so we need to resolve it. And because it's a movie from the 1980s, their way of resolving plots like this is just to have the guy become friends with the Bigfoot. Like that's just
Or
all.
die.
Turns out he was a nice guy the whole time. Or yeah, or die
These
graphically. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Um,
two ways it goes. Either they bring him into the fold and he becomes friends, and he's lovable and he's nice, or they realize that they have to take care of the problem and he's never seen from again.
and it was really funny because I was like, I remembered there being at least one more of these, but there's not. But there was a very successful television series that went on for like 3 seasons apparently.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Alf would be another example of your weird friend who comes to dinner.
Whoa.
That's
Whoa.
the
You're
1980s.
jumping you're jumping the gun,
The
man.
1980s loved weird friend who comes to dinner. That was like their big thing. But yeah, all the performances is in this are fun. John Lithgow in particular, he's having just a ton of fun, and like he is oddly good in this movie. It's really cute. It's a really cute movie. It is. I think it's underrated. I don't think enough people have.
Oh,
Yeah,
snap, hot take.
I was thoroughly impressed by how much I liked that movie. I went into it totally cynically, and I was like, oh, this is kind of heartwarming and touching, and I'm really kind of digging this. That's it. That's Harry and the Hendersons. Cute, cute movie.
Okay. So, have you ever heard of,
Muffin Man?
pause for effect, The Craft?
No.
So I've never watched, this is a tangent. I've never watched Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, but this movie seems to me like it's like you took the sisterhood from Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. So you have four teenage girls and you mix it with Chronicle.
Go on.
You know Chronicle?
I'm
You know,
aware. I'm not
you
seeing the
know the ones
connection though.
where they get superpowers. So this
So
one
is this they get a pair of jeans that all give them superpowers, and one of them turns out to be a school shooter?
no. Where I well, no, where I say the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants thing comes in. That's where I say it's mostly just the sisterhood part of it. Like there's four girls who are like part of a coven, basically.
You, I
Um,
mean, you realize that the sister of the traveling pants had nothing to do with magic, right?
no, I know. I'm saying the part of it that's similar to that is the fact that it's four teenage girls who are a group of friends who are like really close knit.
Oh, okay.
That's the only connective
Okay.
thread to that.
Gotcha.
It was a joke and you've ruined it.
Yeah, I understand now.
I've had to explain the joke to you now, so you've ruined the joke.
I understand.
Um,
I understand.
Basically this movie. So new girl moves to town, becomes friend with these three girls who are the weird girls in school because they believe in magic, like they study
Oh,
witchcraft.
this
And
is
they believe
another movie. Is magic real in this one though?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I
Um,
understand.
magic was real in the other one too, but yes, magic is real in this one.
No, I thought it was gonna be
Um,
like magic is just a metaphor for the connection between friends and girls.
no, 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 no. Magic is real. They worship. There's a specific name which I don't know if I'm going to be able to find, but it's an powerful earth deity, Manon, 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 which is supposed to be. It's supposed to basically be like. I mean,
Manin.
it says earth deity, but it's supposed to essentially be like God, the devil, as above, so below, like that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
But
Satan.
yeah. What?
What?
What'd you say?
Satan.
Yeah, kind of. And so yeah, they study and worship that, and they bring New Girl into their coven. And so there's this store that they go to where they buy all the ingredients for their spells, and there's books and stuff there, and they worship it. And so over the course of the movie, they each cast a spell that they want to come true. So the one girl, the one of the girls is an African American girl who is being bullied by a blonde white girl. That's the one where I said to you earlier in the week.
Is it
She says
bullying
to
or
her,
is it racism?
"Yes, both, yes." Because the blonde girl. So at a certain point, I guess they have a pool at their school. Also, their school appears to be like some sort of like religious school because part of their curriculum is they have to go and do. They have a church.
They have to go do math.
They have to go do church. And but they also have like a pool and stuff like that. So there's a scene where the black girl is doing jumping off the diving board and stuff, and part of the diving team or something, and the blonde girl and her friends like are basically like, do a thing which disrupts her jump, and then she belly flops in,
Ow.
and it looks painful.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Imagine.
so after she
I,
gets out of the pool, and
I
she's
believe it.
like, why do you hate me so much? Why do you always bother me and make fun of me? And the blonde girl says because she hate. There's a term she uses.
Because you
Because I
refuse to
hate
do math.
because I hate negroids. Or
Whoa!
something like that is what she says, and I'm like, even in the 1990s, I feel like that's even in like rural
Whoa!
America, I don't think you can say that.
Feels like you want to say the N
Um,
word.
Essentially, that's what they said
Feels like you're
in
trying to
a
say
in
the
a
N word.
in a more tame way. And so uh, each of the girls basically has like I said, has a thing that they want to get done. So with her, she wants to punish her bully. With the one girl who like grew up in a trailer and has like an abusive stepdad, she wants to no longer essentially be trailer trash. Uh, the one girl
Hey,
has,
as someone who is full bore trailer trash,
it's not so
adjacent,
bad.
it's not that bad.
The one girl has like
I started
horrible
I started
scarring.
to say trailer trash, and then I realized we're not technically trailer trash. That's why I said trailer trash adjacent.
I understand. The one girl has terrible scarring on her back, and wants to be healed. And then our the main girl, who she actually
She
is.
doesn't suck. No, I don't know.
She was in a she wow, um, she was in a bunch of movies that we did actually know.
I feel like she's about to do
Um,
something really bad. With every time I go, really the first hint to me that she does something bad was when I went school shooter, and you went, wow, wow. What does this girl do?
it's not the main girl isn't the bad one,
It's not what she
but
does so much as who she does it to.
because she learns. She's in Scream. That's where she's famous from.
Scream. What? Who is she in
Um,
Scream?
well, maybe you'll just recognize her actress's name,
Probably.
Nev Campbell, Neve
Oh, she's Cindy
Campbell.
Prescott.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cindy Prescott.
She's our main girl in this one.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, that's so
Um,
interesting. That's so funny. I've never seen her in anything other than Scream. I
yeah, so
legit.
that's where it was funny because as soon as she showed
Hey,
up in
Cindy
this,
Prescott.
I didn't know who she was, right? But I recognized her face. And so I looked up who she was, and yeah, then I saw she was in
She's
Scream.
got
I'm
one
like,
of those
oh,
unfortunate
that's
names
why.
where it looks like it's I'm never sure how to pronounce it because my brain always wants to put it in R, so it's Nerve Campbell, but I think it's
No, it's
Nev
like
Campbell.
Nev Campbell or
Nev
something.
Campbell, but
Um,
my brain's
but
like that doesn't seem like a real name.
So when she first arrives, before she becomes friends with the girls, there's a douchebag guy who is all nice to her, and then she goes on a date with him, and then she won't put out on the first date, so she comes back to school the next day, and he started a rumor that she's bad at sex, and so what she wants is she wants him to genuinely love her. That's the spell that she casts.
Gotcha.
And so, in this universe, the spells that you cast, what's the wording that's used? The spells that you cast end up turned back on you 10 times, like time or 10, like multiple times, 3 times as strong or
Okay,
something like
so is
that.
she? Ooh,
So,
does this get icky?
yes, kind of. Yes, in parts.
Because
Yes.
like when you say, okay, so I need to piece this
Not
together.
not 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 as bad as it could be, but as bad as you're probably thinking.
So okay, hold on. I need let me just let's rewind a bit here. Let me just run through the pieces as I understand
Here's
them.
what I'll say. Here's what I'll say to give you a hint. Wikipedia calls it a teen supernatural horror film.
So can let me see if I can put the pieces together here. So Nev Cindy Prescott from the Scream movies, she, the her boyfriend is a piece of shit who is only using her for her body.
Not her boyfriend. She just moved to town. They went on like 2 dates. He wanted sex she wouldn't put out.
Gotcha. And so she wants him to like her for her personality and not her body.
To the important distinction is she wants him to love her.
Right.
That's the wording specifically, and that's important.
So I'm guessing the spell turns him into a nutso stalker.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Who
Okay.
try who um tries to love her when she no longer wants it.
Like like the bad kind of loving you.
Yes.
Oh no. Does he?
But she gets away before anything happens. But
Okay. Because like that will
that's where
instantly ruin a movie for me.
that's where I say like the attempt is there, but it doesn't.
Ugh, no.
It's unpleasant.
It's
Like, that's where I say
uncomfy.
the spells get bad. The
Yeah.
spells go wrong. So like
That's uncomfy for
and
me.
and and the other thing is
Don't like grapes.
the one who wants to escape trailer trash. She also part of her wish or whatever is that she wishes for the what did I say the Manon to fill her, or to be her or whatever. And so at the end of the movie, it's sort of implied that she's being possessed by
Gotcha.
Manon, whatever it is. So I don't want to give away too much in case you want to watch this, but uh, um, yeah, at the end of it, the three, which is kind of this is where I compare it to Chronicle. The three of them uh, kind of go crazy with the powers, and
Gotcha.
the one good one, our main one, doesn't want anything to do with it anymore and tries to like leave the coven. And they're basically like, in olden times, when the only way a witch left a coven is if she died.
This through
And then
death. Ow.
they try to get the one in particular who appears to be the crazy one possessed by Mount Manon, um, uh, tries to kill her. And spoiler alert, doesn't succeed, and our main girl survives. And I was just looking at this. There's apparently sequels.
Really?
A straight to a DVD sequel
I'm guessing
was
none of the
in the
original people came
works.
back.
And then there was um, in 2019, development of a sequel of the sequel had been taken over by Jason Blum and Blumhouse Productions.
Oh,
And then
really?
I don't know if
All
it ever
right.
came out.
That's funny. Bloom. That's
Oh,
Bloomhouse. Bloomhouse.
September 2020, Sony released an official trailer and announced that instead of a theatrical release, it would be on demand everywhere October 28th, 2020.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Jordan, is that it?
Yeah, overall, funny enough, of the two witch movies, I like this one more. Overall, it is pretty good. The only scene which is kind of unpleasant is that one where he wants, and like what makes it like interesting, uncomfortable, I don't know the word, but is like he keeps going like I just want to be around you all the time. Like I love you. And I don't know why, but I have to be like with you. And like she at a certain point is like and so yeah, there's a lot of moments where you're just like, yeah, man, they're twisted. So like the one girl who's twisted, at a certain point they discover a spell which lets them change what they look like. And she wants the one dude to like her, or she wants to make the one girl suffer or whatever. I don't know exactly what her headcanon reasoning is, but she disguises herself as our main girl and goes and is like making out with the dude that she wants to have like her, and it's really fucked up.
It's
But
fucked up. It's pretty fucked up, Jordan.
it's a fairly solid supernatural, like a fairly solid horror
It's
movie.
pretty fucked up
So like
indeed.
I might for next Halloween I might be like, hey, Justin, you should check this one out.
I will consider
That's
it.
that's the craft.
I will consider it, Jordan. Um. Hmm. Nah, I can. It's fine. My next one. Um, my next one
Yes.
is
Yes. Yes.
it's a war movie from the 1980s. It's a movie
Oh, so it's
called
boring.
Full Metal Jacket, and here's the deal, Jordan. Okay, it's not all boring. The first, you know this movie. This is one of those movies you know, you just don't realize you know it. You've seen it referenced 1,000 times. You've seen it referenced 1,000 times in Family Guy. You quote it all the time. You know, this is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for fighter. This is for
So
fun.
this is for fun. This
That's
is my rifle.
well.
This is
This is
my
my
gun.
gun.
This is
This is
for
for fighter.
fighting. This
This
is
is
for
for fun.
fun.
That's from Full Metal Jacket. Um,
Da,
picture picture
da,
picture a drill
uh,
sergeant in an animated movie. Jordan, are you picturing it?
I'm picturing it.
That's the guy from this movie. What's his
You
name?
are trash, soldier.
You're an
You
absolute
deserve it.
disgrace. Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's the green army soldier
that's him.
from
Yeah,
Toy Story.
I'm gonna fuck. I don't want to fuck up his name. Lee Ermey. Lee Ermey. Yeah, he going into this. He was a Marine drill sergeant that he was brought in as a consultant, and he was so good that the director Stanley Kubrick um, invited him to be in the movie. There's behind the scenes footage of a lot of his lines that he said. He's got so many phenomenally like funny lines that are, I don't know if they're, I think they're meant to be funny, but they're so absurd. I have to say them even though they're really, if you've got children and you're listening to this, these are inappropriate. Sorry, YouTube, but they're so funny. One of my favorites is you seem like the kind of guy who would fuck a guy in the ass and not have the good goddamn decency to give him a reach around. And you're like, I've never been in that situation, but that does feel
Uh,
rude. That feels
that
like a
feels that
rude
feels
thing.
feels ungrateful. You
Yeah,
know,
it does
it's
feel ungrateful. Or Jordan, how tall are you?
5'8", five
I didn't know
nine.
that they stack sacks of shit that high.
Oh, that's hurtful.
Just like there's so many good ones I can't even say because some of them border on being really fucking homophobic, but the one about the reach around, that one's funny to me because it seems like it should be homophobic, but when you think about it, you're like, what exactly is homophobic about that? Not really. He's not suggesting that there's anything inherently wrong with sexual activity between two men. He's just saying that not providing the additional assistance is rude. That's all he's saying. He's saying that the guy's being rude.
He's just saying that in a situation where you're with your tender lover, you should reciprocate.
You should give him a little extra bonus. Is what
You
I'm
know, it's
saying.
not all about you, you selfish
You
asshole.
selfish son of a
You
bitch.
you should
Um,
also do something for
my
your partner.
the other shout out okay. So okay. Before I get into what else is good about this movie, the first 40 minutes of this movie is phenomenal. It is so good. It is really, really good. It's a Stanley Kubrick movie, so it's fucking slow. Scenes drag on forever, but you just kind of have to understand that's just how Stanley Kubrick works. Um, and Vincent D'Onofrio is in it as I can't remember what his actual name is, but the drill sergeant calls him Gomer Pyle the entire time, and he's so good as a guy that this drill sergeant just verbally abuses. Like at one point, he sneaks a donut from the mess hall, and like he's just not getting it, so he decides to like punish the crew for his insolence. So like he's eating this donut while the rest of the unit is like being forced to do push-ups, so they all get mad and beat the crap out of him at night with like I think it's like soap socks, like they put soap in a sock and they just beat him not to death, but they like physically assault him. And it's just kind of like, guys, I just sort of feel like physically damaging him is gonna make him perform worse, not better. This seems like this is more detrimental to your guys' desires than helpful. Like I understand, like in the intermediate, you want to punish him and cause him the suffering that the drill sergeant is causing you, but it just sort of seems in the long term that this is gonna not benefit you rather than benefit you. That's just me. But Vincent
No.
D'Onofrio, he's so good as Gomer Pyle, as a man who just slowly snaps. Like he starts to slowly break down, and like at one point they say they're like, oh yeah, he's in his quarters or whatever, just talking to his gun. He becomes crazy efficient at like shooting, and the drill sergeant is like, oh yeah, we made you tough, basically. We made you tough. We made soup out of shit, basically. And he eventually snaps, and then he walks in and he's loading his gun in the middle of the night, and the main character of the movie, Joker, walks in and is like, dude, you gotta go back to bed. If you don't go back to bed and the drill sergeant discovers us here, we're gonna get huge shit. And he just continues on, and the drill sergeant walks in, and in my opinion, very stupidly, verbally abuses the guy again. He just starts calling him stupid and whatever as he's got this loaded gun in his hands. It's like, dude, this seems like a bad idea. It's just this guy looks like
Maybe
he's like on the absolute edge, and you pushing him over it just seems
maybe
like
maybe wait for him to put the gun down.
right. It just sort of seems like you should maybe work better at de-escalation. It's really all I'm suggesting. And then, of course, he responds by blowing his brains off and then shooting his own head. And, like, when he shoots himself in the head, it's
I don't think
really...
you're allowed to say that on YouTube, Justin.
He ends his... He shoots himself in the head. I don't care. I'll get demonetized. And it's surprisingly, like, real looking. It's impressively real looking. Where, yeah, I won't describe the actual act of him doing it. But I was impressed by how, like, chilling it is when it happens. And then, Jordan, the rest of the movie is so fucking boring. Like, I'm sure someone's gonna come into like the comment section and yell at me and tell me how I'm wrong. But every review I read of this contemporarily said the same thing, where it's like the first 40 minutes of this are phenomenal. They're some of the most compelling movie I've ever watched. It's upsetting, and it should have been the whole movie. Because, like, once he shoots the drill sergeant in the head, and he shoots himself, you're kind of like, what else is there? I thought that the whole movie was the camp. I looked at the runtime and I went, how is there still 40 minutes left? And then the pacing is again horrendous. And the rest of the movie just proceeds to be the Joker goes on to be like a newspaper reporter for like basically the army's newspaper, and he travels to different places like doing reports or whatever. And it ends with they're basically being, and it's just a lot of like characters talking about their situation. There's more than one character, more than one scene of them negotiating with a Vietnamese prostitute to have sex with more than one of them. It's weird. It's weird that it happens more than once, but it happens more than once. In fact, you remember the episode of South Park where Cartman rides the bull and he thinks he's a Vietnamese prostitute and he's like, sucky sucky $5?
Oh, vaguely. Yeah, yeah.
That's making fun of this. So there's a
Uh,
scene where where she's trying to negotiate to do them for 20, And they're like, nah, we won't do you for anything more than 10. And it goes on for a excruciatingly long time. Like, there's just a lot of characters sitting around talking. And then there are very brief breaks of action that are just not shot in a way that's very interesting or engaging to me personally. Maybe it would be to somebody else, but to me it's not. And so the rest of the movie, it just ends up being boring. And the characters, it doesn't really have anything all that interesting really to say about the Vietnam War. It tries to sort of be like, oh, the whole world is shitty and we're just walking through the shit. That's kind of what it's going for, but it doesn't really do a good job conveying it. Yeah, it's another one of those Vietnam War movies that just makes me go, man, I don't know what happened in Vietnam, but just culturally speaking, it fucked you guys up in America. It fucked you up bad. Like every movie involving Vietnam is just like, yeah, bad shit happened. Bad shit happened.
Yeah, I mean, when you're at war for like 10 years just to find out that your government lied to you and that it was all a failure and you were having no success, I imagine it would mess with your mind too.
Um, wait, was it really 10 years?
Something like that, 2 presidents' time.
How do you know that?
Because I watched that movie last time based on a real story where the entire premise of it was that they were a group of newspaper people who were trying to break that story, that very
It's just like,
story.
I don't want to be mean, but that was a really well-informed thing you just said based on an event that I don't know that much about that sounded really authoritative and correct. That I'm like, this is not me questioning
Like
you
I
on it.
know, I
I'm just
know,
impressed that you said that.
I know that it started with that was the entire point of why Nixon was such a failed president is because he came in. Eisenhower, I think it was, the one who comes before Nixon.
I
But
think
he
so.
starts the war and goes into Vietnam and spends I think in his either his first term or his second term. And then Nixon comes in and he's already in the midst of the war in Vietnam and he continues it for his entire presidency,
That's
which
so
would have
funny.
which if both of okay, like, even assuming that each of them only did it for one term, that's still eight
That's still
years
eight.
worth of
Yeah, still 8 years.
presidency.
Wow. I guess I never realized Vietnam was that long. That's wild. Wow. That's wild. That's a wild thing that you just said. That's a wildly informed thing you just said, which is uncharacteristic of you.
I mean, that feels like a hurtful statement.
But what's
I'm not
funny?
I'm not
That's
I'm
funny.
not that I'm not that uneducated.
What's funny is you're laughing because you know I'm right.
I mean, I don't usually follow politics, but you've made me watch enough movies that have to do with American history that it's starting to
it
stick.
was just a really well informed series of things you've just said about the Vietnam War. I'm just saying it's kind of.
I've watched a number of Vietnam movies,
I know,
okay?
I know. It's
Jeez.
just I didn't know that. I guess I never realized how long the Vietnam War was. I've never considered that
There's a
was.
reason why people were so upset
I just
when
the sentence that yeah,
about it.
you'd be fucked up too if you did a war for 10 years that ultimately meant nothing and your government lied to you. It's just such an accurate
I mean, why do you think the war in
description of the Vietnam
Afghanistan?
War.
Why do you think the war in Afghanistan was such a PTSD for the American people?
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah,
had
yeah.
they had already done that in Vietnam.
Vietnam again, all very accurate things. Anyway, that was Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, half of a good movie.
I can be political,
That it's
geez.
just it's just a very accurate thing you said about Vietnam. I'm just saying.
So my last rapid fire
Just an incredibly
on
accurate
a
thing.
very different and having nothing to do with politics subject is the 1991 Addams Family movie, the one with Christopher Lloyd.
I do enjoy that movie.
Pause for the trailer.
Da 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 da.
I don't think I had ever watched this before, and
Really?
if I had, I genuinely don't remember it.
I think
Um,
I've seen it like once or twice.
it's one of those
Definitely
ones that was
once.
like I was aware that there was one where Christopher Lloyd was Uncle Fester, but
I
I
remember the plot of it is
don't did never remember watching it.
he's not Uncle Fester until the end where big twist it turns out he is actually Uncle Fester.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the it's so the
The
Adams
creepy weird incest lady,
the
which is
yeah
not
the
incest.
The Adams family has this guy that they use for their banking taxes stuff. And he's like really in debt. And so he tries to get Gomez to invest in what is essentially a Ponzi scheme so he can take the money and then go and use it to pay off his debtors, or something like that.
Like you do
And
in a
then
Ponzi scheme.
one of the people that he owes money to, um, he ends up telling about how there's a whole bunch of money there, and Fester looks exactly like her son for some reason, which if it wasn't Uncle Fester would be a really strange coincidence. Um, and then he goes there pretending to be Uncle Fester to try and get in and take treasure. And then along the way, realizes how much he actually likes the Addams family. And then at the end, gets struck by lightning, which brings his memory back. And then, oh, whoopsie poopsie, he actually was Uncle Fester the whole
Big twist.
time.
He was Uncle Fester the whole time.
And they're ooky and they're kooky. And they're the Addams family.
They're all together Uki. They're the Adams family. Yeah, he's my favorite version of Uncle Fester. I don't think. Is he the one who originates the turning the light bulb on by putting it in his mouth? I think he might be.
I don't know if he's the one who originates it, but he does it.
He does do it. He absolutely does do it.
Um, and I mean, this movie has all of the ones that you know.
I maintain. I still think this is the best
Wednesday.
Adams Family movie, but that's just me.
I don't think I really know a lot of other ones. My thing with the Addams Family is I'm not a big enough fan of it to
No, I
notice
say this every time we talk about them.
anything.
To feel upset or happy or
Yeah,
nostalgic or
but
engaged or
I also do have a slight nostalgia because there was a TV show that was like from when I grew up,
yep.
like
But
in the
like my
90s.
thing with them, my thing with people like the Adams Family who are
Which,
like who
reflecting on
exist.
it, I can't help but wonder if it was based on this movie
Well, I mean, no,
specifically.
it's no, probably not. To be fair, I mean, the Adams Family is a black and white sitcom from the 1960s. So
Apparently, there was a sequel to this one,
there was
Adam's Family Values.
And then there's the third one, which I think is the Adams Family Reunion,
I don't know. It doesn't say that here.
or maybe Adams Family Values is the reunion one. But
Huh.
yeah.
I wonder if he. So I'm just reading here. Tim Burton passed on directing this film because he was making Batman Returns. I can't help but wonder if he regrets that decision because Adam's Family definitely feels like it would have been more up his wheelhouse than Batman was.
What he turned this down to do Batman Returns?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if that prevents him from making Batman Returns, the worst Batman movie, then
No, I'm saying I wonder if Tim Burton himself regrets not doing this and doing Batman because man hated Batman. Why would he do that instead of this? This is right up his.
um, I don't know. Yeah, that's an excellent question. Maybe, yeah, probably because he had such a bad time making it. Then maybe I don't know.
Um, because yeah, just objectively looking at the two,
But also
this
then it
feels
would have wound
more
up
like a
being
Tim Burton
it would have wound
thing.
up being Dark Shadows and bad. So
Sure, but I'm just saying, just logistically, it just would have
well,
made
I mean,
sense.
yeah, would have
As it is, it was directed by Barry Sonnenfeld.
very solid.
Feld.
I
Um,
think he's the guy who did Men in Black. I think pretty sure.
but it did very well. It was very successful, and I overall enjoyed this movie. That's really all I have to say about it.
That's all he has to say about that. All right. That's all I have to say about that. My next one, Jordan, is a movie that I thoroughly okay.
Enjoyed
It's another one of those like this
or
is
hated?
iconic for a reason, and it's a movie that lives or dies on its performance of its lead character and its lead actor, and he is brilliant in it. And it is Scarface. Say
Ah,
hello
classic.
to my little friend.
Say hello. I mean, I haven't seen that movie, and even I know. Say
Say
hello
hello
to
to
my
my little
little
friend.
friend.
This movie's great because like people often, I mean, it's influenced a shit ton. His little accent is great. I love the fact that he sucks. Like it's not a case of like because this movie's very much like a rags to riches story. He starts off with nothing and he works his way up to becoming a drug kingpin. There's a bit at the beginning where he's like, never get high on your own supply, which he very much does. That final scene, that say hello to my little friend scene, is phenomenal. It's so well shot. He takes down so many guys. Like he goes down swinging. But the thing I love about this movie, it's not a case of, oh, he starts off as a nice guy and then the drugs and the power make him awful. No, he starts out awful and the drugs and the power make him worse. And that's
Yeah.
so cool. That's such a cool. I appreciate movies where they're like, no, he's not this redeemable figure of a guy. No, he's an awful guy who sets up his friends and family and screws them over. And like, there's a bit at the end where he he's got this partner who's his friend the whole time, who's kind of into his sister, and he's like, don't fuck my sister. And then he finds him and the sister together. He just shoots him in the stomach and kills him. And
Doesn't this movie directly inspire Breaking Bad?
yeah, well, yeah, Breaking Bad. He Walter White is described as Mr. Chips, who's a very nice guy, meets Scarface, and yeah, sort of. It is definitely, you can see the inspiration behind it, very very much so. It is a movie from the 1980s, though it is a little slow. There's a lot of slow scenes, but okay, Al Pacino as Tony Montana is he's so good. Like, it's a tour de force performance. Like, I just cannot stress like how I thoroughly enjoy this. I did get, like I said, I did get a little bored in the middle a little bit, but every time he's on screen, he's like chewing scenery so hard. It's really good. Enjoyed it. Loved it. Thought it was great. The ending is real great. I'm trying to think of it. I'm stalling because I think there was one more thing and it's not coming to me. So that's it. That's Scarface. Scarface. Scarface.
Okay, so want a party platter. Um,
I want a party platter.
so it was funny because when I got assigned 90s, I was like, okay, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And then I remembered a certain thing that was out that I was like that came out after its show ended, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that was in like it was in the 90s. It takes place in the 90s. It was made in the 90s. Sure enough, it was, and that's Project Alf. So culture of 80s gets to be in my 90s. So
It's
worlds
a
collide, if you will.
1980s friend coming for dinner. Smack dab in the 90s.
To the point where like the movie actually is supposed to take place in 1996.
Yeah.
So like it's supposed to be like multiple years after the end of the
Yeah, this
show.
this movie was very obscure for the longest time. Didn't exist on anything. They have, I think, in 2000 something, they eventually did a DVD release, which is why it's on. You can find it now. But prior to that, I have it on a YouTube channel in multiple parts because back in the day you could only do 10-minute videos on YouTube. So I've got it in like 20 parts on YouTube because I just wanted it there. I eventually found it on DVD, but it's the only reason why I have like 340 subscribers on my YouTube channel because of it. Um,
So apparently, Project Alf was remastered and released in October 17th, 2023 by Shout Factory in the DVD box set Alf the Complete Series, the deluxe edition. And the box set release gave the original show, Alf the Animated Series, and Alf Tales, as well as Project
Nice.
Alf.
That's a solid collection. Yeah, man. That the thing about Alf. Okay, the plot of this movie is not important. Alf is trying to escape from the government, and then they try to send
Yeah,
him home.
bare bones version is Martin Sheen wants to kill Alf. Um,
Right, I forgot Martin Sheen's in this movie, and Martin
uh,
Sheen, and then he gets saved by Tim Allen's brother from Home Improvement.
uh,
The
he
guy,
is
the
uh,
guy,
uh,
and this is Tim Allen's brother from Home Improvement.
William O'Leary
Yep, he was on Home Improvement. He was Tim Allen's brother.
and Jensen Daggett.
Yes, they're trying to save.
They're trying to save Alf,
Basically,
basically.
basically, Elf wound up with the government at the end of the show, and yeah, he stayed with them, and yeah, they were trying to rescue him from the government. None of the characters from the show come back, not a single one.
Um, and so, well, they're name dropped, but no, you don't see them. But one thing that I do kind of appreciate is so at the end, he is uh recognized as an ambassador from Melmac by the government.
That's funny.
And so that explains why later on down the line, when there's a little Radio Shack commercial, it explains why Alf can be in it without being hunted by the government, because the government knows about him
Yeah,
now.
they've been trying to make an Alf thing happen for literal
Canonically.
years. Um, but
Apparently, the guy who plays Alf is
the
apparently
guy who
nuts.
creates and puppeteers Alf, Paul Fusco, is completely crazy. He will only ever treat Alf as though he's real. Well, but that's where it gets confusing because I have seen him do talks where he does the voice and acknowledges that Alf is a character. But when working with Alf, he will only ever address Alf as a real alien from the planet Melmac. He will only ever address character or people in character as Alf. He wouldn't
And he
let
doesn't want anyone to
he
see him
won't let
puppeteering.
anyone see him puppeteering Alf. So the Alf show, everything had to be done on raised platforms and trenches that were apparently incredibly dangerous. That he had a talk show that got canceled shortly after it came out for that reason. They tried to make multiple attempts at movies that
They've tried to have him on Saturday Night
yeah,
Live
and
and different shows like that.
he wouldn't do it because once again, yeah, he insisted everything be on raised platforms, and they're like, that's just not uh,
Practical.
practical for like a week show. And yeah, they tried to make a movie. Recently, a movie. What I would do with Alf if I were to make him, if I were to make it today, putting aside the pain in the assness of the original guy, is I would do Ted, basically, where he lives with the kid from the original show. He lives with the kid from the original show. The dad and the
Interesting.
mom died. The sister, maybe you can do the sister, but he's living with the kid from the original show, and he got famous from like once they revealed who he was. He got famous, and he had a bunch of success, and you can have all that fame and success, and be like, oh, they even made a TV show after me. And have that be like a loose reference to the fact that like you had Alf as a character in the real world, kind of like the Muppets, and make it kind of meta.
I would absolutely do that. And if you could get the kid to come back and do it, that'd be awesome.
Oh no,
But I would
you don't get
also
the actual actor. No, no, I'm saying the character. The character you
oh,
recast. He's an
oh,
adult now. You recast.
oh, yeah, yeah,
But then that way it can
I
mostly take
could see
place in
that,
an
but
apartment or a house or like a single location, and you don't
but
have to
but
have him be mobile.
I could see that, but I would also maybe I also see a version of it where you don't have any of the original characters back, and he lives in an apartment. Maybe he has a roommate, and you introduce a whole new a whole new
Oh,
cast of
I mean, the
characters.
basic point is it's Ted. He lives in an apartment and he has a cast of characters that are around him, and he hangs around the house and watches TV. It doesn't have to be R rated, but like that's the basic premise. Is
Yeah,
yeah he you basically have it where yeah he was a big star in the '90s and 2000s or whatever. He did a television show or
I do
whatever, and
like
you
the
make it
idea.
slightly meta.
Yeah, I do like the idea of making it meta. That I do
But
like.
that would yeah again that would never do. The only way that you would ever do that is if the guy who puppeteers it and owns Alf dies. They sell the rights and then they do the character in CGI. But I just don't think it would work if he was a character in CGI.
I don't know. I don't
I
know. I don't think I don't. You wait for the guy to die, sells the rights or whatever. I don't think you need to do it in CGI. I think you could still do it in puppets.
maybe I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, he's a character every time they say they're gonna bring him back and then they don't. I always get disappointed because I love
But
Alf.
also,
I think
but
he's really fun.
also, a part of me would kind of be like Disney buy the rights to Alf,
No.
and then have him cross over with Kermit. Not any of the other,
Okay.
not any of the other Muppets, just Kermit.
Just Kermit? Okay, I could see my way to but otherwise I'm like, no, don't let Disney have it.
Like
Um,
have it. Oh, you could almost even have it be like a thing where it's like it's just a one-off scene where like they're hanging out at the club or something like that, talking about how they used to be on TV,
I
something
mean,
like that, like
that would also be fun.
a fun little wink and nod kind
A
of
little
scene.
wink and a little nod. Jordan, is that
But
it?
that's Project Alf.
That's the Project
It's
Elf.
fun. I like it. You know,
I
I like Alf.
so I for my first one, you're going back to the '80s. I wasn't initially gonna do this, but then Jake specifically requested this, and
Oh
so
snap.
that's Back to the Future.
Da da da.
Because, and I promised I would, Jake is utilizing his own personal AI assistant and is creating an outline for him that he is almost completely rewriting, but only using bare ideas from. Is writing a novelization version of Back to the Future Part 4.
Don't give away too much because we want to have a spur of the moment conversation and talk
Um,
about it.
and it's pretty good. He told me one of the big twists, which I won't give away, but it's pretty solid. He introduced a young character in the first chapter that is a young man. I thought it was going to be a case of him and Marty were going to be like, it was going to be like a Doc Brown Marty situation. He actually liked that idea, but he had an idea that I quite like, which I won't give away. But I hate saying it like this, but it was better than I was expecting. I went into it kind of cynically. But the second chapter is currently on the website artemedia.org, and yeah, we're gonna talk about it in a later episode.
And yeah,
Um,
he's gonna have to really sell me on it because Back to the Future is one of those ones where I don't want it to be touched.
I'm o- I'm o-
I
I'm only into it if he reads it.
I mean that's
Um,
fair. I like what we have, and I don't.
I love this movie. I could talk about how much I love this movie. I can. This movie's pacing. It's an hour 50, and it feels like an hour 20. It's got incredible pacing. It's still super funny. The special
The
effects
acting is
still hold
good.
up. The acting is still good. I noticed new stuff every time I watch it. Like, you're gonna probably say like, duh, but like I never realized at the end that Biff is a car detailer. That was like the first time I noticed that. So at the end,
That's why he gets a good deal from the guy who takes the manure out of his car.
well, yeah, that's why. Well, that's why he at the end. That's why because I don't know why it didn't. I thought he
You're
was just
talking
like
you're talking in the past,
no.
right?
I'm talking in when Marty goes back to the future
Oh yeah,
to the
that's why
present.
he's cleaning. That's
That's
why
why
he's
he's
cleaning.
cleaning Marty, or that's why he's cleaning George's car.
And so my head canon.
Is the reason
Hear
why
me?
he went into detailing is because the manure wound up
Yeah,
on his car and he
yeah,
became obsessed with it. Yes, I had the
yeah.
same theory. But I never noticed that the first time I watched it. I never noticed that
Now
detail that he's the reason why he's at their place because I thought it was like it was just like he was a sycophant loser who was like their friend or whatever. I didn't realize that George like the thing that like again is the thing that
he
makes
hires him to do
he hires
detailing
him to detail his car and George is
and
now
clean it and
and
wash it
clean
and
it and
stuff.
because of the confidence he got George is a successful writer. I
Yes,
totally missed the fact that George is a
that's why he's
writer.
opening. That's why he's opening the package and it has his book in
It
it.
has his books in it. Yeah, for whatever reason, I've never picked up on that until this watch through.
Also, my one headcanon for early in the movie. So you know how Marty shows up and the back of the truck opens and Doc backs down out of it and it has the gull wing doors, so there's no reasonable way for how he could be in that vehicle waiting. My headcanon is he says to Marty, he's like, okay, show up at like whatever it was, like 1:20 in the morning or whatever.
1:30 or something.
1:30 or whatever, and he sets his alarm on his watch or whatever for 1:25 so that he can get into the vehicle, be all ready, and he has the timer set on his watch so that it opens at exactly the right time so he can back out just for
Just
showmanship.
for showmanship. Gotta get that showmanship. I mean, my favorite bit is the end when it's made clear that Marty has changed the future, and he goes, "Your dad never stood up to Biff before," and he was like, "No, why?" No
I'm
re-
sure it'll be fine.
no reason. He's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
"Oh, I'm sure. Okay,
it's
so it's
fine.
okay when he messes with time." Um, but I love the implication that going forward, and I never thought of this before. The reason why the future is idyllic future society is because Marty prevented Doc from dying. And so because Doc now lives, the
Oh.
future is now futuristic because he's there to increase science.
I also have the headcanon. Um, and I don't know if this has been said before or if maybe I read this somewhere. I won't take full credit for it because I don't think I'm that creative. But my headcanon as to why they have hoverboards in the future in the 2015 in the
Yeah, it's
second
because
one
he
is
invented
because he brings back the skateboard technology way earlier than it was
he
originally
doesn't
invented.
he doesn't bring it back.
No, no, not bring
But
it
he
back, but like he
creates
rips
it.
it off and he
Yeah, he
creates it. He
creates
spawns
skateboards
it.
20 years before they're meant to be invented, and so skateboard technology is now 20 years more advanced. I've heard that before too.
That's yeah. I can't take full credit for that because I don't believe I came up with that, but
Now I feel like I've heard that, but I don't know who from. So I'm
um,
gonna say maybe you did. But yeah, like
but
the bit at the dance. I like I said, I never really. Again, watching this for this changes how you watch things. So
oh, it
yeah, the
absolutely
payoff
does.
of him doing the audition for the dance at the beginning and then getting to play the dance at the
His
climax.
parents dance, yeah.
I never put that together as being payoff for the bit that they set up earlier in the movie. I never got that.
Also, as an aside, I love how the people that are in the beginning, when they're doing the auditions, Marty's doing the auditions. I like how the teachers are all the members of the band um that sing they're Huey Lewis in the
Oh,
in
are
the
they
in
Huey
the.
Lewis in the news? Oh, that's so funny. I didn't know that. That
Yes,
is
I'm pretty sure
funny.
they are.
That
Now I'm
is
gonna double. Now I'm
that
gonna double check
that would be funny if that's true. I didn't know that. I didn't know that that was Huey Lewis in the news. The ones who go, sorry, it's too loud. Those
yeah.
guys. That's fun. That's funny if that's true. I didn't know that.
Hold on.
Because I
You keep
mean,
talking.
they wrote back in time for the movie, so that makes sense. That song was specific. That was back when they used to write songs for movies. That song is specifically written. It was like it was an. I think Back in Time was the A side, and then Power of Love was like the B side. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yeah, that's what it was. It's Huey Lewis specifically.
Oh, that's funny.
Huey Lewis from Huey Lewis in the News makes a cameo appearance in Back to the Future as one of the teachers who judges Marty's band.
God, that's funny.
He is the band leader who tells Marty's band, "Hold it, fellas. I'm afraid you're just too darn loud" during their Battle of the Bands audition.
That is. I did not know that. That is very funny.
So yeah, yeah, yeah. I had a
Very
feeling
funny.
I thought that's what it was, but yeah, no, yeah, yeah.
That is
So that's
very
a
funny.
fun little bit of trivia for you.
That is a fun bit of trivia for me. I feel like I've been filled with trivia. But yeah, no, the dance section's great. Him playing Johnny B. Good, always good.
I mean, I
Uh,
still have that on my playlist.
yeah, yeah. If you, as long as you hit the thing at exactly this time, everything will
Everything
be
will be
fine.
fine.
Trying to think if there's anything else.
It's a classic, man.
It's
It's
a
a
real classic.
classic.
I love that whole franchise.
I mean, there are still schools and stuff which use it to teach script writing because it's just such a solidly made script.
Yeah, yeah, it really is. That's Back to the Future.
Do, 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 do. So, my second half scene, I mean, what can you say about this movie other than the fact that Andy Dufresne crawled through like a mile of shit?
So you could
It's the
talk about this movie.
it's the Shawshank Redemption.
I like to say that Jordan fought off the man who
Uh,
was about to break into his room.
but he didn't.
I like to say he didn't.
Any movie that has any movie that has Morgan Freeman is instantly elevated in my eyes because that man can. I'm not gonna say he can do no wrong, but he gets a lot of grace, probably because he's God. Um, really, not even a chuckle at that one. I thought that was
What?
a solid joke.
What was it? Sorry, say it again. So I was distracted.
Ugh, no, see, it's no fun now that I have to say it again. I said Morgan Freeman, any movie that he's in is elevated in my eyes. And then I said, I'm not going to say because he can do no wrong, but I feel like he gets a certain amount of grace, probably because he's God.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If I ever wanted anyone to narrate my life, it'd be Morgan Freeman.
It'd be Morgan Freeman.
It'd be Morgan
Um,
Freeman.
and so this is another example of this one was like 2 hours, 45 minutes or something like that. And the
Pacing,
the
pacing is
pacing is really
solid.
solid.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm sitting there for like a long time. I'm engaged with the characters. I genuinely want Andy to get what's coming to him because he did no wrong.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Although you don't fully know until near the end, but like I believe him. He seems like an upward a trustworthy
He
fella.
seemed like a straight up dude. To be fair though, this movie doesn't this movie take place in like the 1940s or 30s or something?
think it's even earlier than that. Hold on, let's
Like that's
find
that's
out.
the idea. It was like it's like a long time ago when prison reform just didn't it wasn't a thing.
Oh, it was bad.
Prison was bad back then. I mean,
It's
it still is bad,
1940,
but
1947
oh
at
yeah,
the
yeah,
start
yeah,
of it.
yeah, yeah.
And the course of the movie is supposed to take place over like 10 years or
But
something like
like,
that.
I also I think Red, the Morgan Freeman character, he's one of those guys who's like he's a lifer. He doesn't know what life is outside of prison, so they inevitably end up reoffending. So they go to prison intentionally.
Well, he is one of those one. He's been there for like 30 years or something like that. And he thinks that he's going to be a lifer, and then near the end, he ends up getting released on parole.
And he's like, "Come
And
meet me at
he's
my boat."
struggling. He's struggling on the outside, and then he goes to the place where him and Andy said that they would meet, and I think he finds a bunch of money or something like that.
And then he's all like, "Took you long enough, bitch."
But you're thinking of there's another character who was in charge of the library, and he's an old man, and he was a lifer, and he gets released on parole, and he's there's a point where he's like holding the one guy by the jugular or whatever, and he's like, I can't go out, like I don't like I can't survive out there, and he
I
goes
don't have the
out, and
coping skills anymore to be out in the
sure
real
enough,
world.
he can't survive out there, and he takes his own life, and it's sad.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
really upsetting.
Yeah, recidivism is
Um,
very high amongst older prisoners because they don't know how to deal with the real world anymore.
but this is very much one of those movies where, I mean, there's been a number of things which have paid homage
I
or
just I'm,
made
I'm
fun of
always like, oh
this.
yeah, Stephen King wrote this. Very weird.
Um, Family Guy has made
Yeah,
fun of this.
The Simpsons.
Simpsons has made fun
I'm
of
sure
it. There's
South
just
Park.
so many.
I think South Park probably has too.
Um,
Oh,
Accolades Lake.
robot. One of my favorite ones, the robot chicken one, where it's like that. I think they actually got Morgan Freeman to do it. It's the Shawshank. What was this? What was the bit called? But the Shawshank Arkham or something. The Shawshank Asylum, I think, where it's the Joker. It's I need a 2-inch poster of Phyllis Diller. That will take time. Time is the one thing I've got.
That and Dementia.
That and dementia.
I'm just trying to see if there's a point here where it says some of the things that have paid homage to it, but I don't see anything. But no, it's fantastic, and
It won
from what I'm
a
re
bunch of
from
Oscars for a reason, or got
well, see,
nominated for a bunch of Oscars.
that's where it's interesting because I was reading critical reassessment. They have a section here, so there's a critical response, which at the time it had generally positive reviews, um, and then critical reassessment, which gives it an 89% on Rotten Tomatoes. So it's gotten more favorable as time has gone on.
I mean, that's because it's really good.
Um, and so it had a budget. Justin, Justin,
50 million, it made 100 million.
no, 25 million budget, 73.3 million box office.
All right, they did pretty good.
That came out in 1994,
They did all
and
right.
that's the news. No, and that's my have scenes. That's Shawshank. Really
Excellent.
solid movie. If you haven't seen this one, I definitely recommend it.
Shawshank Redemption. I can't Shawshank.
13. So I'm at 13%, just so you know.
Okay. Okay.
We spent too long talking about Wicked.
We did spend too long talking about Wicked. It's okay. Do you want to switch
I'm
over?
gonna push it for a little bit longer.
Okay. When you switch over, let me know because that will be an excellent opportunity for me to quickly duck to the bathroom.
Okay.
In fact, okay. Well, we'll push it a little. I'll do UHF, and then you can start off. Then you can switch once I do UHF.
Sure.
UHF. Okay. So my next one is one of two movies that Weird Al Yankovic made. It's a movie called UHF. Now UHF stars a young, it's a young Weird Al Yankovic, Jordan. It's perm, glasses, and mustache Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh, dang.
I know. And he inherits a UHF station from his uncle. Now, you're gonna ask me the next most obvious question, Jordan, which is probably
Did you like it?
no. In regards to UHF station, you're probably wondering.
What's UHF?
There you go. It's an ultra high frequency. Basically, it's kind of like uh, it's a public radio public television station
So like
that is,
PBS.
yeah, like PBS, but it's not PBS, but it's basically PBS. That is not owned by a corporation, and the movie's a very basic um slobs versus snobs, the underdog story of Weird Al needs to make the money so the evil um, television station doesn't take over his television station. It's got Kramer in it from Seinfeld, Michael Richardson as like this affable, nice, kind of low intelligent janitor guy who
So
ends
he's
up
Kramer.
kind of but dumber. I don't know how that's the best way I could think to describe it.
That's
Um,
impressive.
and the movie is a bunch of because he's trying to make television shows. It's very similar to the. You remember the episode of Family Guy where Peter where that has the FCC song
Oh
where
yeah,
Peter
yeah,
has
yeah.
shows like the Side Boob Hour. Um,
You like that side
boob,
boob?
that's
Well, you
my
shouldn't,
side
because
boob.
that's my side boob.
So it's basically like that, where it's just a bunch of kind of not random sketches, but like seemingly disconnected sketches that are happening on. So like, there's at one point I sent a clip of you where just all of a sudden the other bit with it is he has a really active imagination, and so the opening scene is as a parody of Indiana Jones, where he goes to like take a statue to take like the statue, and the statue is an Oscar, and the person who's with like goes to run away, and he just out of nowhere gets hit by a train, even though they're in an Indiana Jones temple. There's a bit later on where he's trying to calculate money or whatever, and that's where he starts to like he's watching the Beverly Hillbillies, and he falls asleep, and he starts to have this really trippy dream about singing a song about the Beverly Hillbillies for some reason. Um,
I
and
mean, you're the weird one for not expecting there to be
I suppose that
that.
sure that does make me the weird one.
You're the weird one.
But there's a very funny moment where one of the shows is this science show, and it's this guy trying to figure out if dogs can fly. He's like, "Let's find out if dogs can fly, boys and girls," and he just tosses it out the window, and the dog hits the ground, and there's just a pile of dogs on the ground, and he's like, "Oh no, boys and girls, I swear last time they figured it out after a couple," and it just cuts to him just throwing dogs out the window, and it cuts, and it's just Weird Al and his friend watching this show looking like utterly horrified. They're like, what is this? This is awful. It's so funny. It's super underrated. Like, there's a bit at the end where he goes to rescue the love interest from the bad guys, and he imagines himself as Rambo in a comedically terrible muscle suit. Um, it's very similar in sense of humor to the Weird Al biopic movie. Like, me and Weird Al have a very similar sense of humor, so I thought it was funny, and it's really clever in the sense that like, or it's really good in the sense that it's over the top, but like Weird Al, he's not stupid. Like, he's often the straight man in the joke. It's not a bunch of people speaking like weird caricatures of humans where you're like, oh, humans don't talk like this, but it's a comedy movie, so I will forgive it. People react in a fashion that is like human beings to ridiculous scenarios, and it makes it extra funny. Like yeah, despite the fact that he's called Weird Al, he's not all that weird. I mean, he's not Weird Al in this movie. He's George Newman. But like, when I was watching it, I was just so much like, I kind of want Weird Al to make another movie, but like maybe not one that he stars in, like maybe another like weird like the biopic. But I want him to make like a musical that's like a parody of musicals.
You should contact his people and start suggesting some ideas.
I would love for him to do like a parody of High School Musical, maybe where where he's like a music teacher and it's about him teaching kids music. But I was just like, man, it was a shame.
Mu
That,
here's what we call it. Musical, the movie.
that would be great. The fortunate thing is, like, this bombed horribly, and it really put. I mean, he eventually recovered, obviously, and went on to do but like his next album after this didn't do well, and it looked like this was gonna kill his career, which is why he never did another movie ever. And it's a real shame because this movie is like another one that's just severely underrated, that not enough people have seen, and that is genuinely really funny. And like, it's surprising to me that you've never seen it because it's Weird Al. Like, you would think you'd be like, oh, the Weird Al movie. I'd love to watch the Weird Al movie.
I didn't even know he made a movie.
Yeah, it's you would like it. It's genuinely quite good. I was very surprised by its quality.
So, you know, maybe it's not so much that it wasn't poorly or made or whatever. I mean, people might just not have known that it existed.
I think that might be the case. But just unlike today, where it's so easy to get the word out about a movie, it just apparently it competed against a bunch of like blockbusters and it just got crushed. And he got really disheartened by how badly it got crushed. And I was like, oh, that's such a shame. That's such a shame because it's. I was impressed. I was expecting it to be really goofy. I was expecting it to be closer to the weird Daniel Radcliffe Weird Al Yankovic movie, but it's honestly kind of better than that. Him having a television station allows him to do the random non sequiturs in a way that works and makes sense and is functional within the plot, because you're just like, oh yeah, this is just a guy, he's having a fantasy sequence, or oh, it's a television show, or like there's quite a funny bit where he tries to run his own version of what is essentially the Krusty the Clown show. But like he freaks out and yells at the kids and he's no good at it. And like there's a character, the Michael Richardson character, he's the janitor and he loves being a janitor. And the bad guys take his mop and he's like, give me my mop back or whatever. And Weird Al, he's disheartened. It's all his last moment. He's freaking out. He freaks out on camera and he storms off. And he gives the show to Michael Richardson's character. He's like, you do it. I don't give a shit anymore. And he leaves. And the Michael Richardson character, turns out he's really good at it. And like everybody loves him, adults and kids alike. So the next time it cuts to them doing this show, Michael Richardson is doing it to like an audience of now adults and kids, not just kids. And he's like, can I still be how would you like to do that every single day? And he's like, can I still be a janitor? And he's like, and Weird Al's like, I guess. And he's like, then yeah, oh yeah, I'll do it too. Yeah, that's great. And so he does this show, whatever, things are going great. And then it gets to the end, big confrontation with the bad guy of the movie. And he finds his mop. And he's running through the street. He's like, I got my mop! I got my mop! And legit funny. I was impressed by how much I enjoyed this movie. Not to say I wasn't expecting to enjoy it, but it was better than I thought it was going to be. It was better than I remembered it being, because I've seen this before. I watched it on TV once, randomly. And I was like, is that Weird Al? The fuck? Weird Al's got a movie? And then, yeah, you find out, yeah, he made a movie. And it's quite a good movie that not enough people have seen. Go watch UHF. You're missing out. That's the end. Jordan, I suspect you want to switch over. While you switch over,
yeah.
Audience, we're going to take a quick break that I'm going to probably have to cut out of the Spotify version, but I have to duck to the bathroom real quick. So I will be right back while Jordan switches over his headphones, and if he gets back before I do, he will entertain the audience. Okay, there we go. We're back.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
It's not as crystal clean as it would have been on the headset, but that's yes.
Yeah, well, that's the price for us talking way too long about Wicked.
This is true.
And other things. So I guess we'll move on to have not seen.
At least it's only the last two movies.
Yeah, that's true. Have you heard of the movie Empire Records?
No. Maybe? The name sounds familiar.
Came out in 1995. It's a coming-of-age comedy drama, directed by Alan Moyle, written by Carol Heikkinen. No? Not ringing any bells?
No. What's it about?
So, okay. Basically, this movie
it's about
is
Empire Records, but...
yes, it is, Justin. This movie is basically like if you took, like, The Breakfast Club and kind of combined it with, ooh, Clerks 2, I would say.
Interesting. I mean, that does sound interesting to me. Those
With
those are
with a
two things I like a lot. So
with a little bit of none of the music, but just in terms of like, yeah, maybe not, but kind of a little bit. I would no, actually, never mind. Anyways, so this movie, Empire Records, it follows a group of record store employees, over the course of one day, basically,
okay,
an exceptional day. So I don't remember any of the characters' names, so I'm gonna cheat.
all right,
Um, so, yeah, they work at an independent record store, yada yada yada. Employee Lucas has been tasked by the store manager Joe with closing the store for the first time. And while counting the receipts, he Lucas discovers that Joe is about to sell the store to, and it's going to be converted into a branch of Music Town, a large, big chain of stores,
corporatism.
which they all hate. And so, in order to keep the store, Lucas hatches a plan to take the day's cash receipts of about $9,000 to a casino in Atlantic City, quadruple the money, playing craps, and and puts everything back, and then they wouldn't have to sell the store basically.
That makes
But he
sense.
loses, the money
Of course, because it's
because of course he does.
because of course he does.
Um, and so then over the course of the day, um, it's I mean this is where the comparison to Breakfast Club comes in, because we follow a group of people, an ensemble, if you will. So
Don't
you
you
have I'm gonna bring up the cast
forget
list here. Hold
about
on.
me.
You have Joe, who is played by Anthony Paglia.
Don't know who that is.
He's the store owner. I'm not going to read all the cast names, but characters. You have Lucas. You have Mark. You have AJ, Deborah, Gina, Mason, Burko, Warren, Rex Manning, Jane, Eddie, and Mitchell Beck. And so uh, two of the girls. One of them is like your fuddy duddy, follows all the rules, um, that kind of person. One of them is the irresponsible friend who, wants to help her friend break out of her chains. One of them is one of the girls is the bitch, basically the bitch who tried to kill herself.
Oh, all right.
Um,
I mean, it
um,
just seems like maybe she had mental distress. Yeah.
like she comes, yes, basically, but like the way
Just
she's
seems like
introduced
being
is
calling
like,
her the bitch, what tried to kill herself. That
well,
just feels.
that's how she's portrayed. She's the type of character where like she comes in, everybody tries to be nice to her, and she's really aggressive and mean to everyone. Locks herself in the bathroom and proceeds to shave her hair off.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, okay.
Um, so she fits. They all fit an archetype, basically. Um,
She's so
is
instead of
is
the nerd, the jock, the brainy one, you have the crazy one, the slutty one, and
the rest.
and the rest of the people from Breakfast Club. I lost it. I lost it. It sounded more clever in
um,
my head.
and so they're basically they come in, and then the owner had forgotten that there was supposed to be this famous or old formerly famous, um oh, right, sorry, I'm missing an important thing. So Joe, the manager, does not own the store. That's an important detail.
Gotcha.
So the money that went missing, um that
It
is
looks like
supposed to
Joe did
go
it.
it's supposed to go to the bank and the store's owner, the $9,000. Yeah, he's gonna have to cover it, basically.
Gotcha.
And so you find out over the course of the movie that he had been saving up money so that he could buy half of the store,
Gotcha.
basically, to prevent it from being sold
I understand.
to the sellout. Um, but now he doesn't have that money, and Mitchell Beck, the store's owner, wants to sell,
I understand.
basically.
I understand.
And so, um, yeah, basically Joe comes in and finds the money was lost. He explains his anti-Music Town plan, and then he had saved enough to become part owner. Yada 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 yada. He'll now be $9,000 short. And but they're distracted by their problem because it's a major store event is happening that day, which is Rex Manning Day. He's a washed up
Oh, I mean, who doesn't
1980s.
love celebrating Rex Manning Day?
He's a
It's my
washed
favorite.
up.
Jordan, is your favorite day of the year not Rex Manning Day?
Oh, of course, it's my favorite day.
Who
It's the
does
day where
not love?
Rex Manning comes into the store, and he's a washed up pop idol, and he's holding an autograph session for fans of his latest album, Back with More. And the unenthused staff, the staff is not happy about it. Basically, like they're making fun of him and yada yada yada. But one of the staff members has a crush on him, a little schoolgirl crush on Manning, and attempts to seduce him, and ends up humiliated and dejected. But her friend, the one that wants her to break out of her shell and be the crazy thing, ends up sleeping with Manning, and 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 all the staff members are like upset with her and making fun of her and are like, really, like you're better than that. Um, and so then
Doesn't sound like she is.
there's a shoplifter, Warren, who they catch and the police show up and take him away. But then he comes back later and he has a gun. Are you doing timeout?
What? No, no, no. I'm being amused by my own reflection. So I'm listening.
Um, he comes back with a gun and he's holding them all at gunpoint and he's like, you know, I want a job here. And they talk him down and he was troubled and he was and they give him a job after he gets, you know, like once he's released from the police, he's welcome to have a job. And meanwhile, after after the police leaves, Lucas finally confesses about stealing the money to Mitchell, and then the staff try to replace it, but they only managed to pull together $3,000, which is impressive that they have $3,000 on them.
Pretty
That's a lot of
impressive.
money for 1990s to just be carrying around and
That's a
have
lot.
on
That's a lot
you.
of money for today to just be carrying around.
You know, for like six people to have just around. And so then they hold a the news are outside covering Warren's holdup, and so Mark runs outside and is on the camera, and he's like, "We're going to be holding a late night benefit party to save the Empire," and they have an impromptu concert on the roof by Gina and Burko, and then they save up enough money, and then meanwhile, Joe has gone to the owner and is like, "Yeah, you're gonna sell this place, and I don't like that, so I quit." And so then the owner has to be the one at the cash register because there's no one else there to do it, and he doesn't like doing work. So then he goes to Joe and he's like, "I'll sell the store to you for cheap because I don't want to deal with Empire Records anymore." And then he's like, "All right."
And he's all like,
And then
happy ending.
meanwhile, Corey finds AJ on the roof, and she like because earlier AJ was like, "I love you" to Corey, and she didn't say it back because she didn't know how she felt. And he decides to go to school in Boston to be near to her while she goes to Harvard, and they kiss and they're in love, and that's how it ends.
All right. All right.
It's it was one and this was part of why I chose it. It it apparently didn't do very well when it was first released, but it became a cult classic.
Huh.
Uh, so it had a budget. Oh wait! Before we do this, Justin, guesses
I don't know. I don't know. 50 million and it made 100 million.
had a budget of 10 million, and since then, so was not all at release time, but over the years, it has since made. Or no, maybe this was no, never mind. Scratch that, reverse it. This was what it made. So it had a budget of 10 million and it made 303,841.
All right then.
So
All
it
right
did
then.
very poorly on release, but it has since become a cult classic. And I liked it overall. I enjoyed this, and if ever we do an episode where you look for cult classics, check this one out.
I have no arm. No. Okay.
You're the Invisible
I'm the
Man.
Invisible Man. All right. Is that
So yeah,
it?
that's Empire Records.
Empire Records. Okay. So my last two are weird. Now these were all weird, man, but these are particularly weird. So this next one is one of those ones, another one that you just don't realize you know. Jordan, do you recognize the phrase "I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum"?
Yeah, it's from Duke Nukem.
Um, Before Duke Nukem, it is in fact from the movie They Live, starring Rowdy Piper. Now you might also recognize this as there is a Simpsons video game um, where you're Bart and Bart's got X-ray glasses and when he puts the glasses on, everyone's aliens.
Oh, yeah, that was like
That's
the first one.
that's making fun of this. That's what this is about. This is stars Rowdy Piper of WWE fame and Keith David. The other thing you might recognize this from is you remember the episode of South Park Cripple Fight?
Yeah.
The Cripple Fight in that episode is shot for shot the same fight as this movie.
Okay.
There's a
Well,
big
that feels like that makes this movie problematic.
there's a big long fight sequence at the end. The basic plot of this is Roddy Piper is a drifter homeless person who finds a pair of sunglasses that when he puts them on, the world becomes black and white, and he sees that the world is all projections of things trying to manipulate you to have sex and do drugs and party and be generally apathetic, and it's all being manipulated by a group of secret aliens who are manipulating all these things to control us because they see us as basically they want to control us for our resources because they see our planet as basically like a third world country that can be exploited. And so whenever he wears the sunglasses, he sees these alien people. And some people are humans and some people are aliens. But he can only see them when he wears the sunglasses. And I will say the makeup of the people is honestly quite good. It's quite creepy and it looks real. It's really quite impressive. And yeah, it is oddly kind of in a way relevant. It was really funny because in 2017 it's made by John Carpenter, who made Halloween. He had to come out and basically be like, no, it's not about the Jews. Because you could probably, upon that description, see how one would think it's about the Zionist Jewish conspiracy. See, I went reptilian aliens, but
yeah, that's because you're not racist.
I honestly would love a remake of it, because my one thing about this was it was kind of boring because the initial beginning parts of it kind of seems like it's supposed to be sort of ambiguous in the sense that like you're supposed to wonder if he's actually seeing aliens or not, and I think like if you remade this, I would make it where it's unclear. Like I would make it exactly the same, where he's a homeless guy and he sees rich, especially in today's political climate, where you have it where it's like everyone thinks that all the politics are part of this secret cabal of whatever, and that they're all whatever. That this movie came out in the 80s, you could remake it today, and yeah, I would make it ambiguous, where it's unclear as to whether or not he is seeing aliens or not, or if he just murdered a bunch of people. Because there's at one point where he sees a bunch of these aliens, and he goes into the bank and just like blows away a bunch of people with a gun, and like from the human's perspective, it looks like he's just a psycho. And so I'm like, yeah, let's do a movie where it's not made especially clear as to whether or not he is actually seeing aliens. Make it where whether or not the aliens are real is ambiguous. And then yes, obviously there's it's got Keith David in it, who is Keith David. More
I recognize the name.
More recently, he's in more things than. Most recently, he's in Has Been Hotel as Husk. He's Goliath.
He's Facilier.
Facilier. He's Goliath from Gargoyles. He's the horse guy from DuckTales.
He's so many things.
He's the president
so
He's the goddamn president of the United States on Rick and Morty.
The goddamn president.
But he's phenomenal in this. There's an extended fight sequence that goes on for a really, really long time. That is really, really good. It's really entertaining between Keith David and Roddy Piper, and that is what they make fun of on South Park. The fight sequence between Jimmy and Timmy is exactly the same as the one in this movie, except for in the South Park episode, he's trying to get Timmy to put on the hat. In this, he's trying to get him to put on the glasses that allow him to see that the aliens are real. It is otherwise all right. I thought it was all right. It's a tad slow, and the dialogue is not exceptionally interesting. And it's okay that some of the action sequences are funny because it's like he's got a rifle that he just sprays bullets, and it's very clearly not the kind of gun that sprays bullets. That's it. That is Roddy Piper. That is They Live.
Okay. So
Final thing of the week.
we're gonna end this week with the weirdest movie. You talk weird. This one's weird.
You don't even know.
This one's called Junior. Came out in 1994.
Junior
Have you ever
is
wanted to-
really, really weird. No,
Have
Jordan.
you ever saw or looked at Arnold Schwarzenegger?
I'm going to stop you and say no.
And thought to yourself,
No.
man,
Never once.
I really wanted to see him carry a baby.
Absolutely
to term.
not. I've never said to myself.
And I wanted to see his best friend /
Jordan, the big Jordan
partner.
I'm gonna answer your question.
Danny DeVito, be his essentially love partner.
His midwife, Jordan. His doula.
No, he lives with him in his house and sleeps in one of his bedrooms. They are the quintessential 90s
Jordan, does
gay
he
couple.
poop the baby out of his butthole?
C-section.
So I knew it. I knew it was a C-section. I knew he wasn't popping the baby out of his butthole.
Yeah. So,
I mean,
for those who
this movie
don't
is
know,
so medically impossible for so many different. And starting with the fact that like that child would die inside of Arnold Schwarzenegger because Arnold Schwarzenegger's body is not developed, designed, or intended to provide the internal nutrition for a baby.
Well, that's the point of the drug, though, Justin. So
it just transforms his insides?
Let me talk. The idea, no, it makes no sense scientifically. If we're looking at this logically, this makes no sense scientifically. But suspend your disbelief and assume that the magical drug does things that are impossible.
Like the
baby
in umbilical cord?
Shut up.
Jordan, these are questions I've had for years. This movie makes no sense.
Just assume that the miracle drug allows them to do the impossible. I mean, and go with it.
And that would make it a miracle drug.
So, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito invent a fertility drug called Expectane, which is designed to reduce the chances of a miscarriage. It was unapproved by the FDA, and they are not authorized to test it and are unable to continue their research.
I'm just saying, if guys cared about carrying babies to term so much, they'd find a way to make this technology real.
I mean, no guy wants this to be real, Justin.
I mean, I'm sure there's probably some gay guy out there who's like, I take a drug that lets me give birth to a child naturally.
I don't know. But sorry. Yeah, somehow Danny DeVito convinces Schwarzenegger to impregnate himself with an ovum, which is codenamed Junior. And then somehow the baby is taken to term. It really doesn't make sense, and they don't really properly explain how
any of this is going to work medically.
But he does take it to term and has a baby, and also there's the sign.
Arnold Schwarzenegger looks directly into the camera and says, "Don't think about it," but with an Austrian accent.
I mean, there's
don't think about it.
Don't think about it.
Now this is from that era
Um,
of time where Arnold wants to be. It's what I refer to as smart Arnold, where Arnold's like, yeah, I'm a doctor capable of creating technology that allows men to get pregnant. I'm smart, actually.
I just don't believe it. That's kind of even more than
But
I find that even more unbelievable than a man getting pregnant. Um,
he's of the two of them. It's a 1-2 punch. If I don't buy him or Danny DeVito,
no,
this is
no.
I just can't
And
believe Arnold Schwarzenegger looked at the script for this and went, yes, this is the one.
I, so here's my
Do
theory.
you think someone pitched it to
I
him,
think,
or do you think he read the script
I
first?
think, I think someone pitched it to him with him being the pregnant person, and he was like, "I will be in this movie if I'm not the pregnant man."
Then why did he wind up in this movie as the pregnant man then?
He's not.
Oh, you mean Danny DeVito? You
Schwar-
mean?
yeah, that's what I
Oh
said.
no, I said no. See, Fred, no, I meant. Do you think Arnold Schwarzenegger read the script for this or had it pitched him? Did someone go to Arnold Schwarzenegger like, okay, hear
Oh,
me out. You're gonna be prego.
well, no. See, this was the second or third time or last time ultimately that him and Danny DeVito worked with director. I think it's Ivan Reitman.
Oh, Ivan. Oh,
Um,
this is an Ivan Reitman movie? No
yes,
way. Ivan Reitman's
it
the guy who
is.
did Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And so it was the last
They
time. It
can't
was the
all be
last
winners.
time. It was the last time that Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito worked together. And
Yes.
it was the last time that either of them worked with
They
Reitman,
keep
as far
saying they're
as I
gonna
can
make
tell.
triplets, but they've never managed to make it.
And so I think what happened, if you want my honest guess as to what happened is Reitman came to them and was like, I have another script that I think you guys would be perfect for. You guys should sign on and do it with me. And I think they, on good faith from the last one or last
Just
two or
said,
whatever,
sure, why not? Why not
which
sight
did
unseen?
which did well, yeah, basically, which did well from what I understand. Those two ones did well. I think they said yes, sight unseen, and regretted it, which is why all three of them have never worked together since.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe this is the movie they went. I'll shut up and went, I have to be what? And
Yeah,
yeah. To be fair, yeah,
that's
this
my
is kind of around
that
the
that
time he stopped doing movies like this.
that's my head canon.
Like this, I can't think
Hold
of
on, let's
a
see. Let's see if there's anything on here if it tells us. Keep talking.
I would love to know how they talked him into this, because like Arnold Schwarzenegger is a Republican conservative. He very much is. Boys are boys, girls are girls. Men can't get pregnant. So like, unless he's not, and his media persona has very much misled me. But that's the vibe he gives me. So
For which
like,
one?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, I mean he was the governor of
Yeah, he
California.
was a Republican.
He's
He's a full bore
I
Republican.
don't think if he was then, I don't think he
Oh
is
no, he's
now. Is
absolutely a
what
full bore. Yeah, he's absolutely a full bore Republican. Now he hates Donald Trump, but he's a full bore, throat chested, conservative man. It's based
apparently
on where he's from.
apparently Woody Harrelson responded well. He was in contention for being the guy at one point.
I just like what is the I just don't I'm like I would love to know what the pitch for this was.
Yeah, all it says in development here is that they shopped the script around to like a bunch of different people, like agents and stuff, but most of the agents wouldn't even take it to their
Yeah,
clients
of
because
course
it was
not.
just
Because like, how do you convince like clearly Arnold must have been this must have been a lull in his career. He had to have been desperate. I just like I
yeah,
can't think of like, he
it doesn't
again
really say
conservative
anything.
man, very conservative man. Um, he's
So
masculine. Like his whole identity is being masculine. Like this is
so
such an emasculating movie. Again, for him, it's not for me. I don't think it's emasculating, but for him, it
so
would be.
so budget. Take a guess. Take a guess at budget and box
Oh, I'm gonna
office.
guess this is like a $10 million movie, and it probably made. I'm pretty sure it bombed. I'm almost entirely positive it bombed horribly. But it's a low budgeted movie. That much I can
It
assume.
had a budget. It had a budget of $60 million.
Also, it's the '90s.
And
What a budget is back then is not the same thing as it is now.
had a budget of $60 million, and it had a box office of 108.4 million.
Oh, okay. That's still a bomb.
But This movie, I
You
just don't
gotta
know
take that
what they
budget and
were
double it, so it's
thinking.
120 million. Well, but again, 90s numbers, it's different back in the 90s. It just is.
I just don't know what they were thinking.
I don't really fully but to be fair, I remember digging this movie when I was younger, so like, who knows?
I don't think I ever watched it. I don't
I
remember this
watched it
movie.
on TV
I had never
once
heard of it.
when I was in my teens, and I remember liking it and thinking it was funny. But like the notion of
Like
a
this,
pregnant man was so outrageous that now it's like, let's say it can't biologically happen, but a version of it could happen.
I mean, nowadays, if they made this movie, it, the male lead would be transgender.
Yeah, yeah, it's very transgender coded.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if the men really cared about pregnancies, they would invest in the technology that lets the men get pregnant. It's not about viability of pregnancy. It's about control.
Anyways, we're not gonna do that. Um, this is not the time and place for that.
It's not that kind of
Uh,
podcast.
this movie was weird.
It was
I
weird.
don't know that I don't know that I would say it was bad per
I
se,
just truly don't know who it's for. I really
but
don't.
I don't. Yeah, it was strange.
They're trying to lampshade. There's a moment that I overheard. They try to lampshade by having the his love interest, I think, the mom from Bean, get upset about the indignity of
Oh,
taking away
that's
uh,
Danny DeVito's ex-wife.
Danny DeVito's ex-wife. They try to lampshade the entire inherent insulting nature of this by having her be appropriately upset by it, but like I just can't imagine a woman would be like, "This is awesome and fun," and that just doesn't seem like it's anything for men. I once again cannot believe Arnold did it. Like it's just one of those movies I
That's the
cannot
big.
believe he did it.
I can't believe either of them did it.
I can believe
I can't
Danny
believe any.
DeVito did it.
I can't believe any of them did this.
Oh no, yeah, but I could believe like Danny DeVito isn't the one who has to be pregnant. I can't believe Arnold agreed to be a man who was pregnant. Like this feels sexist, but it just
That's where I say it. It just feels to me like there was in the original pitch or whatever. They went to Danny DeVito and he was like, "I'll be in it, but I ain't being
yeah,
the pregnant one."
he went they went up to him and asked him to be the pregnant one first, and he was like, no, I had to be the ugly one in the twins movie. Arn can be the pregnant one. Because those characters are so interchangeable. Like one could be the other just as easily. Like the Dan DeVito
It
character
just
could be the Arnold
yeah.
character. The Arnold character could be the Dan DeVito character. It's
When you say you can't believe, it just comes across to me, or it
he was
feels
tricked
like
into it.
well, it feels like they had a 3 movie deal.
Maybe, but
Like they had
like
a
just
three like no, I'm not saying they did, but I'm just like it feels like a
like he
situation
did
where
this
they
because
like
he owed them a favor,
or he had no choice.
or he had no choice. Because it just the reason why it's so baffling is because you have to understand Arnold was Mr. Universe. Like he was the guy who famously said pumping is better than coming. Like just like to understand, like someone went to him and went, okay, Mr. Schwarzenegger, you're the Terminator, and you're gonna you want to do a movie where you get pregnant and you give birth
And
to a child in a
and
C-section.
and
I just
and not
cannot
even
picture a universe where you go,
not
that sounds awesome.
not even that he gets pregnant, but like because of the drug, he's being like you filled with estrogen and shit like that.
He acts
So
very
like
feminine.
he acts very feminine, he
Yeah,
acts like a gay man,
yeah,
basically,
yeah,
or a
yeah,
woman.
yeah, like a woman. He acts like a woman, and like not that choose my words carefully, is or is not a bad or good thing. It
Oh
is
no
a
no no!
neutral thing, but
It's just
it's
unbelievable that he would agree to do it.
it's unbelievable for Arnold because Arnold, especially what year did this? In the 90s, right? So I'm gonna guess 95, 96,
Something
mid
like
to
that.
early. I think it's early to mid 90s. I'm pretty
I
sure.
already closed the page, but it was 90 something. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, obviously 90 something, but
Uh,
I want to say 96. I'm gonna guess 96.
did I say the movie was called?
Junior.
1994.
90, yeah, that absolutely makes sense. So like he must have just been desperate. I think it's because the only explanation I can come to is in his brain he saw this script as like a chance to be taken seriously as an actor. Like that's the only thing I could think of.
Also,
He went
also
through
the
a
only
period
thing.
hold on just one second. He went through a period of his career where he was really insecure about his accent. So and he wanted to come across as smart, hence Smart Arnold. So this could be during that period of time. But yeah, he comes across as so emasculated in this. I cannot believe he would agree to that. It's
I
weird to
could
me.
also just believe it being a thing where he agreed to do it because it's so goes against everything he's ever done that
Up
it would
until
just
that point, yeah, maybe he's
uh,
like, oh, it's not the Terminator,
uh,
it's not Total Recall, it's not.
it's his way of breaking loose, sort of so to speak. It's the
Maybe.
equivalent of like when Jim Carrey did that one where he was a gay man making out with other men.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, that it's certainly possible. Jordan, is that it for Junior? It's
That's
time.
it for Junior. What else could we say about Junior? It was
It was
weird.
so weird. Jordan, it's time to talk about final movie. Jordan, it's time to play the final
Final,
movie song.
final girl.
Final movie. It's final movie. We're at the final movie of the show. Jordan, you didn't do the end of final of the movie, end of the show clap. End of the movie, final show. Yeah, your Bluetooth headphones are not picking it up. I can hear you in the other room clapping. The microphone's not picking it up. Nope. It's just silence. It's just utter silence. Awkward. For the Spotify audience, you need to know he's clapping. You can't hear it, but he's clapping.
I'm trying as hard as I can. It's just
Uh,
not working.
my final movie was also weird. My final movie is a movie called Legend.
I
Now,
Am Legend?
not I Am Legend, just Legend, and it is a fairy tale. It really, the dialogue was very Shakespearean. It had that kind of like old English kind of flow to it, and it basically, the plot of it is darkness, or the devil, as played by Tim Curry, who is phenomenal in this movie. The makeup in this movie is so good. There's like goblins and all sorts of fantasy creatures, and they all look great. Like, this movie is generally, not to bury the lead, bad, very bad, not very good. But like, Tim Curry, as always, is fucking phenomenal. He has all the best lines. His costume and makeup look incredible. Like, you wouldn't know it was him if not for the fact that you recognize his voice. The only bad person in this is it has Tom Cruise, who is playing. Okay, if I said to you, Tom Cruise is the pretty boy who makes out with the main girl, would that send a shiver up your spine because you went, ugh?
He's the Chad.
He's the Chad, yeah. No, he's not the Chad. No, he's more equivalent to, like, I can't think of a good, like, yeah, like he's wearing like a unitary. He's Peter Pan. He's like not a Chad. A Chad's more like a football player. He's more of a theater guy. Like he's got long flowing mullet of haircut. He talks like this. He kind of reminds me of Keanu a little bit, where everything's up here. His voice is really high. Miss, you're a
Okay.
princess and I love you. And he's really, it's really hard to describe. I'm gonna have to show you clips because it's hard to describe. But he's bad. It's like, you know how Tom Cruise is normally like really gruff and like aggressive and like sarcastic and biting. Like okay, what's the Tom Cruise movie you know? He is basically he is absolutely not Mission Impossible Tom Cruise, or Jack Reacher Tom Cruise, or heck, even Rock of Ages Tom Cruise.
Okay.
Like, that, like, the tough, manly Tom Cruise.
Yes, I get it. I get the
Yeah,
point. Yes.
yeah. He's not so he is a woodland forest creature who falls in love with a princess who is being seduced and what's the word? Not converted, I guess, converted to evil by, they call him Darkness, but he's basically the devil, who wants to kill a unicorn or take a unicorn's horn to turn the entire world into an age of darkness. But in order to do it, he needs the girl to do it. And so there's a lot of him. Okay, you remember in Wreck-It Ralph, where you see Satan, and he's like, "I'm Satine."
Satan.
Yeah, that is Tim Curry's character from this movie. He looks just like that. He's wearing a robe and everything. He looks just like that character.
Got it.
Yeah. And it's really dark, and the special effects are pretty good, but the acting is horrible. It's got that real that really stilted Shakespearean style cadence of dialogue, where it's not quite fully Shakespearean, but it has that kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of like energy or whatever. Like where he's like, "Milady, I sought you out in the forest, and I saw you walking, and you were the most beautiful flower that I had ever happened upon in my entire," like kind of like that.
What lost through window dost thou
Yeah, but it's
find?
not doing Thou and Dust. It's doing like 1980s modern language. But it's kind of has a vague Shakespearean tone to it, I guess, and it makes the dialogue hard to follow. This is one of those I had to read the Wikipedia article to fully understand what was happening half the time. But like, the Tim Curry is just, he's so good. It's one of those movies where he carries it. Like, there's a reason why everyone references it. Nobody remembers Tom Cruise is in it, but everyone remembers that Tim Curry is in it. Tim Curry is never bad at anything.
He's a real Morgan Freeman, that's for sure.
Am I wrong, Jordan? Is Tim Curry bad in anything?
I just said he's a real Morgan Freeman. God, you gotta learn to listen, Justin.
I mean, but he's also, or Jordan, is Morgan Freeman a real Tim Curry?
Which one of them is older?
Yes. Anyway, I don't,
because whoever's older, the other is a real
I don't,
blank of them.
I don't actually know. But yeah, it was really weird. It was very very good. It reminded me like it was trying to be Disney. It was very strange how much it was trying to be Disney, like a real 1980s Disney movie. I'm trying to think, is there anything else? There's a goblin character who's really fun. The makeup is good. Okay, it's getting weird. I think that's it. That's Legend. That's all I got. That's Legend. It was all right.
You are Legend?
I am Legend. It was not Legend all that much. That's it. That's this week's show. That's the 80s and 90s. The 80s was a weird cocaine-fueled time. They sure loved their cocaine. I enjoyed all of my movies this week.
90s birthed two of the greatest human beings that ever walked this planet.
This guy and another guy I know.
Me. And you.
Oh, yeah, you as well. Yeah. But definitely some other guy I know. That's not you. Next week. Guess what finally came out this week, Jordan?
Wicked.
Has-Been Hotel. And I really want to watch Has-Been Hotel. So,
I've seen it.
Because I really want to watch Has-Been Hotel, we're going to do an Amazon Prime special. And we haven't done an Amazon Prime special yet. So, no, only rule. No. We've done 2 Netflix specials, have not done an Amazon Prime special yet. The only rule is it's got to be on Amazon Prime. I am going to try, my challenge is, beyond having Has-Been Hotel on there and probably Upgrade, I'm going to try and do all Amazon originals if I can.
Okay.
That's going to be my goal. I don't know if we're both going to be able to accomplish that, but I'm going to try and get every single one at an Amazon original.
See, what's nice about it being on Amazon is all of the rentable ones also count.
They count as long as it's on Amazon Prime. As long as you can access it. I almost considered being like, I should be allowed to do Paramount Plus as well. But then I was like, no. It's going to be... Because I can access Paramount Plus through Amazon Prime. No. It's technically on Amazon Prime. No. It has to be exclusively. That's why I'm gonna try and do only Amazon originals. Exclusively Amazon originals. That's going to be my goal. I know that I want to do Has-Been Hotel and probably Upload as well. But can't do too many shows. It's too time consuming. So we'll see. We'll see how she goes. We'll see how quickly I get through season 2 of Has-Been Hotel. Anyway, that's next week. Amazon Prime special next week. Probably, hopefully, maybe brought to you by Amazon Prime. We'll see. That's it. Jordan, where can the people find you when they want to find you?
I do Minecraft Mondays on Twitch, Zethgore187. And when I'm not doing that, I'm here on Sundays doing this with you, talking way too long about Wicked.
Yeah, we talked way too long about Wicked. But Jordan, just think about how you could find me on TikTok.
And then talking way too even longer about Moana.
But Jordan, You can find the show on TikTok, Spur the Moment P. You can find me on TikTok at Justin Spurr, and those will make excellent videos. Think of the 30-minute video, SEO friendly video that will come out of that for Wicked.
This is true.
I might be able to put a bonus video up. We'll see. There might be a bonus video that comes up. You can email the show at itsjustinsbusiness@gmail.com if you want to do this. If you want to come talk to us about anything, literally anything. We want to talk to you, person. We want to get you on a Zoom call, and we want to talk to you about a thing. Email us. It's Justin's business. Make it my business. Get a hold of me. Talk to me. Chat with me. You can
business time.
You can also watch me on TikTok. You can email the show. Discord, you can follow us on Discord. Leave us a comment about anything you heard in today's show. Anything at all. Anything you're interested in.
And tell us how wrong Justin is
Hey,
about whatever
maybe-
things that he said that he's wrong about.
Maybe one of you guys can become ambitious and time code this for me. I don't have the time to do it myself, but if one of you wants to time code it, that'd be really cool. At some point here, either in the future or it's already happened, you've seen the two boxes, and the box on the left will take you to last week's episode, and the box on the right is going to take you to a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy. Jordan, why should people subscribe? What are they going to get if they subscribe?
They get content, so much content every day of the week. Content
Every
content,
single
content,
day.
content.
But Jordan, if they don't want to subscribe, what is the bare minimum that they could do to not only this video but any future video they see?
Leave a like, leave a comment, hit subscribe, share with your friends. Do all those
Throw that like down. You have no idea how much hitting like helps a video like us. It helps, like, even 1 like, 2 likes helps the video like more than you possibly understand.
Mush that subscribe button.
But we will see you
Do
all
it.
next week. Have a good one, everybody.